And welcome everybody to the Challenger Circuit. My name is Freight Train, and joining me today will be Gore Miser. We get the luxury of casting a couple Challenger Cup games for you all today, and I'm excited, Gore. We've got some good games set up.
Yeah, man. I mean, these teams, we've seen them tons of times. Like, we see them in community tournaments. We saw them sometimes through the last Challenger Cup. But for the Challenger Circuit this time, it's going to be a little bit different format. But right now, SBL Gatekeepers, Kiki and his crew going up against Astral Authority, who I want to say, we talked about this the other day. Always the bridesmaid, never quite able to make it where they want to.
I mean, eventually they'll get through there. I think, again, it's just going to take some practice and some more time, but they are going to make their way into that SBL at some point in time, or at least you expect the players to, be picked up, hopefully not poked too hard so they keep some of the synergy. But the bans are coming through, and Astral Authority has elected to ban Hell. I'm seeing that, right? Like, that's a Hell. The thought I understand, but the Hell is a little bit, okay, they must have something in scrims that they've seen.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 of these make sense. Zeus, Serket, both of them taken offline. Serket actually kind of skyrocketing once Season 4 changed over. She's been a little bit more in the meta. She's become more utilized. Thoth, obviously, the burst, like you had said, but Hell, not something I've seen, not something we've seen, I think, at all yet. So maybe something up their sleeve for Astral Authority, but Sylvanas being locked in, first pick, that is going to be something that is honestly kind of standard right now. He is the Guardian.
Yeah, he's the Guardian. I mean, just AoE auto attacks, able to get a really nice lane push in there, and that's what you always see. You want good lane push. Ymir going to be the counter over there as a possible support, and then Izanami. So maybe Astral looking to lock up their dual lane early. We'll see where these picks ends up going as Gatekeepers now have the selection, maybe looking to go ahead and grab their mid lane mage.
Right now, I'm actually kind of surprised Izanami. Well, not surprised to see Izanami, but I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone even hint at Apollo. Apollo's been someone who's kind of been sitting up at the top for a while there. He was considered like a first pick, first ban. Then I think people remembered is that a Chiron?
That is a Chiron selection. I mean, I've seen Zap run him in a couple of streams, and I've seen several other players playing him in ranked. He's got that slight buff with his giddy up now, and he's decent. I don't really dislike Chiron here, but we'll see what he brings to the table. And Kiki, if you're not familiar with Kiki, he's been running Cabrakan solo in these Guardians in the solo lane a lot. So obviously this Cabrakan is more than likely going to go to Kiki in the solo lane. And it looks like Mango is going to end up picking the Vamana to go ahead and counter that Cabrakan.
And I actually saw a lot of utility come out of that Cabrakan solo yesterday during some of the SBL games. Maniac was playing that and had a relatively large impact. And like you said, Kiki, he goes back to this. This is something that he's almost staple for. So having that isn't too surprising. Vamana on the other side. I mean, right now, Astral Authority, this is the kind of build and like team composition that I've seen them grab before. Sometimes this works out and sometimes it doesn't. This Izanami, I think, is going to be putting just a lot of weight there. More bans coming out. Yanis taken off the board. Ratatosker taken off the board. And honestly, both of those are very agreeable. Ratatosker's really strong in the jungle right now and in the solo lane. And Yanis, I mean, everybody hates his ult. Everybody doesn't want to deal with that. Take him out. Don't have to focus on that. And at this point, mid's being taken out and Freya.
Well, Astral's leaving up that Apollo, as you mentioned earlier. They're going to end up getting rid of that Giannis and that Freya as the AD carry. And now Gatekeepers are going to remove Poseidon. And if you've seen anything of Sheikah lately, obviously in relegations and so on, Sheikah's he's a player that will obviously go to that Poseidon as a go-to in the mid lane. So we'll see where they elect to go afterwards as the bans have come out. Astral now has the next pick. They got to be looking for a jungler of some sort. You're going to imagine here. It just really depends on how they want to approach it.
Yeah, this is honestly, and you can tell just by the timer ticking down, this is where they spend their time thinking about it. They know what they need to be looking for. And right now, I mean, Sheikah is someone they need to grab. They're going to be picking up the Hu Yi, which I think means that's going to be mid, Izanami mid, because Hu Yi, you don't take him out of that duo lane. He stays over there.
Yeah, normally he's going to stay over there. And that's just one of Famous's go-to characters is this Hui. And then Apollo is going to be locked in for data, remember. So double AD carries coming out for both teams. And it was kind of set up, if you really tell. I mean, Sylvanas, Cabrakan. And then we have a Hebo. So Hebo is going to be locked in. And, well, this is going to be a surprise pick of where he goes. Unless Kiki's running it in
so
solo,
it's either an
it's
ADC.
Jungle. Yeah.
Unless there's an ADC jungle, I'm going to be putting that as a Habwa jungle. Kebri going to be locked in on the other side, so that's dual Guardians over there, which more leans to... I've seen them run it. We're going to have Fine OK more than likely on that Ymir in the jungle. Right now, SPL Gatekeepers kind of in a jumble, but I mean, Astro Authority, they look like they're strong. SPL Gatekeepers, other than the Habwa, they have some really strong picks over here. I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to do with this.
Well, the Hobwa does have that burst damage to be able to one-shot somebody, but the counter, Kepri does have that ultimate, so if they do see Hebo blink in, they might be able to go ahead and get that revive off. But that does it for picks and bans, guys. We are ready to sit there and get into games, so let us get moving and grooving.
So far, it makes sense again. Fine, okay, we'll be on that Ymir in the jungle, which is not too surprising to see. And if I'm looking at this right, yeah, that's going to be the Kabrak solo, and that is a Chiron mid with Habwa in the jungle.
Yes, Skelly's going to run this Hobwall. Let's see how this ends up working out. He's going with the Vamp Shroud as a starter item, so he's going to get a little bit more health, and he's going to get some life steal. So he's just trying to really sustain himself in the jungle. So I like the pick of the starter item here versus like the standard Santa times you've seen lately.
I like the fact that we're seeing again multiple splits. This has been something that's kind of changed throughout season 4. Like that, I don't think I've seen one staple start yet. No one's quite figured out the best way to get experience. Is the waves going to be clashing now? And right now, the mid poke is really where it's at, and Astral Authority take that advantage.
Yep, they're going to end up getting a little bit of poke there. And now let's take a look, see what's going on the left side in the duo lane. Famous and Day are just kind of fighting out. This is kind of opposite of what we saw in the EU games where the supports were always in the duo lane pushing forward. Here we're just seeing them in the mid lane. And now again, Sheikah and Ratcheteer will go ahead and secure their red buff as it looked like Venue and Nero ended up getting the right hand Harpies. So, I mean, right now, everyone taking it slow.
I'm actually surprised Astral Authority opted to let the Fire Elementals get taken without really any contest from anybody on their team. Letting those go away, I mean, early on, they're still worth a lot. Like, they are easily one of the most utilized camps to get. Like, picking that up is going to make a big difference. And just letting SBL Gatekeepers take that away from them might be a detriment, but they're going for the Oracle Harpies right now at a minute and a half.
Well, that's the counter. If you're going to give up the Ellies, you got to go ahead and get these Oracles, and Sheikah and Ratcheteer are going to be able to clean that up, so they'll have a little bit of free vision for a little while. And as Famous said, it's cleaning up his purple buff. Everyone's kind of farming Fine OKs on these back camps right now, level 2. This is, again, if you watched EU yesterday, some of the SPL games, it was a little slow for a while, and so on and so forth. So we're seeing NA take nothing, not looking for anything too crazy because we do know if you lose this game, blink in by Fine OK, Data remembers not going to use the purification. Wisely goes ahead and holds it, knew he wasn't in any sort of kill range or potential, and then just rolls away.
And Data Remember is one of those players. We've seen him around a lot. He was actually doing extraordinarily well towards the end of last split with his team. And being able to come into this team, with Kiki, with Venenu, with Skeleton, with Neyrima, like, it's kind of finding him in a position to be a little bit stronger, to show off his skills a little bit more. And I think that we're going to see a lot come out from him, especially during this game on this Apollo.
Well, we'll see how he can do. Is now the gank attempt on the other side to set up a Skillies over here. And Famous is pushed up a little bit, doesn't see him. There's the knock up, and there's the one. And a little bit of poke damage coming out. Here's Day rolling forward. Famous takes a good amount of HP, but really nothing to kill potential wise. And again, this should just kind of be a wash as far as the gank attempt.
I'm feeling First Blood is either going to be in the solo lane, or Neyrima is going to make some insane pluck with this Sylvanas, and that's going to be what kind of pulls it. Fire Elementals, though, being looked at. Astral Authority should be able to get this. They've already picked up 2. The third one going to fall very soon. And I like the fact SBL Gatekeepers don't even bother making the rotation. They knew where they went. They just want to continue their farm, continue the aggression they have where they have it, and allow themselves to get a little bit ahead.
Well, again, we're going to see both teams just really stacking this mid lane up. 3 members, Fine OK, Ratcheteer, and Sheikah all kind of hanging around in mid. Sheikah's looking to back right now. Actually, the pings are coming along to get these back camps. Obviously, you want to try to eliminate all these camps as fast as possible so they respawn, you get the more XP. Data remembers taking the back. Everyone looking to get their first backs and start completing these boots and other items.
While I'm looking at items, I want to ask. So yesterday, and I want to say actually on Twitter, it's been kind of polarized on whether or not mids should be buying Bumba's masks. We see Sheikah's picked that up for this Izanami, but it's not on the side of Venenu on this Chiron. Do you have either differing opinions? I mean, obviously builds at this point, they're still kind of up in the air, and honestly, we've seen success out of a lot of things.
I think I was gonna say, I think it really depends on what your strategy as a team is. I think if you're solo queuing, please don't buy Boomas. If you're playing as a team and you're coordinated and you understand that, hey, all right, I'm going to be on this side, you can go ahead and take that back camp, get yourself a little bit extra gold, get yourself the heal that you need to go ahead and maintain that mid lane pressure. By all means, then pick up the Boombas for only 500 gold. Again, you are going to get most of it back later on, so it's not the worst purchase. It just kind of depends. Again, it's a team game, Smite. You got to play it as one.
Yeah, Chiron looks more like he's opting in towards that transcendence to give him a little bit of mana. And essentially, he's going to be filling a spellcaster role as a mage, as an ADC. He's going to have some auto attack damage, but I honestly see Venenu playing this more as a mid kind of Chiron.
Well,
The same way
right
you'd see Neath.
I was gonna say right hand side, we did see Mango's ult forced out as I guess he was attempting to maybe take a blue buff over here. Didn't work out that way. So that's the first ultimate used and just used defensively to go ahead and get out of there. But the Oracles on the left hand side do get taken one more time. So Vision will go the way of Astral Authority. And what's again a very slow paced 5 minutes so far, 0 kills on the board, and really only 2 gank attempts, and both did nothing.
But this is something normally we've seen Astral Authority. They get very aggressive early on. They have kind of a team composition to force that out. But like you had said, kind of in picks and bans, this is a relatively important game. And when you're up against someone like SPL Gatekeepers, you don't want to give them any kind of leeway to take, because that leeway will be pushed to the limit. If they can take an inch, they will turn it into a mile, because that is just the skill of these players. Astral Authority know that. They're not going to be letting them sit behind. And actually, right now, they do have a small advantage in gold. They have a little advantage in experience, but both of them are so low right now that it just doesn't make a huge impact yet.
Well, again, we got a little bit of a pause so we can kind of go along and seeing what's happening now. Let's take a look at we're going over items. Mango here has got the Chalice of Healing, and then he's just buying health pots, which is something that I've been doing recently. And since I actually saw him do it in Friday Night Smite, it's a very effective way to go ahead and maintain yourself in the lane for long periods of time. And obviously, you're going to be taking the poke, and you're not so worried about it because you're going to get 500 HP. Both health pots taking you for about 250 there, and well, 500 HP early on in the game is a lot of HP, so going to be effective as long as he gets that blue buff, which is what it's seemingly he's been able to maintain and not get invaded. But left hand side, Gold Fury, early one going to get started off, but Skeleton on the cruise here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to spot this out. 3-man knockup coming through. Sheikah taking a lot of poke, and he's going to be able to dash, but Skeleton looks like he wants to go. The pluck going to be good. Ultimately, Fine OK looks like he should be able to get away. Sunzer dropped the revive from Khepri.
Oh, great Khepri.
That should be able to keep them alive a little bit longer.
Well, Fine OK still going to end up taking the spill for first blood. The revive was good by Ratcheteer, but Ymir, just a little bit of a slow character, can't really get away from that. Skelly was able to use the carpet and get the damage off, and still ended up picking up the first blood, and that's a pretty important first blood. I mean, this is a Hebo jungle. This is a character that you want to obviously get ahead like this, and putting him 500 gold up. He's got his pen boots online now, obviously. He's going to start working on this Imperial helmet. Or this Dynasty Plate helmet, I should say. He's going to get a little bit tankier and have a little bit more pen. He's going to get, I mean, if they don't take care of Skelly now, he's going to get out of control, and this Hebo could actually cost them the game.
I mean, people call him the man of many ultimates because he can just burst you down, and his passive kind of relates to that as well. And like you said, letting him get ahead going to be very bad. Fire Elemental's being looked at. Mango's in the neighborhood to try and steal him away, and actually not sure if he was able to get those.
Might have got one. Yeah, he might have got the small ones or something like that. But that's really about it, as the left-hand Harpies are now going to go this way. And again, both ADCs, we just kind of see a famous hate backing. They're both just farming up the wave, trying to take it easy. And this is this is what you want. You want your dual lane, obviously, to get ahead. This is the name of the game. You got 3 people here in the mid lane. Again, one more time, Ratcheteer is not going to get plucked. Good attempt, though, from the pull, as no speed buff, no blue buff currently available. So Fine OK is just kind of walking around trying to see what he can take, but there's nothing.
And it's always unfortunate. We get to see these timers. We know they're about to come back up. And I think we actually see Mango calling it out. He must know the timer on that, for the fact that they are sitting around here waiting for something, but they're just not going to respawn yet. And the blink going to come through. Free's going to be good. Venenu taking half his health, and a beautiful wall should cause him to go down. In his ultimate, he is, but he will die in just a second unless he finds a kill.
That was a really good attempt, though. Holding the last shot, almost actually got the kill on Fine OK. I mean, Fine OK blinks in, gets the freeze off on a riding Chiron. So, I mean, it was a great play by him. Ends up getting the kill, but he'll take a spill as well as the support. We'll go ahead and claim the life of Fine OK. So 2-1, read the kills for SPL Gatekeepers. But, I mean, the game is still anybody's with only like an 800 gold lead.
And Neyrima is still trying to do a little bit of zoning as much as he can, just stopping Sheikah from farming a little bit. And Sheikah, without any mana, is going to have to fall back here in a little bit. No good is
that,
the
plug,
yeah. Though.
He's jumping. That's one of those.
He was trying to predict that, but that was just one of those moments where he's just like, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we all play a little Sylvanas, and you're like, oh, he's going to go left, right? And then, no, he actually went right, and it's like, crap. And then you just look like that. Then you hit your spacebar a few times and you go along with it and you just wait till the cooldown and then you try again. Here in the mid lane one more time. Gonna try to soak up this experience and see speed buff and everything getting taken for Fine OK. I'm kind of Fine OK normally plays these assassin, high damage, high mobility characters. Sticking him on somebody like the Ymir is definitely a little bit different. Kind of interested to see how he plays this out. He's obviously taken 2 spills. He's got 1 kill to his name. Let's see how the rest of the game though plays out.
And so far, he's had, I mean, obviously a little bit of an impact picking up the 1 kill his team has, but they haven't been able to do much. A nice freeze wall, going to be able to get some more damage down. Venenu barely going to get out. No, he gets bolted down. Fine OK, second kill of the game, tying the kills up 2-2, and there's nothing SBL gatekeepers can really do to retaliate off of that.
Well, I mean, taking a peek, I mean, Fine OK played it perfectly. Now, again, on the left-hand side, Ratcheteer, Wall is going to be off the mark. They're not going to find anything there. Data remember, again, if he takes a walk the wrong way, he could find himself in trouble. Well, here's the Hui ultimate. They're going to go ahead and go for the Gold Fury sub 10 minutes with no shards of ice available, but they will pick it up. Ratcheteer with a nice pull. And on the left-hand side again, Mango teleports over, uses the Colossal Form, and he is just trying to find a way out at this point.
But I think he's taking a little bit more damage than he thought he would. Data remember throwing out as much poke as he can. Not able to get the kill here, so they're going to be able to pick up that Gold Fury and extendedly a kill for pretty much free.
Well, they'll go ahead and literally swap the couple hundred difference in gold that was going on. Now they're just almost at 1,000 gold and 1,200 experience as SPL gatekeepers find themselves down a little bit. Check again, 2v1ing pretty well. Oh, the pull is good. That is so dangerous from Ratcheteer. That pluck with that abduct is so nice. And then all of a sudden, here you go. Venue's going to run away. Kiki's frozen. Nice wall to go ahead and disrupt 3 of them. Mango's, though, still trying to pursue, but shouldn't really find anything. They're going to have to back up.
Being able to pick up 1 kill, this is kind of the thing we've seen out of Astral Authority previously, where it's just get the pick wherever you can, find a kill. Anything that gets you just a little bit ahead, the more you can stack that up, obviously, the more you get ahead. So at this point, even the 1 kill on the support, it's going to be worth it for them.
Well, I mean, again, this Fine OK, I said Fine OK again. He normally plays these high damaging characters, but he's got all the kills for Astral. So, I mean, they're playing it well, and he's getting himself, he's level 10. He's able to, let's see what the net worth says. He's got 5,900 gold. He's just ahead of the Hebo. So he's maintaining everything that he has to do. And he's got the Stone of Binding, which is a new item in Season 4, if you haven't really noticed. Hovering over that real quick. It's pretty much an item that's going to give you a little bit of magic power, some protections for both physical and magical. But the biggest thing, while we're paused, is that successfully hitting a hard CC ability like Ymir's Freeze will end up giving an aura for penetration of 10 around, which is obviously going to help, do the damage to the tank gear characters like Kiki, and like Sylvanas. So I do enjoy, I think that's a good pickup.
I also like the fact that we see Mango picking up this Genji's guard, especially against the team composition that he's fighting against. For the most part, he has seen Skilladon and he has seen Kiki, both magical damage dealers, having an item that not only gives him protection and MP5 and cooldown reduction.
That's the thing,
when you some of those ability cooldowns as well when you get hit by that damage.
So I think FDOT talked about it yesterday in the SPL. It's one of those concepts where, yes, if you're going against a magical solo laners don't like to normally build magic, especially if there's a physical jungler, because that's what they want to be able to prepare for, double physical. But in this aspect, you kind of fed into what Mango needs, and you're able to give him a magical defensive item because you have a magical jungler and a solo laner. Thus, Genji Guard, again, is a great pickup for him. He's going to get the protections, cooldown, MP5. It's everything that really a Vamana needs.
And it's going to allow him, especially in these team fights, even at the front line, even with Data Remember hitting him, even with Venenu hitting him, Neyrima, Skilladon, Kiki, they all proc that passive. He's going to be up in the front, able to just throw down as much damage as he wants, just causing disruption everywhere he goes. And I think that that's going to be pretty much what Astral Authority are looking for. That's what Mango's role is usually. He's either their healer in a Guan Yu, or he is their disruption in pretty much every other character that he plays. He is the guy who gets in your face and just knocks you up, and that's what I expect to see out of him. We've seen a little bit of it, but it hasn't been as high impact as I think it will be the later the game goes.
Oh, he'll probably get a hide of the Nemean Lion for these 2 ADCs. He's going to go complete counter build here. Wouldn't even be surprised to see something crazy like a Witchblade, whose new passive is if you hit enemies with your basic attack, they take reduced healing, or maybe even a Brawler's to kind of reduce Sylvanas' healing. But somewhere along the lines, I'd imagine Mango's going to grab some things here. But, with as tanky as the characters if you have, Fine OK on Ymir and Ratcheteer on the Khepri, plenty of magical protection and anti-heal items to go around.
And that's actually something I don't think we've touched on at all so far, is the fact that Sylvanas' healing. I mean, late game team fights, you can kind of disengage for a little bit, heal up, and then come back into it. That's going to make at least a little bit of a difference, even if he's not healing for a lot at that point. But the later it goes, the better that heal is going to be, and that would bring SPL gatekeepers to be able to come back into a fight. They could completely lose something like Athos Portal Demon if they get rotated on, but Nerima being where he is and being who he is could potentially revive him as Mango. Gonna get caught out, but forcing the ult immediately. The snipe's coming through, but not enough to get the damage down. And that's just going to be a forced disengage from SPL Gatekeepers.
Well, that's 2 ultimates right there from the side of SPL Gatekeepers versus 2 ultimates for Astral Authority. One of them was the revive from Ratcheteer, so gotta watch out and make sure that the next engage that you have, Astral, is not going to end up resolving in a death, because obviously no Kepriel to bring you back to life. But, you know, again, Mango just kind of disrupting, as you said, making sure the Portal Demon was not taken. 2 ultimates to be taken to not get the Portal Demon and not get that advantage. Why not? I'll go ahead and use my ult, and they're going to find themselves 2K up, near 2K up, about 1,700 to be exact. You know, as again, 2 to 3. Ratcheteer going to try to go in. Wall's good. Freeze was good, but the purification, the beads on Skelly were on time.
Yeah, I like the reaction time there from Skillet. He knew exactly what was going to be happening, so he just popped him before the freeze even came out, just because that's exactly what Fine OK has been going for this entire game. Wall him off, come in, freeze him, then his team just dumps enough damage that they get erased. Predict that, you don't need to worry about it. Get those beads going, he's able to just walk out cleanly. And with Gold Fury up in 1:30 here, we will be seeing that be maybe a detriment to him. He won't be able to get as aggressive as he would like, especially with this blink, but he should still be able to throw out some damage on from Skilledon. So it's up in the air, but SPL Gatekeepers losing that purification might be a little bit too big.
Yeah, I mean, that's 110 seconds now. It's down, and here we go. There's a root. There's the blink, and that time the ultimate was forced out, and that's even more important, to be honest, because that's a lot of damage that's not going to be on the table. Fine OK has the speed buff. Skelly does not. The knockup is good. Here's a shard device. No ultimate to get out of this one. Boom! Mango ends up cleaning up the kill after Fine OK did majority of the damage.
Kiki gonna get walled away, rooted, hold, ultimate coming through, frozen. That is just another clean kill for them. A lot dumped into Kiki to kill him there, but that's gonna result in a tower as well. 2 kills on the right-hand side, and Astral Authority now leading 5-2. There's been 7 kills in 14 minutes of this game, but they have found themselves in a really good spot pushing down this tier 2 on right.
Well, it's just been unfortunate. Ooh, max range grab on the Sylvanas, forces out the ultimate. 3-man root is good, and Kepri's going to have to make sure he's not taking this tower anymore, but it doesn't matter. T2 is gone. That was just a great timing of being able to get the gank going on. Skelly finds himself in a bad spot. Fine OK, or Data, remember, and Famous are in a 1v1, though, on the left-hand side. Here we go. Both beats down. Autos are going through. Famous is losing it as the mini wave is here. Can he get some help?
We see a teleport coming through, though, and that's going to cause him to go back. Veneno in the backline, though. Should be able to catch Famous. He's going to get some autos down, get some damage. The burst, not good enough because Aegis is alive.
Oh, he juked 2 out of 3.
Find it.
He got
they get a tier 1, and they force him out, but at least he kept his life.
Yeah, well, and T2 will not go down as Mango has teleported. Now here comes the other solo laner. He's going to take a decent amount of HP. Oh, man. You teleported, and Kiki was ready, and so was Venue. Well, T2 will go down as Mango lost his life. I didn't think that was going to go down, but it did.
They absolutely just bursted Mango more than I thought they could have. Skilledon now sitting at about half health. And this is another fight. This is going to matter because Gold Fury has respawned. Skilledon going to get rooted out. Some
another
and the
defensive
ult used to disengage.
That's huge. Blink ultimate coming out by Fine OK, and that's going to be a counter blink by Skilly right there. And that's going to, and again, they're making Skilly use everything that he has, and this Hebo is not able to get the damage off. Thus, when they're grouped up in these team fights, they're really able to get the wins. And now Gold Fury is probably going to be forced.
Nerima is in the neighborhood.
Oh, they're spending 750.
They're going to be able to
early
come down
750.
They're going to get in here, but they actually leashed the Gold Fury for a second there. Astral Authority not able to confirm it as quick as they should have, and now they might drop it just because of that.
Oh, there's the wall, but the big circles is there. Oh, SPL Gatekeepers do get the Gold Fury. Now they're just going to try to walk away with their life if they can. The knockup was good. The meditation's there. Kiki just slam jamming in the mid lane. Mango is going to knock him up. There's the Umbrella trying to do some damage. Bluestone not going to be enough. There's Venue just auto-attacking this way. Famous is on the left side trying to chase the Sylvanas. On the bottom side, Fine OK uses the carpet, cleans up Kiki, and now the split is good, and there's the flank.
Data Remember going to be the main target, but Neymar getting pulled is going to fall down. The tier 1 now the primary focus, and this is something that you'll see especially at the high level play. Objectives over kills. Astral Authority knows that. They're going to go for this tower instead of chasing anything down that they could. They're going to trade it out though because they're losing a tier 1 in the mid lane, and I think Mango might be going to rotate on that. I'm not entirely sure what he's aiming for here.
So we'll take a quick peek at the graphs of what ended up happening here. You'll see this this up moment, this sideways moment, then this up moment, and that's the Gatekeepers kind of getting back into the game, especially with that Gold Fury. Then it starts to tail off a little bit, but with the kills, then really Skilly able to get the tower is a saving grace in a sense because it's going to open up the map a little bit more for them and help them. As again, they do end up winning the Gold Fury, but they lose 2 members plus a tower. So I mean, really, it's kind of tough to call who wins that engagement.
Yeah, right now 1,700 gold, 4,000 experience, all sitting in the favor of Astral Authority, and that's kind of been playing a role. Losing that Gold Fury though was relatively big for them. They lost a chunk of a lead that they could have had, and honestly, had they not leashed it about 10 seconds prior to when they lost it, they probably could have burst it down before anybody on SPL Gatekeepers got there. They were so close to having it, but that teleport coming onto Neyrima was really what kind of stopped them. They got too worried about the potential steal, and they lost it all.
Well, I thought Hard CC was supposed to stop TPs. Now, I don't know. Maybe it was just the last second and the teleport had gone through. But Fine OK did freeze Sylvanas, and the teleport still kind of went through. Ooh, the knockup into the pull. Ratcheteer, but the blink by Fine OK into the Suns. This is trouble right here. Menu forced to use his Sanctuary right now. And here comes Sheikah. He's going to get knocked up. Double ulted as well. But the revive is good. He uses his Sanctuary. He might take the 2 tower shots. No, it does go down, and Meditation forced out to keep Sheikah alive.
I like the fact that Ratcheteer used that ult, though. It stopped them from aggressing onto Sheikah. And even though it didn't revive him, it still saved his lives, as right now, Gatekeeper is going to be running down looking for anything, although they're going to stop. And I like the fact they're just going to farm the wave. We just saw Data Remember steal away the red buff, and he's going to be able to put that around on his belt right there. And that's going to give them enough of an advantage. And with this mid tower gone, they're able to put pressure on this tier, too.
Well, these 2 hunters haven't had really, actually none of the hunters have had a major impact. Let's be realistic. 0-2, 0-0, 1-0, 0-0. So, I mean, the hunters at some point in time here were hitting the 20-minute mark. They're level 17, level 16 in the dual lane. But the 2 mid lane hunters, this is where the issue is. If you're going to have hunters in the mid lane, look at how low they are in comparison to other characters. I mean, they're level 14 and 15 respectively. That's pretty low in comparison to everyone else on the board. And they're not going to be as effective with the damage that they're bringing.
And that's going to be relatively large impact, especially because, at least for the side of Astral Authority, Izanami is someone who's very strong in team fights. I think actually the other day when we were talking to Nika, he said that she is easily the best hunter right now. Of course, that has yet to be, I want to say, proven. I feel like Apollo's still up there, but Izanami having a great performance. And being behind, it's going to be a little bit rough for Sheikah here. And that's not just for the fact that he's on Izanami, that's just for the fact that his playstyle is usually aggressive. He likes to be in the fight. He likes to get that damage down. And the further behind he gets, the less impact he's going to have.
Well, Sheikah's going to go ahead and start attacking the Portal Demon, which he's able to do with the... Well, he doesn't actually have life still. There's a freeze. Kiki, the silence again. The Shards of Ice. This is going to be... Oh, he's able to get away. He's too tanky, the Kabrakan, but the wall was wonderful. The knockup gets 3 from Sylvanas. It doesn't really matter. Here's Mango in the Colossal form, just trying to do anything. Famous Hate finds Venue on the front side, and he's got himself a double. Just as I was talking about how the Hunters have had little impact, Famous Hate says, "Shut up, Freight Train. I got you."
And they're going to be able to turn that around. Astral Authority going directly for the Portal Demon, and that is going to give them the ability to just kind of go back. Fine OK actually going to back and spend some gold, then come back in to help his team, who have now started the Fire Giant.
Well, I don't even... Yeah, there's no vision here. There's no wards. They have no idea what's going on. Data Remember just pushing up the mid lane, la la la. Even if he does know Fire Giant's going on, he can't really stop it alone. And actually, Fine OK backing and letting his team take care of it really defends the tier 2. They might have taken a little bit of poke. They're going to lose the purple buff, but I think they'll trade out the Fire Giant for purple buff.
That's something. I mean, Portal Demon plus Fire Giant for your purple buff.
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
think
think
they're
it's okay.
screaming worth. They're going to be able to take
Yeah.
these mid harpies as well. And again,
Ratchet's
I
here is
like the
really
fact
upset. He's like, I don't have my buff, man. Where's my buff?
to hear the rage coming down. And I mean, honestly, right now they're in this position. They're kind of controlling it. 10 kills to 3. They've got now a 4.6k gold lead. Looking to extend that as the Gold Fury is being taken right now by Famous Hate. Ratcheteer making the rotation over. And here comes the rest of the squad. And this is going to just extend them even further. And at this point, they've got control. The only thing that could go wrong is if they just completely wipe. And even then, right now, gatekeepers don't have enough that they can really take off of a full team wipe. They have to win like 2 good team fights here
They gotta
in
win a
order to
lot,
get
yeah.
anything.
Well, I gotta say, I've been proven wrong right here again. Fine, okay, playing this Guardian, he's obviously performed well on the Ymir. He's got 5 kills, 4 more assists, so he's really been a part of 90% of Astral Authority's kills in these fights. So he's been very effective as the leader and the captain, just making sure that the plays are happening. Left-hand side is trying to be defended, but really, this game has gone awry to me for gatekeepers, and it's not that I disagree with the pick. It's just that Skeleton has been forced to use his ultimate, his purification, and his blink in such defensive manners that he hasn't been able to get that offensive Hebo going, and that's been a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, all of the impact he could have had is, like you said, been forced out. Every time he either has to use his ult, his purification, his blink, like he's had to use everything just to get away. And when you're Hobwa, like you need to be aggressive. Falling behind in the position he is, like even though he's up there in levels, I mean, level 16 compared to the 19, 17, 16, and 19 on the side of Astral Authority, he's not going to have anywhere near the impact he would if he had been able to kind of hold up through that early game, keep himself ahead.
Let's see if he can make an impact now. All his relics are up. Blink ulti is available. Let's see if he can make a play. But again, it's going to be on the question of Ratcheteer. The Blink freeze is good. That's 2. Purification down. Fine OK is in a little bit of trouble. The wall was nice to make sure the auto attacks don't go there. The knockup is good by Mango. He gets 3 as he's just running along.
And they're going to continue this aggression. Carpet not going to connect with anybody. 5 members strong, though, under Phoenix. And I like the fact that Astral Authority not ready to fight under here. Mango, though, might get caught out. Going to ult just to dodge the stun. And I'd like to see Astral maybe push down this tier 2 in mid. They're going to be turning their sights towards it. But everyone is rotated over.
Well, at this point, if you're the SBL gatekeepers, I think maybe fighting under the Phoenix is a little bit of a better option. The wall, again, one more time is good. The freeze is not, though, but Data, remember, has to go ahead and get out as he'll dash away. The ultimate by Famous, a little questionable. Ulting on top of himself, not really going to find anything. Could have been used as more of a technique here, but the Frenzy gets popped.
And they're going to continue this aggression right now. Kiki being the front line, getting the stuns. Shots coming out from Venenu and Sheikah getting relatively low. And Data, remember, crashing down, but they're taking a lot of poke. Kiki going to get burned down first. Skeleton now in a bad position, taken out. And Data, remember, with no health. Wall going to be good. The dash might be able to save his life here, but that should be the Phoenix.
Oh, and Fine OK wants the kill badly. It doesn't matter. Famous Hate gets it with the jump. He's 4-0-2. It took him a little while to get online, but Famous is swinging on this Hui right now. And Mango goes ahead and gets himself the 3rd kill, and they'll go ahead and secure the Titan as well. 3 to 15 are the final kills, and 24 minutes and 14 seconds. Astral Authority will take game number 1 of this set versus the SPL Gatekeepers.
You know, any other squad, I might have said that that was a surprise, that it was amazing that they were able to kind of take down the people that are on SPL Gatekeepers. But Astral Authority has been this team kind of towards the top for a long time, teetering on the edge of SPL, and they just haven't been able to push it, and they know this is their chance. I don't expect to see them do anything less than their best for pretty much every game, and that's what I feel like we saw. It was a relatively slow start, but they were able to push that into their advantage, and I mean, Famous Hate, score not found at 404, Fine OK, 7-2-7. Like, they are strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were swinging right there, but that's going to do it for game number 1, guys. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we will be back with the second one here shortly.
as we are walking this dangerous line, and I am watching this world unfold as they are doing just what they're told. I'm left to nowhere, no place to hide, out in the open, like ashes in the sky. I quit the illusion. Built an empire of sound as the bridges were falling down. In the midst of endless time, we have built along this line. Built an empire of sound as the sun was coming down, falling deeper in this dream as we failed to find the scene. Built an empire of sound.
And welcome back, everybody. We are in game number 2 of Astral Authority versus SPL Gatekeepers. We just saw a sub 25-minute game where Astral Authority was going ahead to take advantage in the mid game and were able to push their lead into that late 20-minute mark and take the win.
And they kind of showed a dominant performance. I mean, the later the game got, the more ahead they were. And of course, that's kind of the way you want it to be in Smite. They ended up being relatively untouchable towards the end there. There wasn't much Gatekeepers really could have done except for win 3-4 team fights in a row. And after they'd been losing a few, it just didn't look like they were going to pull it out. And once again, the first ban coming out. I mean, Astral Authority must know something that I am unaware of, but hell, taken off the board.
It's got to be something again with scrims. Maybe they've they've talked. Maybe they scrim gatekeepers as a team, or maybe other people have scrim gatekeepers and they're like, hey, they like to run hell. Because let's be honest, your picks and bans aren't sacred. If you're playing, you're probably getting them talked to about, which is unethical, as some people would say. But most of the time, they're going to get heard. Helen is Nami, though, getting banned out. And, well, Zeus Thoth going to get the boot as well from Gatekeepers. Sheikah, again, has, as most mid laners at this level, have an amazing Thoth, and you don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, the last time we actually got to see him play that, he hit 2-man, 3-man stuns every single chance he got. But as it stands, I mean, Astral Authority going to take that first pick option, and with that, I mean, well, that's not true. Gatekeeper's taking the second pick option, but Astral Authority going to abuse that first pick, and they're hovering over Sylvanas right now.
Well, Ratcheteer again, probably looking to get some lane pressure for the mid. I mean, I'm gonna imagine they're gonna run the same strategy where they're gonna bring the support into the mid lane. So again, this is gonna obviously help get Sheikah any sort of pressure, depending on if he's gonna play a hunter or if he's gonna end up playing a mage this time around. But Gatekeeper is not gonna hesitate this time and says, you know what, Venue, it didn't really work out last time. You running the hunter, let's go ahead and pick up the Giannis, which we know is a staple pick.
And they're hovering over the Serket as well, which, like we had mentioned, I mean, last game that was banned out. She has a relatively large impact. Not only the fact that she can do a lot of damage, she's really great at picking people off in the jungle, but just look at the fact that her ultimate does 100% healing reduction on whoever she grabs here. Take out that Sylvanas, don't let him heal the team, and that's going to take him completely off the board. Or you can kind of abuse maybe the mid lane, especially with someone like Poseidon getting locked in who doesn't have a leap to disengage from her.
Well, it's also going to help out the fact that Serket relies on 2 mobile abilities to get in and out. Obviously, her jump and her death pain are technically mobile abilities, dashes and leaps. So Poseidon's going to have that cripple. Really might end up hurting Serket there, as she's going to have to use the purification to get on out of there. Or, you know, if it doesn't have it and uses the sanctuary, you know, gonna have to worry about that crack as well. Gatekeeper is gonna take a page out of Astral Authority's book, and you know what? That Ymir looked good for them, so they're gonna go ahead and run it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab that in. And this could, again, it's kind of up in the air. This could be a Guardian. This could be the jungle. Of course, with Serket there, I doubt they're going to be throwing that in the jungle, but it has potential in the solo lane as well. So Ymir is still a flex pick at this point in the game. Ratatosker off the board. And of course, right now with Astral Authority, they need a solo laner and they need a jungler. And the jungler is going to have a little bit more of an impact. So I like Gatekeeper focusing down that role.
Well, it just depends. The Astral, I mean, they're going to be banning out here. They're going to get rid of the On Her. Really? Okay, the On Her is maybe they've got a plan. Maybe they don't want to deal with it versus the Apollo. I mean, On Her does have pretty decent lane clear with his Impale, able to kind of head and match what Apollo brings to the table. So really trying to hurt them in that aspect. But they're going to get rid of the Wheelix for the couple of knockups. This is going to lead me to think that maybe Astral Authority is going to probably pick another Guardian in that jungle role. We'll see who they decide to bring, but I mean, with the way Fano K played it last time, I wouldn't be surprised if he brings another, you know, big tanky, high damage dealing Guardian into the jungle.
I like the fact that we see Astral Authority getting rid of all of the ADCs they can think of, any hunter that might pose a threat to this Apollo. And On Her, of course, does sit up there with that clear. Artemis with that early crit, especially when she's able to build into more crit, hits very hard, but Rom still on the board, possibly going to be seeing some montage snipes throughout this game. And honestly, this is going to be, I want to say, a relatively big matchup. Both of them have attack speed steroids. Apollo in his passive, Rom has it as an ability. But Rom is going to be, I want to say, just slightly a better boxer all around. But Apollo should have the better clear for the early game, so that should get him ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really a matter of that clear early on. I think that's where you see all these bans where they weren't worried about the late game Rama as much. Now, if they do end up getting into the 30-minute mark plus area, Rama is going to end up being a factor. Those snipes from Data, remember, are going to make a large impact. But Vivana Cabrakan locked in. So yeah, Cabrakan's going to end up being the jungle. Mango's going to run back to the Vamata one more time. And again, Kiki has been playing these Guardians in the solo lane. I'm going to imagine the Jing 10. That's something that he's done a lot in ranked recently. So yeah, that should be going the way of Kiki.
And we see Mango once again returning, more than likely, to this Vamana, which so far has been impactful. I mean, he had a strong push for it last game, and all in all, we'll just have to see how he can do it again this game as we go into game, with Astral Authority leading the series right now, 1-0. Gatekeepers kind of on their back footing, but they have a really strong comp.
All right, well, once the game gets started, 10 seconds until the minions even spawn right now and get ready to run up as both teams just kind of setting things up. We have one ward placed out here, top right by the Harpies / speed buff area of Gatekeepers, but that's going to be about it. And here again, Ratcheteer and Sheikah going to be here in the mid lane right now and just trying to get this early pressure.
And like last game, I expect to see if Ratcheteer can hit a good early pull before anybody has any sort of disengage. I expect to see some first blood going down.
A lot of missed autos
going through.
The left hand side. Okay, yeah, I was watching mid lane. I guess on the left hand side, Famous is getting a little bit. Actually, both hunters kind of getting. Oh, they're just going at it. Oh, Famous has got the audacity, but he'll miss most of the autos, and Data Remember will walk out.
And this is where I think Famous is going to kind of take the advantage. Right now, he does not only have the health advantage, but of course, with health bots, that's not going to matter long. He has the clear advantage, though, not only because of his passive, but with So Beautiful doing as much damage as it does through the minions, it should be enough to get him. Across the board, though, we actually see, again, these early fire elementals going the way of gatekeepers like last game, and Astro Authority chose to do nothing about it.
Well, it looks like they're probably going to go for oracles, and that might be their priority is backing and doing a buff, and then going to oracles is what they did last time because they hit level 3, I believe, off of this red buff. So we'll see if gatekeepers recognize they did oracles that early and maybe make their way toward it. But you see Famous Hate actually making his way that way, and is he going to go purple or actually? Yeah, he's going to go to purple buff. So we'll see what they end up deciding to do. I'm completely wrong. I thought they were going to go do oracles. They were like, no, we're going to do red and we're going to do backs. We're going to leave.
I like, again, we get to see, I mean, the Bumba's on the mid lane, and this time we see it on both mid laners here. And like you had said, if you're working as a team, if you're going to be sharing a lot of jungle camps, like if you're going to be rotating around with each other and wandering, especially through the jungle, this is going to help them out as Oracle's being looked at and started by gatekeepers this time, and they look like they should be able to confirm this relatively easily, and that's free vision.
Yeah, so this time around, Astral Authority unable to go ahead and secure the other big objective on the map, which is the Oracles, as they lose the Imps as well. So that's going to put them in a little bit of a deficit. Not too bad in as far as that side goes, but really when you look at the whole picture, Astral still has the overall lead. But that's going to go change back and forth as the minions go through here and there. Everyone's still level 4. No one's level 5 yet. No, a lot of kill potential going on. Now, this is the difference. Like, I want, people that are watching, this is casual games. You see a lot of this. It's 2.5 minutes in the game and there's 5 kills on the board. This is what a SMITE game should look like at first. Everyone's kind of like, all right, let's see if we can find an advantage here or there. Find, okay, it's the level 4. Let's move and groove and let's see if we can set something up as the Imps are getting ready to come back up one more time. But as they did last game, they will find the second set.
I feel like I ignored it a little bit, but it just clicked. Fine OK is on Cabrakan in the jungle, which is something I think we've seen previously. We haven't seen it a lot recently, but I mean, a lot of damage, a lot of CC. It makes sense for him to be where he is. He's going to be able to kind of do what Kiki was doing last game, maybe a little bit more impactful because he's in this jungle role and getting that extra little bit of farm, although right now, he's the only level 4 in the game still.
Yeah, I mean, he's working on it. He'll get these back harpies, and he should hit 5 here soon enough, but he does have boots versus an extra starter item, so he's got the full boots versus where Serket has the blue stone online, so maybe the couple hundred gold comes into an advantage as far as a power spike goes, but Final K should hit 5 off this minion wave. He does have to be careful, though, as Serket is lying around the corner. Yeah, there it is. Final K now level 5, so should be good. Solo lane side of things, Kiki and Mango, well, they're just doing solo lane things, hitting each other, losing about half their HP, and then they'll go ahead and use pots.
Use spots, heal back up to full.
Oh, they're not going to heal if Serket comes, though.
Yeah. I was going to force Mango to ult there. The taunt not going to be able to come through, though. And Mango going to be able to heal up here. And honestly, that gives him just a little bit more staying power, I feel, right now, because he does still have his chalice, still has some health pots. He knows Serket might be in the neighborhood, but Serket's rotated over, and those mid harpies are going to be her target. As Neyrima going to get walled away, but it's just not enough really coming out from Final
Ratcheteer ends up missing the ult. That's a big issue. That's going to end up being a freeze. No shards of ice coming through, but the big Kraken Sheikah says, oh, on your booty, boys. I got you with the double kill. He ends up picking up 2 with the Poseidon. Oh, man, Sheikah. You can't jump in there as a Serket, though. That's just kind of unfortunate.
And what happened there, and I want to say this is going to be something we're probably going to see a few times throughout this game, Neyrima, your ult roots you down to the ground, and when you have a Kraken on the other side, that makes you an easy target, and Sheikah taking a big advantage of that, being able to get that kill. Fire Elementals once again taken by Astral Authority. Kiki came into the neighborhood, not able to confirm anything, though, and right now, it is all sorts of advantage for Astral Authority, although Data Remember stealing away a purple buff.
Oh, Famous Hate doesn't want any of that. They're both going to end up using their dashes and roll away. Data Remember, though, does have creeps. He should be able to clear him up, and now both, again, ADCs is kind of slapping each other a little bit. I think Allied had talked about this at one point in time as the Oracles are getting ready to get started back up with Ymir here, not even looking to really contest, is that in a competitive game, taking that 50-50 1v1 in the dual lane is so hurtful if you end up losing it to your team in a competitive game, in a real game. It's not something you want to happen. Actually, on the right hand side, as I'm talking about just random stuff, and looks like Kiki's gonna end up throwing Fine OK backwards, and Cirquette looking to have a field day. But Fine OK is pretty tanky right now. Should be able to walk out of this. Mango's good. Two-man stun is nice. There's the umbrella. Ultimate comes through. Mango is going to die though, as he did not expect that damage. But here's a Kraken from Sheikah.
Now, through space and time was used, though. Sheikah going to have to purify away the freeze, and a nice dodge on the unstable vortex going to allow him to stay at about half health where he is. Heals coming out from Ratcheteer. And while they lost Mango, they were able to return the kill on to Kiki. And honestly, I thought Fine OK was going to be able to turn that around, but he showed the exact reason that a Guardian in the jungle is going to be good, and that is just he is tanky. He managed to live through that entire engagement.
Yeah, he was able to get on out of there. Anyways, as I was kind of saying, losing the 50-50, anytime you're in that solo game and, you're 1v1 in the lane and you do end up losing the 1v1, it's just so hurtful because not only do you lose lane pressure, you're going to end up losing the gold, experience, all that stuff, and then you allow rotations for the other hunter or other player, even if it's the solo side of things, which is why you're not really seeing, those crazy 50-50 gambles as this time around. Gatekeepers will end up securing the elementals. Fine OK wants a little bit more, and well, the taunt was good. Cobra's Kiss is going to make Fine OK just attack his teammates for a second. Ward placements we see around here on the top side, trying to make sure they can catch anybody, as Racketeer has his pull available, but just going to heal everybody up and walk away.
I like Data remembers map knowledge and presence, really, knowing that he has been behind on Famous Hate. He makes that rotation over to start up the mid Harpies just to get himself a little bit of extra experience, because he's so far not able to hold up against Famous Hate, because again, Apollo having that strong clear that he does isn't quite able to do as much on Rom, as Fine OK just blinked in, but did not go for anything afterward. I mean, he used his ult, but he just wasn't able to grab anything.
Well, Mango's now here as well. Taunt's not good. And yeah, as you mentioned, looks like Devo's being started for the Apollo, which is not good. Kiki going to look to spin somebody that way, and it's going to be Fine OK into the unstable vortex, into the poison of Cirquette. And that did not spread. Luckily, Apollo is in the air. It's a question of where he wants to land. And well, he's going to go back into the duo lane of things, as there's no more fighting happening in mid, it seems.
Fine OK getting picked off should be, I want to say low impact, but it's actually really big here for Gatekeepers, just to get a little bit of an advantage. That allows Cirquette a little bit more free roam if she wants to. Of course, backing, healing up, spending some gold, trying to get back into the Skilladon, looking for more of an impact than he had late game. And so far, he has been doing just that with 2 assists right now. No kills to his name yet, but last time he was getting everything forced out. He was never able to make the play he wanted to. This game so far, he has been able to be as aggressive as he wants.
Well, now you know why they banned out the Masada in that last game. And here we go, Oracle's fight happening. There's a 2-man or 3-man knockup by Ratcheteer. And, well, the Ymir should end up falling here. The freeze is good. Famous has no bees. The Sanctuary, though, was available, and he's able to dash away, and he cannot find the last auto attack. Famous, without purification, couldn't get out of there, and luckily was able to Aegis just in time.
Now that Aegis is going to be just enough to save his life, as well as the dash. And something I think we highlighted this, I think, in Friday Night Smite when we were casting for Famous, but we didn't realize it. He has 8 stars
on that Apollo. Yeah,
on that Apollo.
Yeah, I went to the loading screen. I think it's so cool that they added the stars. You get to see like how much a player actually plays a particular god. Famous has his stats on Apollo are no joke. It's a lot of stars, it's a lot of kills, and a lot of wins. This man knows this character very, very well, and obviously has been playing Smite a long time to do so.
And I feel like that's going to be beneficial. Of course, right now he's leading against Data Remember by 1 level, and both of these have been tenured ADCs, especially in like the challenger scene, and being here going against each other. I think this is actually a matchup they have experienced so many times, but with Skilladon in the neighborhood, here. Famous Hate looking to get ganked.
Yeah, and no bees, the mess, though. That's the thing about Apollo. Oh, Cirquette's going to jump in. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and use my mez, and I'm going to walk away as he decides to. And just, again, with no Sanctuary or beads available, that could have been dangerous if Cirquette's able to get the ult off, but able to walk away.
Now, we were talking about counter building last game, and I think we're seeing it a little bit more this game. Kiki picked up the Jade Emperor's crown, which is going to give that aura of 55 units have their physical power reduced within, or by 30 within 55 units, and that's going to be relatively impactful. Not quite so much against Fine OK, but it's going to stop Mango from having as much solo potential really in this lane.
So
and
yeah,
eventually Famous Hate.
Yeah, this item, it's like, oh, it only has 20 magical power. That's not a big deal. Well, when you're removing 30, look at Boots. Boots only becomes a 10 physical power item. You're equal here, as Fine OK is going to get a nice wall, but Venue does have the through space and time available, and he'll go ahead and take portals to the other side of the map because speed buff wasn't where he wanted to be. And this time, though, Famous Hate will fall as Skilly was able to make the gank attempt, and Data Remember gets the kill. That's going to be a trade out, and this probably also be a tower, but in the mid lane we go. Sheikah finds one more.
That's going to be possibly a trade out. I feel like Astral Authority don't have the ability to push down this tower at the same rate that Data Remember is, but he's going to go ahead.
He's backing,
he
yeah.
knows
I think
the
he knows,
rotation.
yeah.
He sees Mango with all those wards up, so he knows better than to stay too far after his welcome.
That's the difference between me and, again, those players. I keep pushing that, and I die.
I want this tower. Like
I want this tower, and I die. Yeah, I want the tower, and I die for it. Whereas Famous or Data Remember is like, all right, look, you guys, I see the wards. They're coming. I'm not going to do this.
All right, you won't let me have my fun. I'll just go back. We'll montage you a little bit later. And so far, actually, speaking of the montages, his snipes haven't had as much impact as I thought they were going to yet.
I mean, we haven't really seen him in fights, yeah. So
late game is really when we're going to see him shine. The Oracles go in the way of Gatekeepers this time. I think Mango wanted to just split them there, but wasn't able to get it because of the freeze.
Yeah, it's always interesting. We saw a couple fights over the Oracles yesterday as well, so they're a nice little tidbit. You only get the vision for a little while. It's a free little ward, and you still see that there actually is a physical ward placed there as well. So, I mean, it's not really a big deal. But, again, it's experience and gold, and they're the second most valuable thing on the map other than Elementals pretty much.
And now with Portal Demons spawned up, Elementals no longer spawning after 10 minutes, so Portal Demon's going to be the biggest thing on the right-hand side, other than the Fire Giant, which most teams opt for the Portal Demon before the Fire Giant just because of the advantage it gives across the map. I mean, being able to teleport you from your base to the middle of the map right into the Fire Giant pit, that's relatively big, essentially giving your team an entire teleport. And having that, it's going to be the main focus. I feel like if we see a fight, it's either going to be over Gold Fury or that, or possibly just on Mango, who's getting a little bit aggressive over here. And Kiki seems to be waiting. I don't know if Skilladon's making his way over here, though.
No, Skilly is kind of hanging around the mid. He's going to make his way to the right as he sees no camps are up. And let's see if he hands himself a tasty of a mana. But Mango's going to dash away. So now it's going to be a question of whether he wants to try to fight the other tanky Guardian in Fine OK on the Cabrakan. But Skilly's just going to put a counter ward here. He'll clean that up, get himself some 50 gold. He'll walk away just fine.
It's interesting this game. Astral Authority has not necessarily opted for no damages. We're going to see a Blink Kraken come through. They actually crippled him, stopping him from going through the portal. And Sheikah,
that's the counter. That is the Giannis counter right there. People are like, oh, Poseidon, how does Poseidon counter Giannis? And people have asked that question before. You just saw it right there. Whirlpool cripples. He cannot walk through portals if he's crippled. We do see a TP. Kiki is there on the left-hand side. No Sheikah Kraken available, but Astral still gets the Gold Fury. Here's a Shard of Ice, but the Ymir is stuck in place. As you said, Mango cleans that one up. A couple kills plus the Gold Fury going the way of Astral. They find themselves up about 3,000 gold.
I was just going to say that they have a few tanky frontliners and that they were sacrificing a little bit of damage for that as opposed to what we'd see on the side of Gatekeepers. But keeping themselves alive, that's going to be enough. And they're able to now not only get those 2 kills, get the Gold Fury, they're going for this tower. And Famous Hate just went up into the sky. He's going, they know about the portal. Yeah. They're going to be making this rotation.
Well, again, that's the thing. The ward vision will give it to him, and Mango's going to be there. Famous Hate's here now. The Mez is good. Their space and time, though, is better, and that's going to do a lot of damage. Portal Demon's still being attacked right now. Who's going to get it? Red team does. Gatekeepers have a way back in. Skelly ends up cleaning Famous on the rotation. They don't even get the left-hand tower as the support and Sheikah are here. Will they even find this tier 1? As, again, Ymir, that's really not good. I mean, they stopped. They didn't even stop the Portal Demon.
I liked the thought. I liked the rotation. I thought it was.
It just wasn't executed. Yeah.
But yeah, it just didn't happen the way they wanted to. And I think honestly, it wasn't even their fault. I think it was the fact that they saw it. They saw 2 people on the Portal Demon. Gatekeepers
through space and time changed it.
And through space and time changes everything. Everyone kind of able to collapse over there. Mango going to fall down in the right-hand lane, and that's going to be another tower. Actually, the first tower here going to be falling in the entire game. I thought at least one had fallen already, but that is going to be the first one to take it down.
Well, 15 minutes of the game, 6-5. Read the kills. Astral is ahead on paper by a little bit of gold, but realistically, experience, they're down. And now Sheikah in the mid lane was forced to Whirlpool to kind of make sure he had a little bit of disengage, and he's at a half HP. Has to be careful he's not going to get frozen here, as Venue will have the Unstable Vortex available. There's 2 members, though, on the right. Kiki is just kind of chasing him on this Xing 10.
Now we're going to see a nice ult come out from Ratcheteer to try and get the disengage, but 4 members coming down. They're finally going to fall back here, although Serket, yeah, going to use that jump to get over the walls, turn back. It was kind of trapped there, but that's going to result in a stolen blue buff as well here, and that gives a little bit more of an advantage. And Gatekeepers this game are holding on a lot more than they were last game as the taunt going to come out, and FineOK finds himself in kind of a bad position.
Well, FineOK forcing out 2 purifications. He gets the stun off on Venue, gets the stun up on Skilly. The pull is good, but that's Kiki. That's a tank. You're not really going to be able to kill him, my friend. Their space of time is going to be an exit for Kiki. The wall is good, but the blink says FineOK, hey, I still want this kill. The tremors are shaking. He's going to get a couple, but the freeze is better. There's a Kraken Whirlpool combination. FineOK gets thrown into the tower. Mango has to take it, but the full shards of ice are going to do damage. Mango finds one. Rama finds another. Sheikah is fall.
That's going to be a 2-for-1 trade right now. They're trying to find Data Remember with a roll. Might be able to keep him alive. Mango not able to find the Umbrella rank, but getting the slow on the Nehrim on the 3-man freeze should be enough to save them. They still want to chase down Astral Authority going deep. Ratcheteer and Mango, they're tanky enough to do this. The question is, will they have enough damage? They find Nehrim, but Venenu has rotated back in. Serket is here. The taunt is good, and that should be another kill for Gatekeeper. Skilladon going to fall down to Famous Hate.
Well, there's all this tanking of the towers in a tier 2 when it's not even up. The damage is good. Famous is able to go ahead and survive with a little bit of life steal. Well, not a little bit. He's got 75 stacks of Devos, and with the Wisp, he's able to go ahead and survive. And now they'll go ahead and take out the tier 1 towers. A TP attempt was coming from Kiki. That will not happen, though, as Famous, again, will try to walk away. Ratcheteer might be the victim of Data Remember, though, but Famous is here for his support. They're trying to fight. Astral Arrow's doing more work as the body blocks. The pull misses. The Unstable Vortex is good. Sanctuary gets popped out. Famous is in trouble, having to roll away now. The lifesteal can't do too much, my friend, and Kiki ends up getting the kill.
Now, Ratcheteer should be out of here, and that is the problem. I saw what Famous Hate was doing, but that was a perfect showing. Rom, the minions are there. Throw those astral arrows. They're going through everybody. He's still hitting Famous Hate, while Famous Hate is just unable to hit his target. And that could have gone their way with the rotation coming out. Gatekeepers respawn.
It's the power of astral arrows.
And that is just an unfortunate circumstance for Famous Hate, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the power of Rama. That's really... when he has his 5 arrows up and he has that passive fully available and you're able to go ahead and get those shots, it's devastating, especially when he gets crit online late game. I mean, it's just so annoying to have to deal with getting crit twice through your back line and shooting the arrows through. But, you know, when he doesn't, he's a little bit more vulnerable in that aspect. But this was an example of he has his stacks, he has everything going on, and able to do a lot of damage.
That pluck not going to be good quite from Ratcheteer, not going to be able to grab Venenu there. And I feel like Venenu knew that was coming. I saw like his pathing, just walking into the jungle, get as far away from the Sylvanas as you can to stop that from happening. But Skilladon looking to be collapsed on, Blink going to be good. Sheikah attacking Ratcheteer a little bit, but the heal should be coming out, and ultimately it comes to naught.
I don't really know about that blink, but okay. He blinked just a taunt as Data Remember looks to be starting Goldfear about half HP, and Apollo sees it as he's in the sky.
Yeah, Apollo going to be coming crashing down in the minion wave, though. Just enough presence from Famous Hate to stop Gatekeepers from really aggressing on that. But Mango now in the middle of 4, going to get rooted down. Unstable Vortex doing a lot of damage. Skilladon going to throw out that ult, stopping him from healing and doing some of that tick damage. And that is going to be his death.
Wow, okay, Mango falls. FineOK has to get meditated out. Does not hit the stun. And, well, there's a Vamana in the sky on my screen, sadly. He's just there dangling. Kind of funny on the spectator client. Big knockup's going to be there. There's a wall to go ahead and kind of separate the teams as they'll get knocked down from the Big Ymir club.
Right now, I feel like that was just bad positioning. Like, really, Mango was just too aggressive in the mid lane. He didn't have enough vision, really, from his team and information on the map to be where he was standing. And they collapse on it. The Gold Fury being started up. FineOK going to blink in. Going to take a lot of damage, though, and gets erased off the map. And now with 2 members down, it is really up to Sheikah. Kraken coming down. Data Remember going to be taking some damage, but still with 5 members, this Gold Fury looks like it could be theirs. And with Kraken down, there's a lot on the board. Gatekeepers could potentially continue this fight.
Oh, they're going to look the back instead. Now it's going to get swapped again. I mean, this is going to be devastating if they lose this. You can't keep this game back and forth going. You have the Sylvanas for the heals. Ratcheteer can obviously keep everyone topped off. Everyone is already, so he's more or less topping himself up. But now Kiki's going to blink on in. Does he have anything available? The Whirlpool's there. The Gold Fury gets reset one more time. Autos from the right. Mango gets frozen. He takes about 3/4 of his HP. Data Remember, he's forced into ult to it. Now Skilly's here. He's going to ult on top of Sheikah, who's going to end up using the Sanctuary. Make sure he doesn't take any more damage. Doesn't matter. He falls. Mango gets the return kill. The snipes are happening, but won't find anybody. But the poison spread. Triple kill for Skelly because of the Circuit. Famous is forced to run. Wow, the poison.
Was if you are a Circuit, that is
That's the dream.
play. That was the dream.
You're dead
for
and you get a
Skillet
triple
on.
kill. Like, yeah. Okay, Famous.
I'm a little flabbergasted. I mean, Famous going to be able to pick up 1 kill, should trade out his life here, and the Gold Fury going to fall down there. Data, remember, going to try his best, and it looks like FidoK should fall, but he comes back, he picks up a couple kills for his team. That is a deicide, but he was able to fight back.
I'm still the poison spreading right there. I mean, as you said, that's the Circuit dream, and now the Portal Demon is going to be the objective. Data, remember, level 18, going to be swinging pretty hard. Not going to have an issue taking out this guy. Let's take a quick peek at the graphs. Now, things are kind of turning around for the SPL Gatekeepers. Era looking to make an advantage, and with this Portal Demon / Gold Fury that just got taken up, even though they lost some members, still going to be an advantage in their favor. They're up about 2,600 gold and 5,600 experience, looking pretty good.
I'll lose as many members as you want. You know, Skillet is feeling very happy, and honestly, like, just one play like that can change the atmosphere for the team, right?
It changes the momentum. Yeah, it's just like, oh, crap.
Brings you happy. You're like, hey, wait, you know, not only did we just win this fight, we got a Gold Fury. I was like, I just got a triple kill at Circuit when I was dead. Like, you feeling yourself on that one, and I expect to see him very happy. And honestly, Gatekeepers right now sitting up where they are, finally taking the gold lead as well as that experience lead. And with the Portal Demon on their side, taking that away from Astral Authority, they just have the distinct advantage overall.
Well, with that triple kill, plus the Portal Demon, plus the Gold Fury, that gave Skelly enough gold in hand to buy a Deathbringer, so he's going to be critting pretty hard at this point in time with Deathbane and his enhance if he's able to get those off, especially with that passive. I mean, look for Circuit at this point in time to be swinging for the fences. As let's see if we can take a look at player damage. Circuit actually 4th on the team. Rama, Data, remember, number 1 at 15,000 almost, and then here comes Famous at 2nd. But really, Famous and Sheikah, the only 2 doing a lot of damage for this team.
Yeah, and that's something I was kind of pointing out earlier, the fact that they have these frontliners. Oh, we'll be transferring away, so this is going to be the last little bit that we'll see here on SMITE Game. But if you want to continue watching, you can tune in at twitch.tv/tiermonster as Famous Hate getting taken down on the left-hand side. That's going to be the tower. And even though he was having that impact and that player damage, he's just not having the impact. Again, late game ROM.
Well, again, we appreciate you guys stopping by on High Res TV. Again, SPL Get Ready to start. We're going to move to the Challenger scene on Tier Monsters Twitch. So again, stay tuned and watch for us there. And so FidoK and the crew are just kind of trying to farm things back up. The Gatekeepers have kind of made their move, and again, they're pushing up these lanes. They've got Astral Authority spread out, which is obviously not what they want to do here. Gatekeepers doing pretty good job of pushing up all the waves, and on the right-hand side, Sheikah, well, he cracking, he tried everything he can, but Kiki and his 2 friends were here, and the Tier 2 tower will end up falling as well. And again, the split is so important right now. They're not able to get anything on their feet.
And this is something, again, I highlighted earlier, and I meant to finish this statement a little bit ago. They grabbed 2 Guardians and another frontliner. Really, they just don't have the damage. As much as Cabrakan can output, it just isn't going to be enough to really make up for what we're going to see, again, out of this Circuit. I mentioned that earlier. As the game has gone on, FidoK is tanky, but tankiness doesn't get your team kills. Tankiness just keeps you alive a little bit longer as they chunk you down. And so far, I feel like that has really been where it is. FidoK not having the impact, and really the only people on Astral Authority having any sort of strength right now is Sheikah and is Mango.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Sheikah is a monster at this point. He's doing a good job. Mango doing his job as well. Famous Hate is, he's doing work. He's got a Hasten Fatalis online. We'll see if that ends up helping him with his attacks. But when you look at the counter build here, look, Rama's already got a Deathbringer online. He's got his crit. He's working on his 8-pointed Shuriken, which probably will be a Wind Demon. I don't know if he's going to go into the Poison Star. Haven't seen too many Poison Stars since the nerf, obviously, last week. Again, the decision will be his. But without any crit online, Famous is going to be losing a lot of these fights, and that's going to be an issue for Astral.
I feel like Famous right now, especially just by the look of his build, he looks like he's going for the tank and the tower killer. He wants to be the guy just kind of autoing, getting rid of Kiki, getting rid of Nerima, and ultimately, if they can win a team fight, he's going to be the reason that they can take down a Phoenix in no time. But at this point, he's still sitting behind. I mean, level 19, Data Remember has actually surpassed him. Earlier, he was behind. Now he not only has that advantage, but like you said, the crit. Boxing matches between the two are going to go in favor of Data Remember. And Famous Hate, he's become that utility. He's what you would want in Apollo if he's going to be split pushing, but that puts you down a member. And at this point, it's just looking like they're backing up. They're not entirely sure where they want to go, I feel.
They got to find a pick at this point in time, and it's got to be a pick on either Serket or Rama. I mean, it has to be those two characters. They both have Deathbringer. You cannot take a Deathbringer crit from Rama. You cannot take that from Skelly either. It's not going to be good for you, even if you have Retrotier's healing. The bottom line is you're probably still going to die. So taking out one of those two characters in a pick is very, very important. Now they're looking to do it. Blink in. Data Remember half HP, but he's going to get Portal. Fine, okay. Gold Fury Leash. Knock up on Ratcheteer, or knock up for Ratcheteer is good, but it's only on the tank itself. And now Kiki went to the other backline. Here we go. Serket gets the taunt, and there's the Death Feint into the ultimate, and that's going to be Jake. Actually, Mango ends up getting the kill, but Sheikah fell.
Now Sheikah falling down there. Kiki gonna fall though. Data Remember getting low. Famous Hate finally able to find those trades.
Those hasted Fatalis.
Get that. Now Veneno gonna get chased down, taking some damage. The Aegis gonna be good for a little bit, but ultimately falling down. And that is the perfect fight that they wanted. This should be a deicide as they chase down Nerima. They're gonna go for it. And honestly,
Hello, 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 and welcome once again to all of you beautiful people back at home. My name is Taco, and as promised, today we're going to be getting into the NA's part of the spring split for Season 4 SPL. Now, I know a lot of you guys are looking forward to all of these roster changes that we've seen coming out from the side of North America, so let's go ahead and take a look at all of those teams that are going to be competing for today and this season of SMITE. As you can see, we got a pretty interesting Game 1 coming out where we get a good look into Team Allegiance versus In Memory of Gabe, which I'm looking forward to in particular to see how Snoopy, Walrus, and the rest of that crew are going to manage against Weekend, Polar Bear Michael, and the rest of the team. And overall, it should be a pretty exciting day considering, like I mentioned, the roster swaps, if anything, are going to really give a good insight as to whether or not teams are managing to find their synergy and, most importantly, find their wins in today. And so, without further ado, guys, I know you're really looking forward to watching these games unfold, and so am I. So here's Hindu and Toli to bring you more.
Hindu and Toli.
I'm here.
She forgot your name already. She's been here less than a week, and she's already forgetting your name, Toli.
They gotta learn
You
today.
gotta fix that.
She gonna learn
You
today.
gotta fix that. You better pull out the chest hair and the chain. Then she'll know. Hi everybody, welcome to the cast. Once again, we're going to be having, obviously, ALG versus Memory of Gabe. Memory of Gabe made it up through the relegations to get to this point, and ALG, same team that we saw at Worlds, except Stealth replaced with Met Yankee in the mid lane. How are we going to feel about this transition, Tony?
I think it's interesting because obviously going from a hunter to a mid, it's a little bit different because it's not necessarily a plug and play. You have to have a lot of synergy with not only your support, but also your jungler as you're going to transition from going into the mid laning phase into the jungle camps, clearing it out with the 2v2 or the 3v3. So Met Yankee already practicing a little bit with Weekend. We'll see how that translates in the first game of North America.
Let's go into picks and bans and see how this one breaks down then. ALG will be second pick, so they're going to get an option to have to ban the big boy stuff. Mainly Toth is what we're expecting more than likely here, Toli.
Sometimes some mid players will prefer the Toth, others won't. In Memory of Gabe, though, they do have Heroine that they have to worry about on Team Allegiance's side, so they're going to take the Toth away, but they also have to worry about the Giannis. Every single time Memory of Gabe has Heroine playing that Giannis, it's always detrimental to the enemy team.
Well, iMog are looking here at taking away shots at Weekend with the Thanatos and the Circuit ban as well. Looking to focus on the jungle, early game start. Circuit very good in the early game with the Blue Stone Pendant. Same could be said for Thanatos.
But the thing is about Weekend, his god pool is so diverse. He'll play these assassins, but he's also not afraid to pull out the utility warriors to set up his team. Time and time again, before when Stealth was on the team, he's been preferring to play those kinds of support junglers to be able to set up Stealth. But now that it's Met Yankee, he's electing to go for the Ratatasker, but it is also Cyclone Spin in that solo lane, and that could be a flex pick.
It really could, and is an army as well. It is a flex pick from Mog as well, because they do have Heroine in the mid lane that's run it before. Snoopy would be quite happy to run that in the Hunter position as well if they need be, but we have seen Izanami more dominantly on the side of iMog being run in that mid lane.
The most important thing about Izanami is her level 1 through 3. The clear is just too quick to handle, and that could give you a little bit of a spark heading into the jungle right off of clearing the wave. It doesn't matter if it's mid or in that dual lane.
Well, Wheelix picked up early from Memory of Gabe here already. I was going to go over to Sinoshaw, one of the newest additions to the PT side of things. Obviously, he played a lot on console last year, now transferring to PC and being picked up by a team that, like iMog, with these players on this team, shows that he's got some ability here.
And the fact that he picked up the Willish at this point before Team Allegiance really revealed their hand in terms of disrupting any initiation, because obviously Ratatasker and Zeus, there's no tools in their kit that a Willish can pull. Only having the Sylvanas for the knockup as well as the Willish Moonlight Charge is going to be able to set up herself. So it's a very confident pick coming out of Sinoshaw, and I really respect that coming out of him.
Well, they do have the Sylvanas as well to go alongside that now. That's going to help them out a little bit for setup potential of their Gravity Surge potentially as well, and also take it away from having Team Allegiance get that with a Zeus as well, which is so dominant and so strong in the push.
Absolutely. Kabrakan being locked in for Team Allegiance is going to have a little bit of control here with that ultimate. Sylvanas could be a very easy target. You catch the Sylvanas in that ultimate of Kabrakan. Zeus is going to follow up with a lot of damage from there. This could be another target where you're trying to shut down that Guardian before those defenses come online.
Well, Allegiance have done their homework there, banning that Vulcan, expecting maybe that Izanami is going to be in the mid lane for Hurrywind here. And last time we saw that, it was Vulcan being played by Snoopy in the duo lane. So they're aware Snoopy's got that. You know, most of these players in Allegiance Allegiance have seen Snoopy back in the day when he used to play the Hunter role and pulled out some of these majors.
Season 0, Season 1, Snoopy pulled out the Vulcan. Back then, it was a little stronger where the range of the meatball was a little bit further. It also had a little mini stun, but either way, still a powerful force to be reckoned with. Deserves the respect band. Medusa for Allegiance, Ra for Memory of Gabe.
And that Medusa now, obviously, is going to have decent wave clear, got a little bit of buff before the start of season, at the start of Season 4, and it's actually maybe made it a little bit more meta. Don't forget her Lacerate as well. Also reduces healing by 50% if she connects. That could be detrimental to Sylvanas, Ra, and Vamana as we talk about sustain. And finally, it's Camazotz as the final pick.
Very aggressive lineup here out of Team Allegiance between this Cabrakan, Razhasker, and Camazotz. This front line doesn't necessarily have all the appeal in the world, but it just screams aggression. And knowing Weaken and Cyclone Spin, this is probably a strategy that they've been practicing and develop, and they want to replicate from old AFK days, old Envy days, where they used to heavily lean on that soul lane. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case for Team Allegiance today.
I think that's going to be the case with him. Yeah, it looks like they're going back to Cyclone Spin as the hard carry for this team to begin with. We'll see how that works out. But Memory of Gabe, gone for the sustain option here. Obviously, we said Sylvanas and Ra, Vamana as well with that. So it's going to be like team fights where Memory of Gabe look to heal up afterwards if they can, and re-aggress after that, just having superior staying power in these engagements.
I think there's a ticking time bomb for Team Allegiance to take advantage before the sustain really comes online for Memory of Game. So like we mentioned before, who's going to be able to get the momentum early on? Is it going to be Weaken and Cyclone Spin, or is it going to be the heavy sustain comp coming out of Memory of Gabe? Also, this Vamana is going to have a little bit of difficulty because of the anti-healing from Medusa's Lacerate. It's going to be trouble once he goes into that ultimate form.
Yeah, very true indeed. And Memory of Gabe, I'm just looking at the laning phase of the duo lane here. More than likely, Sylvanas is an army together, and they're going to be up against Medusa Cabrakan is what I'm expecting here. Sylvanas is an army definitely going to outpush Medusa Cabrakan in the early game here, and then could look to invade. We saw some interesting starts over in Europe yesterday. I wonder if North America have anything spicy in terms of where they're going to begin the game.
There's a difference between these two duo lanes, like you mentioned. There's more clear on the side of Memory of Gabe, but there's also more burst damage coming out of Team Allegiance's duo lane. The Cabrakan himself will do enough damage to be able to really get Sylvanas low enough. Medusa can easily follow. Whether or not she connects on the ultimate, whether you're looking at her, the slow as well as the damage is going to be good enough to maybe find a kill onto the Sylvanas.
Yeah, very true indeed. That duo lane could be very interesting, especially depending where the mid laners start or if the supports actually start in lane. We have seen some supports rotate to mid if they've got a negative lane matchup at the beginning of the game and just let their Hunter 2v1 and try to get a more dominant force in mid to control their own
We've
jungle.
seen so many different starts for every single team out of Europe as well as in the relegations. So it's interesting to see North America, first game of the day, Memory of Gabe versus Allegiance, especially on the side of Allegiance. They always come up with something spicy with their start of how they want to really start off the pace of the game.
Well, let's get into the game then and see exactly where everybody's going to go. Cyclone Spin is going to be on a potential hyper carry here. It's not really known as a hyper carry, but the amount of sustain and damage you can do in a team fight on this Camazotz, very strong. And look at that. He's gone for the Sunder start is probably the first thing to notice.
This is going to be pure aggression, leaning towards Cyclone Spin with that Sunder. Weaken's definitely going to be camping that lane very heavily, wanting to shut down Walrus because this is a god that he's very comfortable with. The Vamana is something that he's pulled out before in the group stage lands. He's been performing excellently with it, and honestly, this is a guy you have to shut down in the early game because you have a double assassin composition out of your solo jungle, and if you could shut down a warrior, he's not going to be tanky enough to really deal with you later on.
Definitely always interested in the support starts as well, because that's the one that's more flexible than most as the season progresses here. You can see Ionic on the Sylvanas has gone for just Watcher's Gift. No boots that you used to see, because instead he's decided to go for the Oracle wards, which is going to allow, the Oracle Chalice I should say, allows him to place 2 wards every single time, as well as multi-potions for that extra little bit of sustain that he's going to need. And he's also starting mid lane.
It's very important for him to start mid lane with that Chalice. He's going to be able to rotate, place a ward aggressively wherever he wants to. Off of clearing the mid wave first, that both mid and support is going to start the right side mid Harpies, but there could be a little bit of contention here coming out of Allegiance. They were able to out-clear in Memory of Gabe in the soul lane.
Well, but look at the start as well. We can start on the left-hand side, destroyed the red buff, took the red buff as well, and waited for Snoopy to push the lane in. Now he's chasing Snoopy down through the jungle. Snoopy's not getting any help right now. Mobility is definitely a factor in this one, both around the same movement speed, so he won't be able to catch up, but a lot of poke damage onto Snoopy there that's going to slow him down and allow Oceans a bit of free farm in the dual lane.
Something that Izanamis aren't normally used to is a jungler showing up to your lane right off the get-go. Snoopy forced to go into the dash, immediately a level too, of playing it very safe. And with that wave being pushed in, it can't really contest the purple buff, has to stay in the lane, cannot lose that about 125 gold, so has to sacrifice the purple buff instead while the red is being taken.
Polar Bear Mike started on the right-hand side, and now after aggressing onto the blue, looks to fight Cynosure as well. Cyclone in a bit of trouble here, but at level 3, he should have all his abilities to be able to escape and play this relatively safe, but a rotation from the rest of IMOG is on the way.
Whirlwind and Iana coming around the corner. The slow is good. Onto Cyclone Spin. He has the Thunder still to be used. We're going to get pulled out of the tower. First blood for Mark Maloney.
Good rotations coming out from IMOG there from the mid lane and the support as well to make sure they can get to this fight. I like the idea that Allegiance started off with here, trying to mix things up, put the jungle in a different spot than the speed buff, but if it doesn't go right across the whole map, you'll lose the speed buff of your own like it's just happening here.
You know, I thought we saw every single possible start imaginable for Season 4 thus far, but it just
There's
there's more.
There's more.
There's always more, especially on the side of both of these teams being very creative. Weekend is always looking to expand and be a little bit creative. In memory of Gabe, it's such a solid, cohesive team that they've always been developing strategies from the get-go.
I will say IMOG have done a strategy that we've seen before in terms of the start overall. The only difference is probably the build of Ionic in terms of Watcher's Gift and the multi-potions. However, what Allegiance did here is they planned to get all their lanes ahead, but it put Weekend behind. That was the only problem with doing this start. He was still level 1 after clearing red buff and didn't get any extra farm. The jungler is behind in this composition by doing it this way, but it does get his lanes a little bit stronger.
Yes, and this is something that Weekend is known for doing. He's always willing to put himself behind as long as he can get a specific player ahead. And in this position, they're trying to get Snoopy a little bit further behind Oceans. Obviously, Izanami has great lane clear presence, but he hasn't been having the opportunity to just effectively 1v1 Oceans at this point, so he has to play it very safe and very carefully.
So for the time being, the only goal difference is that first blood overall, and IMOG did invade the speed buff as well, so that's the only difference in this game. The farming up process is still going to continue for now. Obviously, all the buffs in the jungle on different spawn timers now. You can see red on the side of Allegiance is coming up soon, speed on the side of IMOG is coming up soon, just based off where the jungler's got this at the right time.
Memory of Gabe was able to take away the speed buff earlier on, but they did lose their purple and red, so it's a little bit of a trade-off that favored Allegiance. However, that first blood onto Cyclone Spin is going to be very problematic. The knockup pulling outside the tower, going to dash into safety for a little bit, even getting level 5 to get into the ulti. What a turnaround!
Weekend did so much work in that fight, knowing that gank was coming. Cyclone Spin barely survived, didn't have beads there, that's why the nice little play from Vermona and Cynosure came to account, but Horrywind as well did clean up Cyclone Spin with a snipe as he was trying to back to base as well. 2 for 1 now on the scoreboards. 1 for 1 trade in that little skirmish overall. Nice little plays from both teams.
What a well-positioned ward underneath the Fire Giant pit, able to help Heroin find that kill onto Cyclone Spin, trading 1 for 1. So now Cyclone Spin still not able to really catch back up to Walrus, still a level behind. And that was a great play coming out of Memory of Gabe, finding the knockup under the tower, pulling Cyclone Spin out of the tower, but making sure Cyclone Spin jumped on the wave, finding that one hit to get level 5, going up to the sky, buying him a little bit of time was so crucial to his survival.
Well, nobody's actually gone to Snoopy's dual lane on the side of IMOG anyway, and that's allowed him to actually still get a lead in this lane up against Oceans as he's getting to free farm these buffs. We just saw him steal away the red buff from Allegiance as well, and he's going to get both these camps here, pick up another red buff, and get a little bit of that wave if he's lucky at the end, at the tail end, and continue to stay ahead of Oceans.
Surprising that he's able to be left alone like this because of all the pressure into the solo lane now. So we could see more aggression in the 1v1 side of things, especially with Snoopy having the red buff. It's going to be a nice little power spike to be able to clear the wave and look for a little bit of pressure onto Oceans, especially with that second ability of Medusa being on cooldown. That should scream for a little bit of a timing window for Snoopy.
Great from Allegiance. This is a real timing window because they know IMOG were looking at the same, debating the speed buff. They've sent so many members over there. Now they're trying to rotate back into defend. Gold Fury at half health. Good ultimate coming out from Ionic to buy time. Weekend in the sky. Ducks down on 2. A lot of trouble for Ionic. He's going to fall.
The snipe from Heroin finding Weekend and another member. 3 members dead here from Allegiance. Cynosure finding that one. Ionic is the only member currently that sacrifices life, but it's definitely worth it, especially if they find a 4th.
So many. 4 dead, and the Gold Fury still stands as well, and they stole the speed buff on the right-hand side, and the only one left alive is Cyclone Spin, and I don't think he could do a whole lot against this Gold Fury here. He has his ultimate available. It gives him free damage in the air that they can't do anything back against. He could look for a steal. How will IMOG play this?
He's going to try. He's going to want to find maybe a kill onto onto Snoopy. He's going to get into the ultimate, but he can't really spot him out. Trying to find him. Uses the second ability, finds it. The damage over time will be credited with a kill, but Gold Fury goes in the way of Memory of Gabe.
Still not worth though for Allegiance. However, Polar Bear Mike is back and looking to charge down with Cyclone Spin in support.
Nice, Drew.
Down through the middle lane comes Met Yankee as well, but Polar Bear Mike just can't confirm that stun onto either target and continue the chase. That all worked out well. I think overall, Tolly, I think it was Allegiance that were just a little bit slow on that Gold Fury call, or didn't have anyone zoning was the real problem there.
They did not have the burst quite yet. It's only a level 7 Zeus. Had the Dynasty played him, doesn't have shoes to the Magi finish, doesn't have the penetration necessarily to get off a lot of damage. Had he waited until shoes to the Magi had been complete, more magical power, more penetration, easier to really confirm, especially once the Zeus is level 9, the Detonate's going to be able to really chunk it down. On top of this, it was very risky for Allegiance to even start this. When you're dealing with Hurwin, his snipe can not only confirm the Gold Fury, but he found 2 kills with that one ability.
Very true. I think Allegiance misinterpreted where the whole of IMOG were there, because I think they thought they were all going to go to the speed buff, but they realized something was up when nobody from Allegiance was in that area. They got to the Gold Fury in time. Turns out in IMOG's favor for the time being. Sanashore doing good work in the jungle as is Hurwin so far. Big staple, big important game for Sanashore to get off to, and his debut in the Pro League.
So far, so good for Memory of Gabe after that 4 for 2 in the end. Finding that Gold Fury, extending their lead slightly here, almost 2,500 at this point. Almost 8-minute mark now. We'll see how Allegiance is able to really bounce back from this, because Ratatasker onto Weekend is not a guy that he really wants to be too far behind, especially against an Awilish coming out of Cynosure. Not too much pressure out of the soul lane any longer, though.
That's true. I was going to say as well, I mean, we expected to see Weekend camp this solo lane a lot and have support from Cyclones, support Cyclone Spin from the get-go, but it looks like IMOG recognized that could be a plan coming out from Allegiance here. So instead they send Cynosure over there, and he's doing the same thing here for Walrus, helping him to just consistently keep Cyclone pinned back.
I think the original game plan was to have Weekend kind of sit in Snoopy's lane for a little bit longer, and then as soon as Weekend rotated over to the right-hand side, Memory of Game knew exactly what Weekend's game plan was, and they found the counter rotation instantly, and I feel like that's kind of deterring his game plan from what he really wants to do, and as a result, it's all Memory of Gabe controlling the right side of the jungle.
Cyclone in a bit of trouble here on this right-hand side, forced to ult defensively. Speed buff still alive for now, but 2 members of Allegiance have already started it up and will secure it, but Ionic going to get a very early ult off there as well, looking to try and set up something onto Met Yankee, but Walrus and the team just slightly out of position for that to happen. Allegiance defend their speed.
Weekend still grabbing his speed buff, and I like the fact that Cyclone Spin uses ultimate during the Vamana dash. He did not want to get pulled by Cynosure, and then recognizing the fact that he was half health, there wasn't going to be much survivability from that point in time. Great use of mechanics by Cyclone Spin.
Got to keep an eye on Snoopy though, because he is getting a lot of free farm. I said this before, that IMOG are not rotating to this dual lane at all. Oceans is doing a good job of trying to keep pace. His build's going to take a little bit longer to come online here, as he has gone for the Transcendence on this Medusa. It's a big power spike, Tolly, but it does take a warm-up.
Absolutely. 50 stacks is going to take a little bit of time. You get 6 stacks per wave. It's going to take a couple of minutes there with 30 seconds per wave, but either way, he's setting himself up for the team fights in the mid game. So this could be a position where Memory of Gabe with Snoopy at level 12, he could back, look for that second relic, and then continue to put pressure onto this dual lane while Oceans is still level 10 without that second relic.
Polar Bear Mike round to the left-hand harpies here. They have spawned, but he's looking around the corner to try and catch someone. Lazy back in the moment is Ionic, and he might get pinched in the mid lane here. Bit of pressure onto him, but Sanashore coming around the corner, and Hurwin wasn't in base yet. The snipe is beautiful, and it's poor old Polar Bear Mike that dies instead. Great pull from Ionic. Cancelled out by the beads of Met Yankee, but here comes Walrus.
Walrus is here, but Weekend is here to zone for a little bit longer. The rotation from Oceans finds Walrus. Snoopy now making the rotation. Met Yankee in a little bit of trouble. Snoopy having to retreat under the safety of his teammates. Cyclone's been doing a lot of damage going into the sky. He wants blood.
He does want blood, but they do get back to the safety of the tower. Obviously, the healing from Hurricane did help them out with a little bit of bonus protections there as well. But IMOG kind of pinned back here under the tower, waiting for some more sustain, as Allegiance can head into the jungle, look for buffs, or even the Portal Demon.
Ooh, this is a risky play coming out of Allegiance. It's only Weekend and Cyclone Spin starting it up. It's almost at half health, but by the time the rotation from Cynosure and Snoopy here, it has to be reset, and this could give a little bit of an opportunity for Memory of Gabe if they really wanted to start up that Portal Demon. Instead, with that speed buff up there, you have to always be on rotations with your own speed buff.
Yeah, I think Allegiance there missed a bit of an opportunity. I don't know whether they realized the speed and blue were up on IMOG's side. If they did, I think they would have taken that one instead of that Portal Demon. It would have easier secured some buffs a little bit quicker to take and get away from the danger.
Better safe than sorry, for sure. Legions could have had that opportunity, instead electing to go for more of a home run kind of play. Would have given a little bit of gold there, 150 per player off of that Portal Demon, which is a nice little spike considering the fact that they're still down about 2,500, almost 3,000 gold heading into the 12-minute mark. At least they're not letting this bleed from Memory of Gabe just really snowball and skyrocket out of control.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just think the experience difference between the two is also always something to look at to see who's got the level leads overall. And Snoopy is the one that's standing out to me already in terms of that. I've said it a couple of times already, but the level lead on someone like Izanami can really come into play. Ocean's, like I said, keeping track, but here's a bit of an engagement. Pressure onto Ionic. Weaken in the backside, though, going to keep 4 members of IMOG busy for now. But his ultimate was used there, as was Polar Bear Mike's. That's a net win for IMOG right now.
Especially with the sustain out of Memory of Gabe between the Ra and the Sylvanas. This is what they want. They're going to bait your cooldowns. They're going to use the sustain just to wait it out a little bit longer, and then they're going to go again, just like they're doing here.
Well, the Oracles are spawning at the same time. Mike is watching this happen, as is Met Yankee. Met Yankee has the Zeus ultimate available, still only level 11 though, so no secondary relic coming into play for most of these players in this little Gold Fury attempt.
Walrus still zoning out. He's not going to have the ultimates on Polar Bear Mike for the cage, but nice little pull, forcing out the beats out of Ocean. So a little reset because Cyclone Spin's on the back, basically being a distraction.
Got left alone and everybody was turning their attention to Cyclone. The attention distraction from Cyclone was perfect, and it allowed them to pick up a free kill onto Walrus, who was just left in the big baby form to be chunked down.
He didn't have the winged blade. He doesn't have the health quite yet to be able to be tanky to resiliently defend himself. But now Herwin looking for the snipe steal, but the reset is on.
Looking for the fight, and Yankee's got a good ultimate there, as does Ionic. The snipe from Herwin takes out 2 again, and now Polar Bear Mike's about to fall on top of that. Cyclone looking to clean up Herwin in response though, as Met Yankee is dueling with Sinosure on the other side, but Met Yankee's losing that trade big. Cyclone's just trying to pick up the pieces, make these trades semi sort of even, and try and get him back to safety. But Snoopy and Ionic, they're going to clean this up, and it's a deicide the way of IMOG, and a Gold Fury as a result.
5 for 3 after Walrus has respawned. Second Gold Fury definitely going in the way of Memory of Gabe after this. It's going to extend their lead to beyond the 4,500 gold mark. Great play by both Snoopy and Herwit, because Snoopy hit a double ultimate, and then that set up with the silence from that ultimate, basically set up Herwin for his own double snipe for the second time in a row this game.
It did show the combination that IMOG really have here. The Sylvanisol into the silence coming out from Snoopy into the raw snipe, because when they're in the air, you can position the raw snipe and the dark portal underneath them, pick up some easy kills. And they were on point. That turned the fight a lot, because those two did not make an impact in that engagement at all.
This is going to also allow Memory of Gabe to really continue the farm and the pressure. Looking at Snoopy's level, 15 versus Ocean's 12, and this is going to be problematic. When a Hunter gets to the late game before your Hunter does, this is going to be more team fights, so you have to worry about it. Now your soul laners aren't as tanky as they're really prepared for. Whenever the Hunter is higher level than your soul laner, you know something's wrong.
Well, this is to do with previous seasons as well, because Season 3, Season 2, it used to be about a level a minute is what you were looking for on the scoreboards to show that you're keeping pace with how fast you can really farm. If you get above a level in a minute, you're having a good time. Snoopy's about a level and a half ahead of the minute curve right now, as we're at 14 minutes and he's still farming up right now. He keeps this pace, we may see more teams start to transition to leaving them alone. Steal does not happen, it goes the way of IMOG, but now there's a bit of trouble here. But Sinoshore's already taken Cyclone Spin out of the engagement. Great walls coming down from Polar Bear Mike, but Weaken's bursted down instead. Yankee returns the favor to Horrywin though, and you can see Walrus just standing on the front line there, being a bodyguard going, hit me! Just to give his team a moment to buy time to get out 2 for 1, and the Dark Portal going to IMOG. This is all good stuff for the newcomers to the SPL.
Another small victory for IMOG. Being able to secure that objective is just going to snowball their lead a little bit further. There's not much really for Allegiance to take advantage of the fact. Ooh, a nice little blink for
Sinosure.
Not really wanted to die that with a Ionic right behind him, as well as Snoopy. Sinosure playing it really safe. He finds the beads, and that's going to be the opportunity for Ionic now to go in and find the root pull ultimate combination.
All right, on the right hand side, Walrus under a bit of pressure here, but Mike's not going to get there in time. Just go back to that little engagement you saw from Sinosure in the mid lane. He traded his blink for the beads of Met Yankee. You can see the cooldown of those 2 relics there, just showing that it's definitely a small win for IMOG overall, just because extra 30 odd seconds for that ability to be up again, for the blink to be up and the beads still to be down.
It's all about the timing windows out of SMITE. You trade a shorter cooldown for a much longer one. Very safe, calculated play coming out of Sinosure. finisher. This is something that we expect to see out of him, despite him playing in the console scene in the last couple of splits. He's also been playing a lot of high competitive games in ranked before in the PC days, and now the fact that he's combined with Walrus, Heroin, Ionic, and Snoopy, this has been really showing off what he's capable of in the SPL.
It's been a stable climb for iMog in this first game of the SPL in North America so far. They've kept Allegiance pinned back pretty much from the start overall. Was a first blood trade-off that was interesting, but now they're looking for picks in the mid lane, looking to pressure down the tower slowly but surely, and we might start to see this sustained group start to happen now they have established a good lead.
That's what they have to do. This is the timing window that we were talking about during picks and bans. Ionic's level 11, Heroin's level 14. They have a strong sustain, making sure that this mid tower has no possibility of staying up.
Well, Chainline and Detonate down, so iMog might look to go aggressive. Instead, his Polar Bear Mike is going to get a good ult off Ionic. Ionic in a bit of trouble here, knocked him in the sky after an ult in response. Don't hold down that hit Mike, but Mike Yankee will clean up Ionic. It's a 1-for-0 exchange so far. A lot of ultimates used, though, in that engagement.
That Zeus ultimate was so devastating for Gabe. They couldn't really save Ionic. With the ultimate from Kabrakan creating that buffer zone, everybody had to play so far back. And even with the sustain between Heroin and Ionic, as well as the meditation from Ionic, it wasn't really enough to keep him up at this point. Still not as tanky as he would like. He does have Reinforced Greaves, the Sovereignty, and the Hardwood Amulet, but still only sitting at level 11.
Do see a second Sunder coming online now as well. We saw at the beginning of the game, Cyclone Spin started off with that Sunder, but now as well, Walrus has picked up one in response too. Although, I've not actually seen Cyclone really use that yet in an engagement. I've not seen it be, impactful, maybe once.
Not quite yet, but on the side of Walrus, this is a nice pickup for him because the fact that Polar Bear Mike during the Tremors is going to be a stationary target, making it very easy to find that guaranteed Sunder, and then every single cooldown, every line ability cooldown between Heroin, Snoopy should be able to really blow up Polar Bear Mike.
Gold Fury is about to spawn in 30 seconds. Oh, hurry. Oh, hurry.
That's the worst feeling.
Don't talk about that. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. Shh, shh, shh. Gold Fury, though, about to spawn in about 25 seconds time still. So keep an eye on that one, especially if this tier 1 tower goes down here. iMog do have an opportunity for themselves to try and pressure the Gold Fury on top of it.
They already found the 2 Gold Furies earlier on. They know the timing of it, so they should be able to really look for some advantages. Walrus is going to continue to out-rotate Cyclone Spin here. He's going to reset the buff timers here on his mini-map, as well as looking for the proxy wave, but he's not going to look to take it. That would have been a good timing window for him to get that farm between the tier 1, tier 2, and then look for the rotation underneath as the Gold Fury has respawned.
Now with that Gold Fury spawn as well, obviously we saw Heroin accidentally use his beads there. It may put iMog on the back foot in one respect, because they would like him to have that both relics available for this Gold Fury contest, but at the same time he was very lucky that Allegiance did not have a ward there or vision of those beads being used. So to Allegiance's state of mind, his beads are still available.
Zeus is going to be very careful here about wanting to get engaged on, but Memory of Gabe starting up the Gold Fury. Snoopy's going to tank it. It's already taken about half health. Has to really reset with Ocean's, Polar Bear Mike, and Med Yankee right around the corner. Ionic looking for some sort of engagement around the corner. Could look for a pull, but still just going to start up the Gold Fury. Play it really slow as Snoopy's clears out the left wave.
A very, very important Gold Fury for Allegiance this one. They can't give this one away, otherwise the gold lead will really stretch to an almost insurmountable situation. Gold Fury now down to half. A lot of damage from Snoopy, who's at max range here. Reset his force by Yankee just throwing out the shield there for a moment, and Weaken's in the sky. Not sure if they recognize that, but Weaken's still up. The Gold Fury's been pulled by Allegiance. He's going to hit 2, but the snipe from Heroin goes through. Allegiance get the Gold Fury. Yankee's ultimate is good. Ionic's follow-up is there as well, and Mike's in trouble off the back of this fight.
Taking a lot of damage. He's going to be the first victim. Med Yankee's getting chased down. Cyclone Spin in the back, trying to find Heroin yet again. Misses 2 out of the 3. He's retreating under the safety of his own team. Meanwhile, Walrus and Snoopy find Med Yankee in the other side of the back line. So despite losing the 3rd Gold Fury of the game, Med Yankee and Polar Bear Mike is going to take a spill, which is going to allow the sustained composition out of Memory of Gabe to push down this mid lane. Should be able to find tier 2.
Really good work actually from Simon Shaw and Ionic in that fight to protect Heroin to the best of their ability as well. Continuing to protect the back line as 2 more were aggressing. Very important to keep you topped up and allow the sustain from Raw to still make an impact to get them a tier 2 and to back the gold. We're still over 5,000 gold in the lead for iMog now.
Tier 2 tower just absolutely melted, and now Memory of Gabe, they're not done yet. They're going straight for the this Portal Demon's going to get absolutely melted. The Raw Ultimate even still available. Very short cooldown for that ability. Securing that objective, still skyrocketing their lead to 6,000 gold. Now, they lost their tier 1 tower on the right-hand side, but definitely worth it in the end, making sure they got that tier 2 tower and they got the Portal Demon. Now, talking about that last engagement real quick, the way Memory Gabe started it up was actually well calculated because they had Snoopy go on the left-hand side of the wave, cleared the wave first, and then start up the Gold Fury. Now, the problem was after Oceans made that rotation and then looked to clear the wave, go back to the Gold Fury, the fact that Weekend went up into the sky forced a reset, but the damage has been done on the Gold Fury, which is what allowed Allegiance to pick it up and clean it up for their first one of the game.
It was a good cleanup, and now they're going to tier 1 tower on the right-hand side thanks to minion push. They're not going to look at the Fire Giant now. They recognize that over on the left-hand side, Oceans is still farming away, so they have man advantage. Ionic gets a 3-man ultimate off there after the blink. Polar Bear Mike's the focal point target. Very low on health, but he's still alive for the time being. Walrus may be able to clean that up. Weekend, meanwhile, dumped onto 4, but left alone as they were all focused on dealing with Walrus, chasing down kills. The tier 2 tower falls as well. And once again, IMOG 2 for 0, I should say.
That sustain is insane. Look at that. They're all topped off. They just dove a tier 2 tower, finding 2 kills for free, essentially. And now it's all up to Cyclospin, Med Yankee, and Oceans to defend this Fire Giant attempt from Memory of Gabe.
Couple less ultimates available this time, though, for IMOG to use in this fight. Horrywind has the snipe to secure this Fire Giant if he needs it.
That's
Oceans
all they need.
being looked at by Walrus, forced back as Cyclone Spin meets Sinosure for a second. Fire Giant's getting very low. Hovering in the sky is Cyclone, looking to steal this one away. Fire Giant goes the way of IMOG, and Cyclone will fall. Walrus, meanwhile, body blocks to high heaven and sustains back up.
22 minutes into the game, Memory of Gabe have been controlling so many objectives, only losing 1 Gold Fury, finding all the Portal Demons, finding the first Fire Giant of the game, and now they have 9,000 gold and experience respectively, so they're looking to really close this game out, especially once they go back to buy, spend that gold in hand, and then look for the remaining towers on the left-hand side, making the Titan a little more vulnerable.
There was definitely a lot of questions coming into this cast totally about IMOG and into the season, about how well they will perform at the higher levels now. We saw them in relegations, they look really solid, but a lot of people in the community basically sat down and went, well, these aren't top tier opposition. Allegiance can be classed as one of the top tier opposition. They did go to the World Championships, and they're holding their own here, IMOG, and if not, giving us even better than they get in.
Team Allegiance is definitely a top tier team, but they're a little bit wild and unpredictable, so you never really know which Allegiance you're going to get at any given day. They have the potential to be one of the best teams in the world, and then other times, if their strategies and early aggression doesn't really work out, then we see games like this, where Weekend's 3 levels behind, Oceans is 3 levels behind, and they can't really get the ball rolling because the strategy of Memory of Gabe, I don't even really necessarily see a weakness or an empty hole that Allegiance could have exploited once the team fights occurred.
Well, right now you can see them sieging down for the final tier 2 tower on the map. Keep an eye on the Eonic's consumable tab there. You can see he's got the Frenzy Ritual available for himself. It's going to boost his whole team's damage by an additional 25%. That's going to be very impactful. One of the first rituals we've seen in North America so far. But for now, it looks like IMOG just want to kind of hang around, push the lanes in first of all, before they start trying to siege up for the Phoenixes, especially with the Fire Giant still under their belt for a little bit longer.
2 more minutes with that Fire Giant. Gold Fury responding in about 30 seconds. This wouldn't be a bad opportunity to strip away some buffs, look for the Gold Fury, spend more additional gold in hand, look for those 5th items to be complete. Almost a 6th item on the side of Snoopy, sitting at level 20, trying to finish off more than likely that Deathbringer. So that's going to be a huge power spike if that's what Memory Gabe is waiting for.
Bit of patience coming out from IMOG, really. Walrus going to hang in the mid lane, though, just to create attention for Allegiance to focus on. Need to watch his positioning, though, because if he steps too far forward, they can burst down that big baby. But now the lane on the left is pushing him once more. IMOG setting up again. Keep an eye on the blink that's available for Eonic to go in with. He's been the initiator a majority of the time.
Walrus is now going to rejoin the group. Weekends in the sky, looking for a target. Going to land onto Sinosure, forcing out the bees, and with the damage from Ocean's ultimate, that's going to find a kill.
Good play. Now Walrus is in trouble as well. He's going to fall down. Oceans is really swinging to high heaven on top of this. Now 2 kills already the way of Allegiance, and it's actually IMOG on the run. Cyclone trying to close the gap with the ultimate more than anything else, trying to slow them down. Has to be respectful of the damage he took there, but Polar Bear Mike will continue to chase them out. It allows Weekend to push mid lane here, and the rest of Allegiance are going to continue the chase.
BBM still has his ultimate. He's going to trap into Ionic, but Snoopy should be able to break him out in time for the rest of his team. Ionic's going to regroup with a sustain a little bit. Chain Lightning, though, is going to catch Snoopy onto 2 stacks. Should still be fine, and this gives a little bit of a breathing window for Allegiance now. They managed to defend their left side Phoenix. They're going to find their second goal Fury of the game, and that's going to cut the lead to less than 9,000.
It's an important goal Fury there. It's an important defense on the left-hand side. IMOG knew what was going on. They saw we can go up. They disengaged, but they didn't recognize the danger he was in, and he got picked off for absolutely free. Turned it into a 4v5.
It made sense as to why Walrus was between the middle Phoenix and the left Phoenix, but for Sinosure to be there, that was a little questionable. He needed to just stay in the backline and wait for the engage from Weekend to happen before he aggressed too far forward. That ultimate, the global pressure that Weekend provides, finding multi-knockups, is not something you want to be a part of.
Not a game-changing event with what happened there, but it was a very good defense from Allegiance. IMOG still in control. You saw the Portal Demon just go the way of IMOG as well, as Snoopy picks that one up. So still in a comfortable position here, IMOG. Allegiance just have to do this a couple more times, maybe around the Fire Giant defense now, to try and make this continue on and get their way back into this game.
Looking for the late game builds here. Snoopy finishing off his Deathbringer, still working on that 6th item now is going to be Oceans. Still sitting on Death Toll once he sells that. It's going to be probably working for Deathbringer of his own. He does have the Rage complete already, so this is the late game form out of these Hunters. You cannot position yourself too far forward where they're just going to get free in hands on you.
Now I'm looking at Yankees build as well. Obviously, we've not really talked much about builds so far because the action's been pretty packed with objective control and focus rotations like Weekend is doing now at this tier 1 tower. But Spectral Armor on the side of Met Yankee here was one of his core items early on for extra physical defense. We've seen tanky versions of Zeus's before that's just going to absorb the damage and try and give it back. But he is lacking a bit of damage now because even though the player damage says otherwise, because he's doing a lot in these engagements, it's still not as much of an impact as we may have liked.
But lacking a player is Team Allegiance as Memory of Gabe gets a 5-on-4 on this Fire Giant, even using that Frenzied Ritual from Ionic earlier on, bursting that down so quickly, barely able to catch the tail end of that one. So having to defend against another Fire Giant squad out of Memory of Gabe with the sustain that they already have, they're going to get even more with this late game buff.
Keep an eye on Cyclone Spin though, and the Ritual tab again. You can see he's got a Frenzied Ritual for the side of Allegiance this time as well. The Power Spike will help out his team on defense again, and if IMOG make the same mistake they did last time, Allegiance could turn it on his head and then punish them further than what they did last time with just a Gold Fury in response.
It has to work out because Cyclone Spin only has 4 completed items. That's a huge investment to try to defend this Phoenix. Not going to be as tanky or as damaging as he wants, but
in the mid lane, coming to the backside, looking at Sinosure and Snoopy again. Forces IMOG to retreat as Walrus on the forefront is fine, but Met Yankee's ultimate did not do enough damage to bring down IMOG. The sustain of the Fire Giant as well as the sustain of the gods is going to heal them all back to full.
That's all Gabe needed to do. Bait out those 2 ultimates like they did earlier on in the game and then heal up and re-engage. Now they have nothing to really worry about. Walrus is going to go into the ultimate, going to go make sure he zones out. Ritual has been popped by Cyclone Spin. Snoopy take a lot of damage.
But a good ult from Ionic will get him out of danger. Cyclone in the sky looking to get away as Weekend goes in trying to still kill Snoopy, but he's turned around and his head is IMOG collapse onto the rats. Bring him down, and on top of bringing him down, they'll get the Phoenix as well.
They found the right side. They're not feeling too confident quite yet to go for the end. They want to make the Titan as vulnerable as possible. It's still a 5-on-4. They have Fire Giant for another 2 minutes. They found their second Phoenix. This has to be do or die here for Allegiance. They cannot allow this third Phoenix to fall uncontested.
But with only 4 players to defend, it's going to be very tricky for them to stop IMOG taking the final Phoenix and making this a very, very difficult game to come back into now. It's very difficult to tell you that any team ever comes back from all 3 Phoenixes down. Very rare.
The percentages is probably less than 2%. I want to give a rough estimate. So I'll give a Gandhi stat of about 1.62% chance that a team will come back if all 3 Phoenixes are down.
I actually think that 1.62% is the correct amount as well. You're not wrong. Gandhi will confirm that is correct. 1.62% if all 3 Phoenixes are down. 20-11 now, and IMOG looking to take game 1. The first game of the North American Spring Split this year in Season 4.
And this is a very strong way to start off this 2-game set for Memory of Gabe. They showed, both teams kind of showed their hand now as to what they really want to do. Obviously, Allegiance is very unpredictable of what they want to do, whereas Memory of Gabe is more stable, more consistent with their strategies. Walrus getting their comfort pick, all comfort picks across the board, I would would say, for Memory of Gabe.
Just want to call out Horrywind here, as the rest of his team has gone for the group buffs of the frenzied ritual for each other. Horrywind's like, no, boys, you can buff me. I'm a buff myself with my potion of might and make sure I do more damage. So
that's a lot of frenzied rituals.
Shouts to Horrywind for not helping him out.
That's a lot of frenzied rituals coming out of Memory of Gabe. They're going to make sure that if one person for whatever dies, they're going to be able to find the second one, or they can basically use it for the whole team fight, as long as they coordinate and call out the timers of it.
You've got boost power. That's what's going to be available for IMOG right now. Blink currently available for Ionic. No meditation available for another second, but if we're looking for the right moment, basically just waiting for the minions to pour in from left-hand side and mid as well. Right-hand side's been stalled a little bit, but there we go. 3 as well as a snipe. Only Cyclone's been taking a majority of the damage, but Polar Bear Mag's down on the front side. Falling back at IMOG for a second here, just waiting for the minions to come in. Now it's a 4v5.
And this should be game with the Ocean's ultimate is going to force out the Aegis out of Horrowwind, dive in the backline, Cyclone spin, but it's not going to matter. Memory of Gabe finding game number 1 of this 2-game set. What a clean performance out of Memory of Gabe.
It was pretty solid from the outset. I liked Allegiance's starting strategy there, where we sent Weaken to the duo side and took red buff. I thought that was an interesting start. I don't think it was necessarily bad on that start, but in the end it didn't work out because they still lost engagement across the map.
It just felt to me that that Allegiance wanted to kind of lean onto Cyclone Spin with the double assassins between the Ratatasker and the Kamazaz, but that really necessarily wasn't the case because they were too worried about Snoopy on this Izanami. The pressure that Weekend had in the beginning of the game was good, but it wasn't really enough to get Oceans that far ahead, and in fact it was Snoopy that was consistently 3 levels ahead once the mid-game got around.
So if we can start on the left-hand side, do we expect to see Allegiance do something different in their picks and bans or take things away from IMOG here?
They should be able to look for a composition that's going to burst down the goal fury. If they're going to lean on that dual lane, you got to make sure that you fight fire with fire. We saw Memory of Gabe having that raw for this objective secure and the multi-man snipes, which found some double kills for Heroin, which was great. But the Zeus ultimate and the Detonate is good, but the snipe from raw is a little bit better, quicker.
Solid play from Horrywin in the mid lane there as well. Those snipes were really on point for the most part of that game. Thanatos and Thoth banned out so far, as well as Sir Ket by Allegiance. Priority to Sir Ket this season, it seems, from North America, at least for the first set of the day. A lot of focus onto her.
Surprisingly enough, we saw Team Allegiance ban away the Thoth and the Giannis, as Sir Ket was actually banned from Memory of Gabe away from Weekend, so it's Weekend's not priority to necessarily take Sir Ket, even though that is kind of his logo with the wings.
But it appears North America value Izanami very highly there with the ban there over the fact of Sylvanas was up and available. Polar Bear might get a lock in the Sylvanas for himself, more than likely here as well. And it's now over to Memory of Gabe, where there's still a few things available here.
Smart transition from Allegiance between Game 1 and Game 2, recognizing the fact that Ionic with the Sylvanas, once he got Blink especially, was very problematic to deal with. Taking that away could also set up now for Mad Yankee to play the Zeus effectively, because Zeus without Sylvanas is just not as effective. Having to rely on Weekend to always set up the Zeus ultimate was good, but it's easier when you have a Sylvanas.
Well, last game we saw Memory of Gabe go for a very teamfight orientated composition around sustain and survive in these engagements. This time it looks already with the Giannis Ratatoska drafted, they're going to show they've got more style to themselves with a more mobile cross-map rotations available to them early on.
Because of the fact that Giannis was available and not having the Sylvanas, there's no point to realistically run Sylvanas. If you can't run Sylvanas in Raw, you might as well take the Giannis for the global pressure, complement that with the Ratatasker, and look for some side lane pressure.
I think this combo could be quite nasty, though. The Isis Susano is not something we really saw last season. The Isis wasn't really around at the same time as Susano, but those two together at the start of Season 4, if you think about the amount of control at level 2 these two have, as well as damage output, that's a very nasty composition.
They have high base damage, great, decent scaling, as well as their cooldowns being relatively quick, so they could both go for some cooldown reduction and look for picks, and which is why we see a very defensive mindset coming out of Memory of Gabe for Ionic yet again. Playing the Khepri. He likes the Khepri, he likes the Geb or the Sylvanas. You can't really shut him down at this stage of the game.
Do we expect Susano to go to Weekend as well? Or could be a flex to Cyclone?
It very well could be for Cyclone. He has played it before. Once Susano was first released into SMITE, he has been practicing that very consistently in that solo lane. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's a flex pick, but it should go to Weekend here because of the synergy paired up with Isis.
Well, a lot of focus in the counter bans from Allegiance there, the second banning phase on Vermana and Hercules hitting Walrus here. So Walrus looks like he's going to default over to the Sun Wukong, very safe pick over in the solo side of things. And I think Wukong maybe a little bit underestimated so far this season. I think we may see him rise as time goes on.
He's very good once he hits level 7 and above. Making those rotations can really shut down the mid laner, but it's going to be the Cha coming out of of Team Allegiance. Not a god that I'm normally used to seeing out of Cyclone Spin.
True.
I don't expect Chalk to go into Weaken's hands at all either, so it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to transition into the solo lane.
If this was any other team, you'd be Chak solo, Susano jungle. But you can't be guaranteed here when you're watching Allegiance. But then look at this. Snoopy's going to pick up the AMC.
With this defense from the Capri, with the Rising Dawn, probably having Meditation as well, it's a great idea, especially considering there's no global pressure really out of Team Allegiance. The Radhuskers on the side of Gabe this time, so it's a lot safer for Snoopy to run this kind of a hunter.
And then as well, I actually think Capri and Moose and Cobb will outpush Sylvanas Ram at the level 1, just because like the bees that will get thrown out from Moose and Cobb is a little bit quicker than the auto in hands that Ram is going to have to fire here at the start of the game.
Definitely the right mindset to have coming out of Memory of Gabe. So it is actually going to be Cyclone Spin with the Chalk, still going for the very aggressive relic choice onto the Sunder. It didn't really help him out, I would say, during the early laning phase. So I would have liked to see him get the teleport, because once he did get picked off twice, he lost a lot of experience by not having that teleport.
We'll see what he does this game. The two supports going for similar things this time round, though. Bit of a trade-off here, because the Ionic last game went exactly the same build you can see Ionic's got now. However, Polybear Mike did start with boots and potions instead, but now he's going to match what Ionic did in terms of consumable choices, except he's gone for health potions over mana regeneration, which is quite interesting to me. I'm surprised he didn't go for multi-potions just for a bit of sustain from both. He's relying a lot on not spamming his abilities too much and making sure he conserves some mana, and the Watcher's Gift, of course.
He's probably expecting to take a lot of damage between Cynosure and Heroine, so it's not a bad idea, especially when the sustain out of Sylvanas is not really that much to bank off of, having to play it rather safe than sorry.
Bit of a different start here again. Mike in the mid lane with Met Yankee looking to invade the speed buff. Meanwhile, you can see it was Cynosure and Hurrywin started in the mid lane, and now with the push power for Imog's dual lane, because Ionic came to the dual lane with Snoopy, they can go into the jungle and look to strip away the red or the purple. On the right hand side though, speed's being taken and blue's being taken by Allegiance here. So far, I'm favoring Allegiance with how this is going.
So far, but look at this, Snoopy with the red buff. He's going to be able to pick up the purple buff, so it's going to be eventually 2 buffs for 2 buffs, but look at this. The speed buff wasn't actually taken quite yet.
Hurrywin nearly got caught there with that, going through that portal for a second. That portal was just ever so slightly off his target for Ionic to pick him up. Otherwise, I think we may have seen a very early beads coming out there from Hurrywin back to the safety of his own half of the map. Elementals now going the way of Allegiance too, as well as the right-hand Harpies going the way of Allegiance, and they've still got their speed and blue buff available. This start for Allegiance is a lot better than Imog's, just based off how much experience and gold you can see the differences.
I'm surprised though Allegiance didn't elect to pick up the speed buff. They just kind of like let it on to be on the ground. Weaken is sitting in the laning phase without a speed buff of his own. He still has a speed buff that he can grab on his side of the map. It's just a min-max issue where if like you have the mobility from your passive, why wouldn't you pick up that speed buff?
Hang on a second, this could be a great call in response from Imog, looking to start the Gold Fury, knowing Allegiance are all on the right-hand side of the map here. With the bees and the dot damage coming out from the dual lane power, they're going to sneak at Gold Fury early on and actually take a lead in this game.
And that's really important in Season 4, because the Gold Fury has a worth more value than Season 3 previously. Season 3 was about 100 gold per player right off the bat. Season 4 now is 150 per player. So this is really important to get early Gold Furies. It's still going to have the same amount at the later stages of the game, capped off at 350 per player. So getting off to a great momentum, Memory of Gabe.
And it really shows the difference of having a whole team on communications together and being able to do all these interesting starts that have twos and throws. There's no correct start right now, you know? There's benefits to each start, but there's also counters to each start the teams are trying to work out. Eventually, it'll find its footing and everyone will play the same way, more than likely, but there's always people looking to reinvent.
And this is why I feel that the Gold Fury side is the more important side to really control, unless you're finding kills, that is, on the soul lane side, because that Gold Fury is very easy to take out. The gold value is really important to take advantage of in Season 4. And with 4 buffs for 4 buffs on both sides, Memory of Gabe having a little bit of a lead, not too much at this point, about 600 gold now. Snoopy, though, level 6. Ocean's not even level 5 yet.
Not even level 5 yet, because Ocean's has just been left alone. He didn't have any jungle to take like Snoopy did last game when he was in this situation. Instead, he's just going to continue to farm on his own. He will slowly get ahead here, though, if we do see more rotations coming out from Ionic to support Snoopy in this lane. As long as Ocean can just continue to farm, he should be able to even this back up. But look at what Snoopy just walked back to lane with at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, thanks to that Gold Fury.
The Transcendence being finished for Snoopy. He's going to have more mana, more MP5, more damage heading into the early to mid-game portion here. And that's going to be problematic for Oceans because he is a Rama that wants to get into the late game. He wants to max out his steroid and then look for the boxing exchanges, where Snoopy, he's going to clear the wave and then look to box you, making it more difficult to really get the gold from the waves.
Well, we've got to switch across the map here as once again Allegiance are going to invade the right-hand side of the map. IMOG, meanwhile, have invaded the left. They're going to steal the red buff as Allegiance get the blue, and now the speed on top of that one. They don't get as much as they would have liked, IMOG, there, as Allegiance did come out of that trade better, as the purple hasn't spawned just yet.
Not quite yet, but Snoopy still applying a lot of pressure onto Oceans with these tower shots onto those minions. That's 25 gold per melee minion being denied to Oceans. That's going to eventually separate the gap largely enough where Snoopy can really run away in this 1v1.
Not often you actually see an Amusan Carb in the Pro League. If you've not seen, there's loads of little interesting facts about an Amusan Carb as well, such as he's one of the only hunters to attack left-handed, which is one of the first things. Your basic attacks come out your different hand, which makes it feel very odd most of the time and can throw you off a little bit.
It feels a little different than most hunters, obviously, but with a player like Snoopy having the mechanical prowess that he has behind him is not familiar with it, rather, is something that I'm looking forward to saying. He is always going to be hitting those in-hands, whether it's coming from the left or the right.
And on top of that, he's going to have the bees hives to actually go down, allow him to get a bit more mobility, a bit more attack speed, and some sustain as well can really help out with that as time goes on. With the Transcendent stacking already, though, his wave clear is just one ability and walk away. He can play this very safely or very aggressive, knowing that Oceans is going to take a little bit more time to clear each wave.
And you could tell that Memory of Gabe is inside Allegiance's head because they're basically getting away with this Amusan Cobb pick for scot-free. Weekend has been focusing on that solo side for so long that now this Amusan Cobb is level 8, still no pressure.
But in the sky is Sinosure. They're looking for a pick on Oceans. Sadly enough, though, Oceans is just playing this very safe. You even saw the space and time fired there as well from Hurrywind in the mid lane. They were really looking to be precise there and pick off Oceans as a nice little group. Unfortunately, that's 2 global ultimates that are down right now that Allegiance could try to exploit to get back into this.
About 70 seconds remaining on those 2 cooldowns. It wouldn't be a bad idea for Allegiance to start grouping up and look for a play, maybe finding somebody out of position. It could also be onto Walrus, considering the fact that Gold Fury is not going to respawn for another 50 seconds. Walrus taking a lot of poke from Cyclone Spin as he is level 9, and that Sunder could eventually play a big factor during this little 1v1.
Indeed, but now Walrus has that ultimate available. If he sees the Sunder and gets a moment to do it, he can always pop the ultimate. Chak's ult is fantastic for damage and pretty good control too with the silence and knock-up. But the problem is that it's very telegraphed. It takes a while to wind up. So immediately you see that, you're like, well, I'm going to use my ultimate myself and get out.
It's going to take about a 1 to 1.5 seconds from him to land back in the ultimate. So either way, Solo Lane's going to be waiting for their time to truly shine. Level 8 on the side of Walrus. Both of them still going for that Breastplate of Valor with that Tier 2 Silver Breastplate. Having a little bit of physical defense, a little bit of mana is going to have more poke value in the laning phase. But mid lane, Polar Bear Mike not quite on the mark onto Hurwin.
Just trying, but now with Ionic rotating in, Mike catches that quickly. And the pull on Ionic is pretty good. The silence as well. The Spirit Ball would have connected there, but obviously they just used too many CCs at the same time there, really, just to try and combo that onto Ionic and put him in a bit of a worse situation than he was. One thing you got to remember about Isis, that silence does interfere with abilities, which means that if you can silence Ionic at the right time, there's going to be no resurrection.
It also strips away some of the magical protection, making him more vulnerable towards that Isis stun, the Isis Wing Gust, and the timing of the damage onto Ionic was crucial for Allegiance to go for the 3rd invade in a row, taking away the blue, taking away the speed from both Sinosure and Walrus.
I will say, Tony, on paper, looking at the 2 compositions these teams have drafted here, I don't have a favorite at 7.5 minutes in. With how the game started off here, we're pretty much neutral for the most part. Yes, the first goal here went to IMOG, but I still can't call these teams. They've both got good teams that scale well into the late game as well. Benefits and negatives on both teams.
It's going to be very important to see how Ionic really gets off those revives to be able to keep his team alive, whereas it's very easy for Polar Bear Mike to get off those multi-sustains with the Wisps. So Snoopy looking for the 1v1. Weekend trying to play a little frisky.
I don't think Snoopy was looking at the 1v1. He should have returned to lane, and Weekend was like waiting around the corner for a little cheeky catch, but Snoopy caught it out in time. Snoopy level 10 up against the level 10 of Ocean, so they have even things out in that duo lane overall. Cyclone Spin a little bit of a lead on that Chak against the Sun Wukong for the time being. Pretty sure that'll normalize as well. And it's almost like a patient waiting game for both teams, because it benefits both to let this game continue on to a later stage. They both have hyper carries and better damage and control as time goes on as well.
They also have more global pressure on the side of Memory of Gabe. They've only used it once so far this game. They were too far away to really take advantage of Oceans, and the whole reasoning behind that initial gank attempt onto Oceans was the fact that he has the Aegis and not the beat. So had Sinisher connected onto that ultimate with the knockup, the stun would have followed up, all the damage would have followed up from Snoopy to buy enough time to find the early first blood.
Yeah, you just can't break the CC chain with the Aegis if you're in the air, because you don't get a chance to do that, unfortunately. Mid lane, bit of pressure again from Isis, as well as Ionic on the Capri was looking for pulls as well. Met Yankee's doing pretty well on the Isis in the mid lane. Obviously, Met Yankee come to the mid lane. He was played on Saw for a little bit last year as well, but he seems to be finding his footing pretty firmly in this mid lane here. I've not really seen too many issues.
Something we haven't talked about is the mid lane itemization between these two players, between Herwin and Met Yankee. Herwin going for a very aggressive build with the Doom Mark, already finished with 50 stacks.
Pulled in is Hurrywind, pulled in again is Hurrywind, pulled up into the sky is Hurrywind, and pulled back to the tower is Hurrywind. Thanks to Ionic and the ultimate too. A lot of investment there, but that was a nice little play from Allegiance. The combination of CC was fantastic.
They did have to invest one additional ultimate rather than Memory of Gabe. It was Hurwin and Ionic that traded their ultimates defensively, whereas Weekend, Met Yankee, and Polar Bear Mike really wanted to find an early pick, but the timing of it doesn't really allow for an invade quite yet. Speedbuff is about to respawn for Memory of Gabe, but Herwin will be healthy heading back into the mid lane.
And here's the funny thing about this now, Tolly, is because, you know, the first blood has not happened in the first 10 minutes. The first blood will just be bonus gold normally at the start of the game, or maybe get an early buff ahead of your enemy team, steal one away. But at this stage, a 4v5 scenario impacts a Gold Fury fight. It impacts maybe a Portal Demon fight now as well, which can make a bigger impact overall.
Especially once these players start hitting level 12. We see Cyclone Spin hitting level 12, getting the teleport. Still not using his Sunder anyway at level 1, so it's kind of questionable as to why he continues to go for this. Either way, has transitioned into getting his second relic. We see Snoopy at level 12. He'll be able to pick one up as well. So once we start seeing these 5-on-4s, that's going to be the telltale sign of which team is going to start getting even more Gold Furies, because it could even be Memory of Gabe would have been behind had they not gotten that earlier Gold Fury.
And going back to that, you know, that Sunder on the side of Cyclone Spin here, I like the idea of the Sunder. But at the same time, as a caster, we get the same viewpoint as you. I've not really noticed it being on cooldown much, if not ever. So if that's the case, then if you're not using it, why not get it? Why get something else?
Yeah, why not wait till level 12, right? You might as well look for the rotations, because you can always make a big impact in the team fights around the mid lane at level 7 through 9. You never really know when a big important team fight is going to happen, especially with Herwin's ultimate through space and time being used in the dual lane. You could also make that rotation to dual lane with your own teleport.
But 2 games isn't enough to just write off the fact that Sunder at the start is not a good idea, or it's not working out, you know? Maybe this is just the 2 games here where the game's been a little bit different, where there's not been as much aggression in the solo lane, no turnaround kills or gank potential available. Maybe in future games we'll see the Sunder is you know, a viable and good starting strat. At the moment, in these 2 games, it looks like a wasted investment as your first relic for the time being.
Another thing we haven't talked about is all those invades, but in mid lane, Met Yankee forced to go into the beats. A pull onto Wars, he'll be okay, but all those invades from Allegiance on the right-hand side of the map makes it so that if there was a team fight, that Sunder would play a crucial role during the little skirmish. But Memory of Gabe elected not to contest those speed buff, blue buff invades because of that reasoning, instead electing to just invade on the left, playing it really slow, allowing to lose stuff on the right, grabbing things of their own on the left.
Now they are all still trying to find picks if they can for the time being, but the big news is because it's all farm orientated right now, no real deaths, everyone's going to accelerate their builds to level 20 a little bit more. It means there's going to be more gold available for these, more items online. But hold that thought, IMOG have seen a window of opportunity, and they are going to sink this Gold Fury for free. There's no way Allegiance can get there in time. The backs just came out at the wrong time from Allegiance in Vision, and in the end, IMOG get a free Gold Fury and don't even have to fight.
Cyclone Spin teleported in the back, but it doesn't matter because he's a Chuck.
He's a Chuck.
He's a Chuck. What's he going to do? He's going to throw an axe.
Yeah.
Make it slow. He's gonna make it rain on you.
It sounds like you don't like Chuck, Tolly.
He's not good in mid to late game team fights, I feel like, compared to other warriors. He has good control in the laning phase, but it's gonna be Allegiance gonna push down this tier 1 mid tower Typhoon coming out.
A lot of focus on Ionic here, but Sinisher is gonna make sure Weaken is forced out on engagement. Space and time will not hit home there, just split the uprights. In the sky though is Sinisher looking for a good ultimate, but he responded nicely from Polar Bear Mike to make sure he bounced up instead. Met Yankee's getting pretty low, but the sustain comes into play. Snuppy. Walrus on the front, push back Allegiance again, but both teams are still alive. Only the clone of the Monkey King fell down.
Yannick still having his ultimate, but the sustain from PBM is good enough for Allegiance to keep pushing down this mid lane. They're going to look for an invade on the speed. They could catch a lot of members here. Are low from Memory of Gabe.
No real ultimates available. We can pulse Horrywinter into an awkward spot, but doesn't have the damage alone to bring him down. So in the end, he does get the beads out of Horrywin there, but that's all she wrote on that engage.
Speed buff was still taken by Sinosure, and this gives a little bit of a window for Allegiance to start up this Portal Demon. Recognizing this is Memory of Gabe. They're going to concede that no problem at all. They recognize that they were just too low to really hang with the sustain coming out of PBM, as well as the control coming from Weekend and Med Yankee. We haven't really seen it too much this game with the engagements. That we saw the earlier attempt onto Heroin, where they forced out those double ultimates, but after that point in time, it's been a really quiet game.
So small opportunity here for IMAG to take a lead, but it's not a huge lead or anything to really write home and tell your mum about right now. He could go back in an instant. As on the left-hand side, we're going to see the purple buff given out to Polar Bear Mike. Right-hand side, Allegiance were looking at pressuring that blue buff for the time being, but I believe they did bring it down there, I'm pretty sure. I want to say they brought it down, but I can't tell based off the icon on the minimap saying it's still available.
Normally with Gold Fury being down, teams will look to put more pressure onto the soul lane, and with Weekend right there on the right side, Cyclone Spin wanted to stick around, I'm sure, but he had to go back to base to finish off that Void Chill. It's going to give a lot of penetration, or to make sure that now, once Weekend and Cyclone Spin start focusing on the same target, that target will be a lot easier to take out, especially with a combination of the Sunder from Cyclone.
Has a real feel this game, totally, of one of the games that's going to be one team gets a deicide and it's all she wrote. It has the smell of it in the air of how this has been played so far.
15 minutes, we still haven't seen a first blood, but we could see it here.
Oceans versus Snoopy. Oceans in trouble. Don't forget Disarm comes into play. Oceans, that portal wasn't for you, son. It was for the train of IMOG to run through and bring you down. First blood, 15 minutes, and now they can look for a tier 1 tower.
A little slow on the Aegis during the ultimate of Snoopy. Either way, the ultimate from Heroin was on point. Still got Aegis out, but great opportunity for basically target practice out of Heroin. Gonna find the tier 1 tower on the left. Tier 1 mid is gonna fall as we see Med Yankee pushing that down. Cyclone Spin still putting pressure onto Wars with Weekend. They forced out the ultimate, but the tier 2 on the left is falling.
It's gonna fall on the left for sure if they continue working on it. They might even be able to pick off Mike as well here. So it's a tier 1 in mid for a tier 1 and a tier 2 and their first blood for the time being. There's not much more Allegiance can do in response to what IMOG managed to do on that left-hand side. And look at that 1v1 trade between Oceans and Snoopy as well, Tony, because that's the telltale of where that all began. I think one of the things is you don't play against many AMCs these days, and the one thing that you can forget about is how much damage you can do as well as what his kit does, because after Bees is applied to you for so long, I believe it's 4 seconds, you get disarmed.
That's a huge
And that's great against someone like Rama, right, who's an in-hand carry.
Didn't even have time to really go into that ultimate because of all the damage he took. He had to go into the Aegis. You can't cancel your Aegis to go up into the sky as Rama, so he just had to hold that out. Even without the ultimate from Heroin, he was still going to die. Maybe he would have gotten into the sky eventually, and that could have maybe bought enough time for the rotation from PBM to make a factor. But now it's Allegiance that's going to have to worry about this global pressure from Heroin and Sinosure.
God, with the pace of this game in terms of kills right now, you can see that Heroin's really trying to exploit this as well. Gone for Doom Orb and on top of that now Book of Toth, just to make sure he gets even more damage out. Double stacking's not something you see too often, totally, but if you can get away with it, it's definitely wise and useful.
And this is a different Heroin from what we're used to seeing. His positioning has just improved so tremendously, and with the addition of Yannick playing this Khepri, he should be in a relatively safe position to constantly get these stacks, and even if he does for whatever reason die, he'll still get those additional 25 stacks once they do dissipate after the death. So no problems for Heroin. He's sitting with the first blood and the only kill of the game currently, almost 18 minutes into the game.
Well, the Gold Fury just landed and spawned on the left-hand side right now. Both teams in a relatively good position to keep an eye on it for the time being. Ward coverage is in favor of IMOG for the time being, but here comes Polar Bear Mike just to check things out as well. Allegiance is just holding on for the time being, waiting for an opportunity. It looks like Allegiance were the ones that tried to make plays earlier on than IMOG, but it's IMOG that have been more successful with trying to do what they wanted.
It's the 2 Gold Furies that IMOG was able to steal away, as well as the global pressure. Even though they weren't successful onto Oceans the first time around, the second time proved fruitful. They also got 2 towers as the result of it. Yannick now going to look look to zone potentially as the third goal
It's
here getting
very
started.
low already, very low already, but they will reset it. Cynosure on the back, so Cyclone Spin on the back, being the focus of investment right now. Into this guy goes Cyno, gonna hit a 3-man knock up there, but most of them got away with it. Cynosure forced to Aegis. In response, we can get in low and running for his life. Dot damage may come into play. Polar Bear Mike is getting low on that tree as well. As into the sky goes Oceans, looking for snipes. 1, 2, third not gonna hit Cynosure. Now Cynosure tries to turn that around, but he's gonna turn tail literally and run away. Meanwhile, Walrus versus Met Yankee and Ocean still going on. The rest of IMOG chased out Cyclone Spin on the right there. There could have been picks either way. In the end, it's just a tree that falls, and in the jungle, if a tree falls, no one's around. Do you even hear it?
No, you don't hear it, but they do hear the Gold Fury dropping. Memory of Gabe finding their third one, having 2 meditations at the end of that team fight. It's going to make it very tricky now for Allegiance to really hold this. It might be a Fire Giant attempt here.
It's Portal Demon.
More than likely going to be the Portal
risky.
Demon, unless they find another pick. Matt Yankee a little bit overextended. Walrus going to jingle bang him.
And the big key here with IMOG's composition is their engage isn't the greatest. They don't really have much hard engage outside of Ratatoska. What you're going to do, have Walrus run at them and hope for the best with a Tiger? You can do that, but it's more about flanking or portals, if anything. Well, Portal hits onto Cyclone as well as Unstable Vortex. Portal Demon getting very low, and he's going to get aggroed now by Allegiance in response to take control. Cyclone on zone due with a big old ultimate hitting through with the silence. Good knock up from Weaken as well.
Memory
but
of
the
Gabe
Portal
found it.
Demon goes the way of IMOG, and Cyanushore's got his ult available.
Once more, he's going to find the knock up onto the tree. He just respawned. He's going to fall yet again. PBM, no sustain for Allegiance. Another 5-on-4 opportunity for Memory of Gabe. They're going to all back. They're going to pick up any more items to use that portal to get back into the map. And if they want to, they have an option between mid or solo. Or the fire, maybe.
The Fire Giant is definitely one of the biggest potential options for him here as well. On zone duty is Ionic on that Kefri right now. Cynosure wrapping around the back.
Look how quick.
Fire Giant's not going to take long to do when everyone's leveling pretty well so far. A lot of farm in this game and a free Fire Giant for IMOG as well. Game 1 was a very good back and forth little fight. This one's been a more tactical engagement of being in the correct position at the right time, and IMOG are winning that battle as well.
Great tactical use of Frenzied Ritual, able to burst down the Fire Giant in about 7 or 8 seconds flat as soon as they started it. Obviously, it was only Mad Yankee there to really want to contest it, but by himself, he would definitely put himself overextended. That would have been another clean pick coming out of Memory of Gabe, but now they have the Fire Giant buff. They're going to start grouping up more than likely and start looking to strip away some of these towers.
Is that key here? Go for the towers, or do we go for the Phoenix on the left? That's the question.
That is a good question as well, but you'd rather play it safe than sorry, because at this point, you might as well get more gold. You're sitting as a team collectively, 53,000 gold. That's sitting at about 4 to 4.5 items as a whole. So what you really want to do is get yourself to about the 60 to 65,000, get the 5th items complete, work on your 6, and then look for those Phoenixes once you get that second Fire Giant.
Well, at the moment, IMOG are slowly grouping up in mid lane. Walrus off to the right, keeping Cyclone Spin in check that he can't push up as well. But 4 members strong in mid with the Fire Giant should be enough to get this tier 1 tower for free, as Allegiance do fall back to the tier 2. Do we see a tier 2 defense here out of Allegiance?
They shouldn't really, unless they get a really good engager coming out of Weekend, pulling multiple members away. PBM doesn't have Blink either. He went for both Show and Meditate, so it's very difficult for him to really find a multi-man knock-up ultimate, as well as long as Memory of Gabe position themselves accordingly.
IMOG play this very patient here. They could have sieged that tier 2, but chose not to, recognizing that there was men missing and Weaken in the jungle. But Walrus has found Weaken and forced him out, as Cyclone has to ult to get away from the abducts from Ionic. Again, a small win for IMOG. Ult for 0 investment from Memory of Gabe.
Walrus still sitting on the right-hand side between mid and right. Wants to find a flank, but instead going to regroup on the front assault here. Walrus is going to go in. Stun coming down onto him. A lot of damage is taken, but he's going to go into the clouds.
But the cloud will regenerate a little bit for the time being with no minions here. IMOG still do not feel comfortable trying to just bring down the rest of this tier 2 tower. It's at half health already. New minion wave on the way, but Isis and Chak on defense and Arama. It's not going to last long.
Still having the Fire Giant. Memory of Gabe are about to go in here. The
Space
ultimate from Cynosure. He's going to dive into the backline, finding the knock-up onto Mad Yankee. The stun as well, doing a lot of damage. Knocked up, using the Aegis to buy a little bit of time. Weekend going to fall to Snoopy. Stun onto Heroin, using the Wing Gust to disengage, but PBM is in a lot of trouble.
And now Oceans is as well. He's beads in early to roll away back to safety. But the real investment here is Cynosure does get Oceans, is the Phoenix in mid lane fall. Cynosure's going to get hit by the Titan pretty heavily. Good work from Met Yankee to make that at least a 1-for-1, but it's not in the grand scheme of things. This is the first kill Allegiance have got, and Imoga looking to close this one out, it looks like.
Yankee's gonna fall. Cyclone Spin's gonna use his ultimate yet again, buying a little bit of time for the Titan to do some damage. Still getting chunked away at half health. This is gonna be the fastest game so far, I think, in the SPL.
It's looking pretty quick here, Tolly, but they're all getting very low right now. But the Titan is a lot lower than that. In memory of Gabe, 2-0 over Allegiance.
Clean, very clean performance out of memory of Gabe. They have adapted their strategy from going from a sustained composition to a global ultimate composition, making it work.
Well, let's head over to Taco to break it down and run through some of those replays.
Thanks so much, Hindu. And as you guys could tell, In Memory of Gabe did go ahead and take away the set with a clean 2-0. But I think a lot of what it came down to in the first game especially was drafting. Drafting was just absolutely crucial as far as In Memory of Gabe was kept grouping and lining up. That Allegiance had a really strong early game draft, but they didn't really utilize it to their fullest potential. You saw them kind of playing into In Memory of Gabe's hands, and that In Memory of Gabe had a lot slower team composition. They were playing it out for the mid to late stations, especially when you see the AMC coming on the side of Gabe. But Allegiance, they just weren't really initiating as much as they probably should have been in those jungle and objective fights. And so we saw it right away. In Memory of Gabe just went ahead and ran away with it by keeping it slow. And so on top of that, we just had to ensure that everything was going to be perfectly fine because of the fact that Snoopy had the AMC and he was coming out swinging on that Amuzin Cobb. We saw him right away with dual lane first blood at 15 minutes, which is quite slow considering the pacing of the game. But, you know, sometimes you just got to take up that 1v1. Snoopy was looking for it. You could see the bloodthirst in his eyes. You see Oceans trying to take the portal not meant for him, and then Hurrywin, like every Yanis player ever, not respecting the 1v1 in the slightest and stealing that away from Snoopy. But Snoopy had to ensure that he was getting a couple of his own, going in and engaging onto the Susano, picking up the kill on Weekend, following that onto a solid kill on Polar Bear Michael. And unfortunately for Allegiance, this is kind of just where their downfall happened, but not to be left out. Walrus went ahead, engaging in these team fights whenever necessary. And it was really important for him because you could see he was utilizing his abilities and his kit to its fullest potential by ensuring that he was peeling as well as disengaging for his team, getting his jungler out safely with these on-point Sun Wukong Tiger stuns. And overall, it's just really important for your solo laner to be providing the peel that you need to ensure that your carries can do what they do best, which is damage. Speaking of solo laners, we actually have Mark Maloney here with us today. Walrus, how's it hanging? You there? You there with me, buddy?
Yeah. What's up?
How's it going? How are you feeling after your 2-0 win today?
Great. It was actually my first ever 2-0, believe it or not.
Oh, well, I mean, you're playing with an entirely new roster, and so how's it been, you know, getting the synergy online with your team?
It's actually really fun. It feels good to actually be able to, like, consider yourself, like, a top 4 team, you know? Like, just, like, yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, you can really tell that there's a lot of communication going on between you guys, and so overall, how has it been kind of just, you know, being left to hang and do your own thing in the solo lane?
If you're talking about the second game specifically, we had to play it really slow because our strategy that game was more on the duo side of things. So I thought Wukong was a smart pick because I could just chill in the solo lane and it's really hard to die with that god. So I pretty much just lost farm for my team, but that was fine in the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly seemed like you knew how to play with a little bit of a gold and experience sufficient. And I mean, I'm sure that you're used to that kind of matchup against early lane pressure. So
yeah, sure.
I think you did a great job there. And on top of that, are there any particular like things that you want to point out that you felt was particularly important for your team in that second game?
Herwin in both games honestly just played out of his mind. Shout out to him. A lot of people give Herwin a lot of bad rep, but I think he did great today, and he deserves a lot more praise.
All right, well, that sounds great. And got to you guys again. And is there any shout-outs that you want to go ahead and give?
Shout-outs to my team. That's pretty much it.
All right, well, that's always great to hear. Congratulations once again. For those of you who missed it, that was Walrus, the solo laner for In Memory of Gabe, who are looking to be a very strong contender for North America in this season of SMITE. And speaking of this season of SMITE, as some of you are aware, the season ticket is live. So if you want a little bit more information on that, here's FDOT to break it down.
Season 4 of SMITE marks the return of Fantasy Points and the season ticket, and this year, we're making them better than ever. Fantasy Points are your way to unlocking exclusive skins, announcer packs, emotes, and more. And for the first time ever, Fantasy Points are available free to all SMITE players. Just play SMITE to earn FP and you'll be on your way to unlocking rewards. Along with Fantasy Points, the season ticket returns to give SMITE esports fans even more ways to earn FP. If you're new to the season ticket, here's how it works. During the SMITE Pro League, purchasing a split season ticket grants you the ability to vote on the pro teams you think will win each week. Choose correctly and you'll earn fantasy points. Not only that, split long boosts on fantasy points and quests to earn even more FP. By purchasing the 2017 season ticket, you'll unlock the limited Modern Mercenary Nemesis skin, access to Spring Split fantasy point voting, a Spring Split fantasy point booster, quests granting 1500 FP, and 15 team Worshipper boosters. It's the absolute perfect way to kick off the SPL when the Spring Split starts on February 18th. Enough explaining. Let's get into what you can unlock right now. Earning FP unlocks exclusive rewards, like Full Metal Vulcan, and skins from the 2017 Undying Chest. Fantasy points are the best way to unlock these items, so whether you're voting on the SPL games or just playing SMITE, you've got to be in it to win it. Season 4 of the SMITE Pro League is set to be the biggest one yet, and the season ticket is your pass to earning in-game exclusives that won't be available anywhere else. For even more on the season ticket, head over to smitegame.com. We'll see you on the battleground. Hello and welcome back to the SMITE Pro League. My name is Tom, joined here by my co-commentator Anatoly. We're going to get into our second North American game of the day, of the week, of the season. This is our inaugural week, so week number 1 underway. We just saw a fantastic, we saw an interesting set, let's put it that way, between ALG and IMOG.
Very clean set coming out of ALG for sure in that last one.
So as we move on to our second one, Flashpoint versus Luminosity Gaming. Barracuda and Jeff Hindla have had some changes to their roster. They've added a couple of different players, mainly there in the solo lane.
Yes, in the solo lane, we're going to be seeing... Scary D is actually still going to be there. It's actually going to be the change in the mid lane. It's going to be Baskin there instead of Xenotronics. Xenotronics is going to be on Flashpoint with his former laning partner, Shadow Q, instead. So that's something that he's been adjusting from before. When he went to Luminosity's mid, now he's back onto with Shadow Q and his more traditional hunter position, I would say.
Exactly. That's really where Xenotronics' natural position lies. Luminosity Gaming looked fantastic last year, and so like we said, they only changed one aspect. It's just that mid laner. We're going to see Baskin shift over from his position from the solo lane into the mid lane. We'll see how that one works out. Flashpoint Esports, on the other hand, completely new roster with the exception of Shadow Q. All 4 players joining him are completely new to the team.
Which is fine whenever you have your support and your captain. We've seen Pain Devion do it before on the side of enemy. This could be the time that Shadow Q really leads his troops now in the beginning of Season 4 of Spring Split.
Xenotronics, as we mentioned, is going to be the hunter. He'll be playing Apollo this time around, whereas Serket in the jungle, that'll be in the hands of Mirage, former jungler for Noble. He's made the step up to join Flashpoint Esports. He's known for being very aggressive. We'll see how long he spends underneath the towers. Over there on LG, you got your jungler and your mid laner and your support, Sylvanas, Ratatasker, and Ra. I'm very interested specifically on the Ra. I just want to see Baskin play mid.
Herwin played Ra the last set very fantastically. I expect Baskin to do quite the same. The double sustain composition from Luminosity is very strong between these two gods. Sylvanas and Ra has a lot of control. As long as the team fights keep progressing, their sustain is just not going to stop. But look at this. Odin locked in. That's going to be a great opportunity to take those 2 sustain options off the table.
Yeah, it's a strong look coming out from Flashpoint Esports right there. That is likely to go in the support role, honestly. Shadow Q does like to play his Odin, and with Serket locked in for the jungle, there's a possibility that we see the Odin over there in the short lane, but I think that Shadow Q and his team selecting this Odin want him to be available early and often for this Ra, so I'd expect to see him in the support role.
It could also be played for Aquarius depending on the matchup here against Scary D, but Apollo and Odin will have some really great clear once that Odin does hit level 2, especially if he elects to go for a more aggressive build, whether he gets the War Flag or the Bluestone Pendant, just to be able to outclear his opposition.
Poseidon selected here for the mid lane, a lot of clear, and more importantly, still the ambiguity on the Odin selection. You can see coming out from the bans, Luminosity Gaming not sure if that Odin is going to go in support or solo, so they do ban out the Ymir, who honestly can play both support and solo, so trying to keep their options limited. Awelish and Anhur. Awelish is the character that you always go to after the enemy selects Odin. In fact, not seeing that ban is actually really curious to me.
Well, they really wanted to take out the Isis because an Isis on top of the Odin would also be really devastating. You don't want to have that huge AoE ultimate, but either way, Poseidon was locked in earlier on. Sobek being locked in still doesn't necessarily tell the tale of what solo lane or Guardian is going to be. More than likely, though, Shadow Q, I would say, would want to play these the Odin so that he could make these rotations early on to shut down Baskin in mid.
That's what I'm thinking. Honestly, Sobek seems like more of a Shadow Q character to me, but why don't we just find out? Odin will be played by the Shadow Q. There you go. So really what it comes down to is the fact that, honestly, if you stick either of these characters, you're going to be in a good position, because Odin obviously will shut down healing 100%. Thanks to his ring. Sobek does have some of that anti-heal involved with him as well. But you hit the nail on the head. We both actually mentioned it. The fact that having this Odin in the support role is going to allow Shadow Q to actually... Odin will be relevant earlier and more often in the game than as if he was in the solo lane.
Yes, with the early rotations that he's going to be, whereas solo laners usually rotate after level 12 anyway.
Right.
That's like around the 10 to 12 minute mark. They want to make sure that they get that second relic, they get their 3 items complete before they really start making an impact in the game, whereas supports, they're there from the get-go. They're going to be fighting until the start of the minutes, up until the wheels fall off, honestly.
So as we said, over here on Flashpoint, completely new lineup. Aquarius, formerly on Most Wanted, down to the challenger scene. Mirage, formerly the jungler for Noble. Incon, well, y'all know Incon. Shadow Q and Xenotronics make up the long lanes, moving over to Hunter, as we said. That's his natural position. That's where he was playing once upon a time before he joined up some of these professional teams.
Surprisingly enough, we see the start here coming out of Luminosity. Barracuda took away the 2 small minions from the red buff, recognizing the start from Flashpoint. So now they're not going to be able to strip away those little minions, getting level 2 right off the bat. They're going to just take away the purple, big, and maybe even the red instead. So that's going to strip away some of the gold potentially for Xenotronics to get a slight edge over Barra.
Very interesting play right there coming out from the guys on Luminosity. I've heard rumblings about this, actually, about teams going to, because basically the sort of default clear is you clear the lane. If you're there first, you go ahead and you take the babies to go ahead and hit number 2. The babies being the little camps, the little guys next to the big buff camp. So Luminosity actually tried to deny that from the enemy.
But it still lost their purple buff in the process. It was the level 2 either way for Xenotronics. He's going to be able to grab the Oracles alongside Shadow Q, but meanwhile, Luminosity, they're still doing a good job on the right-hand side of the map. They haven't really given up too much. We currently see Aquarius still sitting at level 2. And looking at the itemization choices between these two solo laners, with the offensive relic from Scary D, he elected to go for a defensive build with Mark of the Vanguard. Considering a Sobek is usually passive this early on, he's more afraid of the rotation from Mirage more than anything else in that solo lane.
Yeah, when it comes down to Sobek, I actually like the Mark of the Vanguard, because oftentimes you're going to be in the jungle, or excuse me, ooh, Scary D. A little bit of a connection issue. I'm going to take a guess right there. I don't think he wanted to be diving towers this early on, unfortunately. But going back to the Sobek pick, there's the pause. Obviously, we're going to get Scary D back into this game. Unfortunately, we won't call it first blood, but the towers are getting their revenge on the solo laners right now. When it comes down to the Sobek with that Mark of the Vanguard, totally, I actually don't mind it, because you're going to be in the middle of the wave. You want to clear the wave. You know how it works. Yes. You're going to clear the wave with both of your abilities, and a smart Ratatasker is going to walk into at least your Sickening Strike to make the wave hit him, and that'll group up the wave.
I was just thinking about more of the side of Scary D picking up Mark of the Vanguard on their Ratatasker with the offensive relic on the side of the Sunder. He wants to play offensive with this relic, but he went for the Mark of the Vanguard. So like I mentioned before, it seems that Scary D is more worried about the gank from Mirage more than the lane pressure coming from Aquarius. But I like the respect coming out of Aquarius, also having Mark of the Vanguard. And on top of that respect, he also didn't even touch Scary D during that slight connection hiccup, making sure that he only got a slight assist there.
Yeah.
I know you're not a big fan of that, right?
Not a fan. Not a fan. This is the Pro League. You play to win. Listen, there's a certain level of respect, and then there's trying to get a payday.
You know, if that was me, actually, I would body block Scary D to prevent him from even entering the tower.
Oh my goodness.
So I actually would give a disrespect from Aquarius letting Scary D die.
So that right there, to me, that's where it's egregious. That's where I think you're outright silly. Aquarius just watching him go, I have no feelings plus or minus on that. If he hit him, I'd feel good. Shadow
Oh,
Q
in the
jumps
mid lane.
right in. This is going to be trouble for the support. Walks out of it. Nice ultimate out of Incon. Jeff Hindler's going to be stuck in the cage, but honestly, he's able to do some damage. Here's the jungler, though. Help from the side lane. Scary D sets him up, and Basket rips him down. First blood for the new mid laner, and Luminosity is the first team on the board.
Great rotations here out of Xenotronics as well, trying to get something out of nothing there, but like we mentioned before, Scary D on the Shredded Tasker is not only going to be a problem in the laning phase in the solo, but it's also going to be problematic in the mid lane using that global pressure. It's not something you really expect coming out of the solo lane this early on. It's not even the 4-minute mark yet. It's hitting level 5.
And that's one of the nice things that I like about seeing these different solo lane picks is that they're not only is it just interesting to see a different selection as Aquarius is watching 3 different people take away his blue buff, unfortunately, for the rookie solo laner. Actually, he's going to serve up some help. Jeff Hindler goes down. And this one belongs to Shadow Q. Flashpoint ties it up 1-1.
It's a very interesting idea to invade the blue buff right after a team fight, not having the ultimates, but the fact that Jafilla was that low was very tricky to really get out of danger. It's also going to be a Flashpoint now trying to press that little one-man advantage. Shadow Q trying to contest the speed buff actually does go into the way of Luminosity.
That's actually so straight up question, Anatoly. Jeff Hindler dying for the invade on the blue buff, good or bad?
Absolutely not a good idea, because now they lost their own blue buff on top of this. He's not going to be able to really farm. It's going to allow Shadow Q, who's playing this warrior support, even more of an opportunity to get a slight edge, and that's not something you really want to deal with. You don't want to have to deal with a warrior support that's going to be on par with everybody else in the game, because as the Odin gets levels, that damage is going to skyrocket. You don't necessarily have to go offensive items on an Odin. The base damage is good enough. That lunge, the first ability, is one of the highest base damages of any ability in all of SMITE.
And that's one of the nice things that Luminosity have set up here with their composition, Toli, is that the fact that you're looking at the pure damage coming out from the Odin very early on, and he's going to be able to sort of do that thing by default. Mid-game, you're going to see the Poseidon, after he gets about 3 or 4 items, really come online and start doing damage. And then late game, if they're still alive, that's when Serket can really come. I like that there's 3 separate phases to this composition.
Looking at the solo lane, still a lot of pressure from Scary D, being able to really outclear Aquarius. This is the one disadvantage of most Guardians in that solo lane, the fact that they can't really effectively outclear an assassin or a warrior up until they max out one of their abilities. A lot of pressure in the dual lane, though.
Xenotronic's going to use the ult. One more basic will do it. Can't find it. Barracuda. The Impale was still on cooldown, sets up the perfect Pillar Impale, but doesn't have the stun available. Had Barra had that stun, that was going to be an easy 1v1 for the veteran Hunter.
And something we haven't talked about is the fact that Anhur received a little bit of a buff earlier on. Not the recent patch, but his passive has increased from getting a 15 protection debuff to 20 every single time he does hit that in-hand. And now, despite not getting that kill, this is all you really need to do. Taking Xenotronics away from this lane now allows Barracuda to get the next wave, deny more gold, missed a couple of melee minions, all the archers, so that's about 75 gold, if not more, and that's going to separate the gap from Barracuda. Now hitting level 9 and should be able to finish off the Ichabod before Xenotronics finishes off the Devil Gloves, getting any sort of sustain.
And plus the tower is down to about little over half HP, and that matters a lot specifically because of it's the Apollo. Apollo's going to want to leave lane more often than the other hunters. Jeff being chased right now. Cage comes down. 4 players in red surrounding him. Ultimate's going to be used by Jeff Hindler, and there's the ult from Mirage on top of him. That's a dead support. Mirage with the credit. Kraken comes out late, and Basket able to take down Incon after the fact. Another kill for the new mid laner. Mass not done just yet. Finds the Feather Step. Still continuing on to Shadow Q, but that be that. Flashpoint get 1. Luminosity get 1. It's a trade out support for the mid lane.
Very questionable positioning by Incon, positioning himself right next to Jeff Hindler while he was already stuck in the cage. He popped his trident trying to get off multiple hits on the side hits of that second ability, but you have to respect that ultimate from Jeff Hindler, because that also set up the ultimate coming out of Baskin. It almost hit him for 400 damage, and that allowed him to die in that position. And like you mentioned before, that ultimate was just so late out of Incon. If you're going to use the Odin cage to commit onto Jeff Hindler Sylvanas, use that Kraken Whirlpool right off the bat.
The idea was, so just getting into Incon's head, I think the idea was he wanted to go ahead and use the ultimate, but then he saw Mirage come over. And, you know, if he's, there's nothing worse, well, there's plenty of things worse, but it's a terrible feeling when you know the dot is going to kill somebody, and then somebody throws the it's a wasted ultimate either way. So I think that was at least the mentality.
At the end of that team fight, he knew he was going to die, so he threw out the ultimate just to get off some sort of damage. But I would like to see this combination of this Poseidon Odin just to not hesitate next time. Use both the ultimates. Make sure that there's no sustained, there's no counterplay from Chef Hinla.
Not going to be the case just yet. 2-2 read the kills. We have another pause coming out. A couple of connection issues, I guess. I actually don't know what the issue is this time around. Last time was clearly Scary D with a connection issue. This time, well, we'll see in just a moment. So as we see, the teams are pretty much tied right now, but Flashpoint have the earlier game. Right now, it's not yet 10 minutes. As the game gets closer and closer, where do you think what do you think the moment of time is that Flashpoint have to execute?
I think that Flashpoint doesn't need to execute up until they have the maxed out sustain from Raw. Hitting level 13, level 14, once he gets 3 points in that Searing Pain and maxing out the heal as we head back into the game, we'll see how Baskin is going to start positioning himself in these team fights. That's going to be very interesting to see how Flashpoint really handle the pressure coming out of Luminosity. They're the ones that are going to have to start forcing the issue to prevent that kind of team fight from happening.
Odin's going to pick up a Mark of the Vanguard as well. For an item that went unpurchased for so long in Smite history, it's so popular now. Is the 800 gold, the fact that it's 800 gold, I think is why we see it as that bridge item in the 3rd slot, usually right after boots. But is it really that effective?
Especially against Sylvanas, it is. All that damage over time between the Wisps, the ultimate, the Wrath of Terror, the spears coming out of Barracuda is nothing to scoff at as well. That's 8, I think it's like 7 or 8 different spears that's about to come at you. So that's effectively 35 to 40 damage mitigated, not to mention the protections.
Even across the way, you've got the Circuit with the ultimate. So when it comes down to the Mark of the Vanguard, what makes it so unique is the fact that it does damage reduction. It reduces damage by X value, not protections, not anything like that. It's the fact that it just reduces the damage. So when you're looking at damage over time, it works very well. And also, it's the only way to reduce true damage in the game. Any ability or item that provides true damage can only be stopped by pure damage reduction. So you're looking at an item like Mark of the Vanguard, or is there a second one?
I don't know, but Flashpoint has been starting up the Gold Fury. It's already at about half health. They have the Kraken to be able to secure this one with Incon. Mask is around the corner. Baskin has the snipe available, and that's going to force Flashpoint to reset. Barracuda right behind, poking out Incon, though.
And Barracuda's going to get mezzed as, trying safely where he wants to be. Mask on the chase. Shadowq not going to take the bait. Luminosity, I'd like to see them start up the Gold Fury this time around, and that's exactly what they'll do.
They have to, because the fact that they poked out Incon, the rotation from Scary D, trying to catch somebody out of position in the mid lane, but they don't necessarily need to use this ultimate. They're still baiting, though. Baskin's going to get jumped on by Shadowq. Incon's trying to go for Wolfo. Kraken does find it out to 2.
Beautiful play on the Shadowq right there, coming over the wall to drop the ring and then set up his teammate. Mask gets a kill, but Incon is able to answer back. Flashpoint looking very strong in this team fight.
Nice
2 for 1. Shadowq grabbed by the jungler, helped out by the solo lane assassin. Scary D and Mask combined to take out the support. Aquarius goes for the pluck. It's going to be off the mark, but here comes Xeno.
Trying to find a kill onto Mask. Barracuda's caught in a 1v3 position, though he does have his jump to be able to get over that goal. You're going to get chased down by Xenotronics, though he has no more mana to impale Xeno away, and right underneath is going to be Aquarius finding the block, and that's going to be another kill overall. That was a 3 for 2, and the Gold Fury went in the way of Flashpoint off of the back of the non-hesitation from Incon.
Very important plays coming out from Flashpoint right there, and yeah, that was the biggest point that I really wanted to bring up was, first of all, Shadowq's flank was absolutely fantastic. He came from around the side, honestly anticipating that the Gold Fury would still be there and trying to make a play on the objective itself, but Luminosity was intelligent enough to go ahead and retreat and leash it. But even still, because Shadowq took the correct flank, he gets 2 or 3 stuck in the ring, most notably the healer Baskin. And the first time we said, Incon, you were 30 minutes late on that ultimate. This time around, Incon nails it exactly like you said, no hesitation, makes the team team fight go the way. Perfect stuff coming out from Flashpoint.
And despite being poked out earlier on in that engagement, the hold that thought Scary D forced to go into the ultimate, Incon was poked out earlier on to about 50%, but he didn't back, which was the crucial part of the engagement. Luminosity assumed that Incon would have to back, being at around 50% health or so, but relying on the space control that Shadow Q provided with that ultimate allowed Incon to safely move forward this time around to get off his wombo combo that he needed to, and which is why we see Flashpoint now with a little bit of a lead, almost 2,000 gold.
You know, when it came into this one, ooh, nice pillar placement, no Impale to follow up, and Xenotron's going to dash away.
It's always a good idea to sometimes save your mana because you drop the pillar, and as you're maxing out that ability, the slow percentage is also going to increase anyway. So you're going to get off multiple in-hands, and sitting with a red buff at level 13, this Honor is just going to chunk away at the Apollo. So this is a good opportunity now to take advantage and back up, trying to finish off that Aussie.
Yeah, Honor has been a very powerful pick lately. It's just a strong combination of good clear and the ability to fight you. Essentially, that makes Honor so powerful. We talk a lot about lane presence, and when we talk about lane presence, we're usually referring to wave clear, totally. But when it comes down to it, lane pressure and lane presence, the Honor's ability to the quick kill ability, I guess, the fact that he can just kill you with the correct stun in a matter of seconds is a really big part of the pressure that comes out with this character.
All the in-hands from both of these Hunters being traded out. The sustain is available now for both of them. Barracuda able to get a little bit of a better end of that one, but looks like Xenotronix is going to go back to his back left Harpies to get some sustain off of those to get back into the left-hand side.
Very interesting builds coming out from either of these Hunters, and I like the fact that Hunters have different builds, different options rather. You can see a bunch of power coming out in lifesteal from the Apollo player, whereas on the side of Barracuda on the Honor, not much power at all.
Not at all, but he has been going for more of the attack speed and the penetration on the side of the Aussie, which is not a bad idea. Forcing the beats out of Xeno, the ultimate coming online, but the Aegis is going to negate most of that. Still having to back, though, so he's going to miss out on some gold. And with this next wave that's going to get cleared by Barracuda and the 4-on-4 on the right-hand side, Barracuda, if he wants to, he can effectively stay here, but he has to always communicate the ultimate out of Xenotronix because he's not going to be able to match that Apollo ultimate.
So right there, Xenotronix uses the beads after he gets knocked up. Now, it's no doubt in my mind that he wanted to beads the knockup and was a little bit too late, but it's not all doom and gloom for him in that situation because he's also getting rid of the slow on that pillar. Had he taken a couple of more basic attacks, that's a dead Apollo. So Xeno, anticipating he might be a dead Apollo anyway, drops a ward in the jungle and quickly sees the rotation.
His 2 relics are on cooldown, which is tempting Mass to make that rotation on the left-hand side, especially with Goldfear respawning in about 35 seconds. If they find a kill onto anybody here, that's going to open the door wide open, and with the Secure coming out of Baskin Snipe, it's going to make it that much easier.
Goldfury going to be respawning in just a little bit, about 20 seconds or so. Luminosity want to stay local. And you can see Flashpoint going to drop the hard vision. Luminosity able to get the free vision thanks to those oracles over there on the left side. So Baskin here in the mid lane. You take a look at his raw build, seems pretty normal. This is one of the more defensive options coming out with the helmet, just classic stuff right there. 2-1-1, looked pretty strong.
Surprisingly enough, Scary D getting really outtraded here by Aquarius. Once the Sobig hits level 14, he's going to be able to really start clearing the wave and poke you out at the same time, especially with Breastplate of Valor. But if you look at the flip side, Scary D went for physical defense against a magical soul laner, more worried about Mirage, like we mentioned before. It's also going to give him some cooldowns, but this is going to allow Aquarius to apply a lot of pressure in that soul lane.
Mass just waiting around the corner. Scary D up in the sky as well. Portal Demon going to be threatened here by Luminosity. Started up by Flashpoint, brought down to about a quarter, and then leashed.
This is all buying time for the left-hand side. Tower falls. Barracuda still applying more pressure to Xenotronix with the rotation from Chefilla, finding the root. There is no relics available for Xenotronix. That could have been a nice opportunity for Chefilla just to find the immediate pull after the root into the ultimate, and Barracuda would have certainly followed up with an ultimate of his own.
Well, teams have traded out the tier 1 towers. You saw Aquarius take the tower on the right-hand side. It was also taken on the left side away from Xenotronix. Luminosity going to start at the gold tier. Xeno's here, but he's just an Apollo. Baskin's here as well. It's going to be a little bit more acceptable.
No way. Xeno actually stole it with a so beautiful during Barracuda's ultimate.
That right there is trouble for me. I mean, you're going to go into that situation so casually, right? There's no way that this Apollo can go ahead and steal it. Well, you've seen Ren steal it last time around. We've seen people actually do this before. You have to zone. It doesn't matter if it is an Apollo. Once upon a time, Incon stole a Fire Giant with a Geb basic attack, okay? You have to always zone. That right there, that
cannot happen.
You got to give credit. You got to give Xenotronics some props,
Absolutely.
right? Tip your hat off to him. But that is much less a successful play by Xenotronics than it is a negative play by Luminosity. They just dropped the ball right there, and because of it, Luminosity were looking for the lead themselves. Instead, handed over to Flashpoint. Flashpoint leading the game by 5,000 gold or 4,400.
After the tier 1 tower, that 5,000 becomes 4,500. Either way, though, it's not an insurmountable lead because the experience is very even heading into the 18-minute mark. Both mid laners are getting to that mid-game form where they could start bursting people down. Those level 3 ultimates on both the Raw and Poseidon is going to start chunking away these supports, so you have to be very mindful about your positioning.
Aquarius has to be mindful about his positioning. He's kind of all by himself. Well, Flashpoint is going to respond, and now Scary D's the one by himself. Wraps around the corner, and we'll meet up with Mask. Still being chased by Aquarius. Here comes Mask or rather Incon on the left side. Big, heavy presence from Flashpoint on the right side. Both Hunters are still on the left. Apollo likely to pick up this tower if Barracuda doesn't respond.
Kevin going for the red buff instead of defending the tier 1 tower. I like this play though because he should be able to win some of the trades, but he's just buying time, Xenotronics, to make sure that Barra doesn't go into that lane.
And Xenotronics loses the battle as far as the basics are concerned, but ties up the health thanks to a nice So Beautiful. That one hit as well.
Just going to be able to grab some of these minions is Barracuda. The whole game plan there was to deny 50 gold or so onto Barracuda, recognizing that Xenotronics didn't have to win that trade. All he had to do was just buy a little bit of time. 50 gold could be the difference between having a tier 2 crit item or the Deathbringer.
Nice little flip coming onto a Scary D right there. He'll be controlled a little bit by this Guardian solo, which is that why we see the Chin side build coming out from on her right here?
The Plock, Mirage right around the corner, the ultimate, the poison. Scary D though, he should have enough physical defense here to survive this. The last tick keeping him alive still.
It's all about the health, baby. You see the solo laner survive there just barely. All about the health. So my question before was this Anhur. Anhur is not the character that I think of when I'm thinking about attack speed builds. I think of some other characters usually first. But here we see the Chinsai build come out from Barracuda. Is that because we have the tank over there in the solo as well as the support?
Yes, there's just such a tanky presence of frontline between Aquarius and Shadowq. It's not a bad idea here to go for such attack speed, considering especially with Anhur's passive with that 20 physical protection debuff. It's a great idea, especially with the slow from this Anhur pillar. Once it's maxed out, I think it's like 40%, and that's a huge percentage of slow to consistently find those in hand. Looking at the relic choices, there's no sprints either on the side of Flashpoint to really cleanse that slow at first. So it's going to be easy for Barracuda to find in hands consistently.
Certainly going to be looking for that. As Barracuda and his team try to cut the lead a little bit. Like we said, 5,000 for Flashpoint, which is honestly, totally, this is very surprising to me. I think that on paper, that these teams are severely mismatched, and that's not even throwing too much shade at Flashpoint. I think this team actually can have a lot of improvement throughout the season. I think you just look at Luminosity and they're one of the top end teams.
Well, even with this little bit of a lead from Flashpoint, those 3 tier 2 towers on Flashpoint, once those get taken out, that lead is going to change completely. So all Luminosity has to do is start grouping up as 5 players using their sustain between Chef Hill on the Sylvanas and Baskin on the Sra.
You say that you know, these towers can just go down. Zeno's the one taking the towers. The Apollo gets a tier 1 tower over there on the left. Flashpoint looking very, very strong over here. Zeno waiting for Barracuda to find him. Looking for the duel. There's a strong look out of the Mez. Still trying to find it. Barracuda drops to passive. Gonna chase Xenotronics away just for the remainder of the pillar. Now Zeno with a big health lead, but 100% to 40. He's going to get
getting
collapsed
rotated on, though. Nice knock up on Zeno. He had no idea, getting blindsided completely, overstaying his welcome. And on the right-hand side, Flashpoint took advantage of this by getting that Portal Demon, but they don't find a kill. So that's a 5-on-4 advantage for another 45 seconds for Luminosity. This is the time for them to go. Gold Fury has respawned. The lead is about to cut if they get this.
That's exactly what they're looking for, Anatoly. Luminosity going to be starting up the gold right here. And there's the heal. You do have Cirquette coming around from the side. Anything can steal this one, folks. But this one will go to Luminosity. Nice and easy. No complaints right there.
In the mid lane, Scary D jumps onto 2. Incon not having much mana, but the meditation going to top him off. The ultimate being used. Scary D and Jeffilla caught in there, walking through it though with the Phantom. No problem.
Still ready to siege. You can see the sustain coming out from Baskin and Jeff Hinla. And yet, well, we'll look at it in a moment. Bunch of healing coming out from those two players, but really what it comes down to is the fact that Baskin and Jeff Hinla are going to be able to keep these players in the game. You're going to be able to heal up after the engage and then look for a secondary one. Across the way at Flashpoint, looking at the itemization coming out from these guys on FP, one of my problems is that you see a single curse coming out from the support and nothing else really to support that. You don't see a Divine Ruin. In fact, I don't know what's going on in the middle lane. Talk to me about Incon's build.
Incon's build, like what he really wants to do here is to get a more utility style on this Poseidon. Obviously, that Gem of Isolation synergizes very effectively with that Whirlpool, making sure that it's going to stay in the Whirlpool, get constantly drained towards the center, having a lot of penetration here with that Spear of Desolation, as well as having a sort of mini Soul Reaver with the new E-Stab, having that passive. It's going to be 5% of your health every 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of, what do you call it, magical chins?
Well, it's not off of every in-hand.
Yeah, it's in between Chins and Soul Reaver, I guess, right?
It's close enough at this point. It's a lot of damage, honestly, as well as giving you 200 health, so it's keeping you topped off. You know, you have 250 health from your Gem of Isolation, and considering how fast Incon died the first time around with that Raw Snipe, that health will keep him alive.
Nice pull. Matt's going to get one pull, but not really make anything amount of it, unfortunately.
He also used his bees there, surprisingly enough. I'm not really sure what he was afraid of. Nobody was really close to him other than the Odin, and you don't have the beads against an Odin.
No, just maybe it was a panic push. We saw Herwin hit his bees last game, unfortunately. Fire Giant not started yet, but teams certainly dancing around at Flashpoint and want to make a play for it. But they realize they have to get at least one kill beforehand. So they're gonna jockey for position here and try to bait Luminosity into stepping too far forward.
The question is who's gonna engage and who's gonna peel at this point. Obviously you want Shadowcue to find both Baskin and Sheffilla in that cage to be able to peel, but you don't really want Aquarius necessarily to be that engager either, because if he plucks anybody, imagine him plucking Sheffilla into your backline and then all of a sudden Sheffilla finds that 4-5-man Wrath of Terror. So you have to be very delicate if you're Flashpoint about how you engage.
Well, Flashpoint not going to be delicate about this one. Starting up the Fire Giant. Slow damage, bring it down to about 70% before they leash it and look for the team fight. Barracuda ults nice and early. Jeff Hinla finds just Basket with his ult. Zeno trying to cut down early, 40% HP on the Hunter. Meanwhile, Jeff Hinla on his last legs. Down he goes to the hand of Mirage. Enemy jungler answers back alongside with the Hunter. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Luminosity on the good side. Baron's going to stretch that to a 3-for-1. Mirage in trouble as well. Mask on the chase. Can't find Mirage. Shadowcue already gone as well. And with the blink coming out from the jungler, looks like it's going to be a 3-for-1 and end at that. Scary D wants to change that though, still giving chase.
He wants Mirage, not going to really dive that tier 2 tower. He's just doing a good job zoning. They lost the Gold Fury earlier on. They're not going to lose the Fire Giant to any shenanigans. Fire Giant going in the way of Luminosity, and what was about a 5,000 gold deficit before has been cut to 2,000, and then once they get 2 towers on the right, it's going to be completely even gold-wise. The experience favoring Luminosity.
Yeah, I think this is more the Luminosity that people expected to come out and see. I absolutely have to tip my hat to Flashpoint. They have already exceeded my expectations for how they would perform. Even if this one doesn't wind up with a win, even if this one doesn't wind up as a win, Anatoly, just seeing the work coming out from these guys, I think a couple of people made some silly mistakes, but in general, the teamwork from Flashpoint is very, it's refreshing.
They definitely dropped the ball, though, in the later stages of the game. They had a great start towards that Fire Giant. That was a rather suspicious call because it was a 5-on-5. There was no real clear-cut advantage with the exception of the ultimate from Mass being down as well as the beads. That's good enough to kind of force a fight, but you don't want to force the fight with just those two factors on the Fire Giant. There has to be more of a deciding factor, which is why we saw Luminosity be like, okay, you can start this. You're not going to burst it down fast enough where we can't contest it anyway. We're going to keep baiting you guys around to a point in time where Jeff Hilla found a beautiful ultimate. Incon got absolutely melted, and both of the relics from Xenotronics were still on cooldown, unfortunately.
Yeah, I actually took a mental note of that. I thought it was very interesting. Usually when you see teams make that play, it's about 5,000 to 6,000 gold in the lead, because that's when you can leverage that lead against the opposition by way of itemization. So I'm looking at the, so I see this play come out, and I remember that Flashpoint were up 6,000 gold at some point. But then you look at the top of the scoreboard when they're engaging on the Fire Giant, and you realize it's just a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead. And that's something that LG know that they can fight into, and obviously they do. And that's why we're seeing Luminosity Gaming with the Fire Giant up to 1,000 gold, ready to fight some more.
There's still two tier 2 towers remaining. That's going to be an additional 3,000 gold onto Flashpoint after this Portal Demon, now extending their gold lead to about almost 3,000 gold. Once they get those two tier 2 towers, they'll be sitting at 6,000 gold lead. They'll have Fire Giants still on their ways for another 2 minutes to effectively look for maybe a Phoenix at the end of it.
Ooh, you think that's the case?
If they can find some kills, it's been working out for them. The engagements from Flashpoint in this mid to late game hasn't been so successful, so this could be a possibility for Luminosity to really start flexing their guns.
Certainly going to keep an eye on that. Almost a half hour into this one.
I love that play. I love this play from Barracuda, just holding the minions away from the tower, because they want to be able to clear the minions first from Flashpoint outside the tower and then have their own minions without any sort of contestment. Now it's going to force out the Whirlpool from Incon to be able to defend.
And that'll push the players from Luminosity underneath the tower. Aquarius shows up to block some of the basics. Baskin gonna fire away, and the tier 2 tower goes down. 1,500 for the boys on Luminosity. Now shifting over to the left side, likely to do the same thing.
Mask missed his ultimate onto Shadowcue that was jumping away, and that could be a small advantage for Flashpoint now. Shadowcue can effectively jump in if he wants to. He doesn't have the blink, he has the meditation and the curse, which is two great team fighting relics against Luminosity's composition. So now this cage can devastate Jeff Hilla and Baskin, but the Phantom is available for Jeff Hilla.
So Jeff's going to be able to just walk right on through along with the rest of his team. There's Shadowcue, and there's that Phantom that we were talking about.
Mask still in a little bit of trouble. He's going to walk away from Aquarius' ultimate. Not going to get slow. Baskin has to use the Aegis to prevent the Kraken, but Jeff Hilla is very low. Mirage is going to ulti him out.
Baskin finds one with the ult as well, but Incon answers back. This is a back and forth. It's a 4-2 as Incon falls down. They're looking for the moment, like Flashpoint might have had a good look defensively there. Incon able to get a player off very early, and then somebody else finds a kill as well onto Mask. It looked like a good, kind of a good defensive set coming out from FP, but Luminosity just able to smoke it out. And Totally, honestly, this might be the win.
This might be, especially with the Frenzied Ritual. The Titan is taking so much damage, already sitting at half health. Mirage trying to do what he can to defend. Scared D says, no, you don't. First game going in the way of Luminosity. Great comeback considering they were down about 5,000 gold at one point.
Yeah, I like that. I like the quickness at which point they go ahead and they clean it up. They understand that, hey, look, the longer that we stay out here, the longer that it might be that Flashpoint might come back, because they looked strong, honestly. Flashpoint winding up with a loss there in game number 1, still was able to really pull out a lot of stops with their new roster.
They had some early game advantages, but they couldn't really figure out a way to coordinate in the mid to late game team fights. I like the idea that Shadowcue had with the Odin Cage, but it was countered by Jeff Hilla's Phantom, so what they should have done during that tier 2 tower siege was force the ultimate, force the Phantom out of Jeff Hilla, reset, disengage, defend the Phoenix now with their Odin Cage because that Phantom is not available, and then look for the kills onto Baskin and Jeff Hilla.
Exactly. It's all about weaving in and out of those actives or those relics. When you look at it, when you look at Odin versus Phantom, it's basically old Ares versus Beads.
Yep.
Once upon a time, it was so Ares was unplayable, not viable, because Beads just beat him. And sure, Beads had a shorter cooldown once upon a time, but players figured out how to utilize that. They found out different ways, have different other characters come in and strip Beads. That allows Ares to do what he does. So that's what we need to see. That's the next step. Other characters need to strip the Phantom so that Odin can get away with what he wants to do. Xenotronics played a lot of Izanami for the mid lane for Luminosity Gaming, now shifting over to the Hunter position. You'll see if he can play it in the long lane.
Could also be Incon as well, playing it in the mid lane.
Actually, Incon has professed, he has said that Izanami might be the best mid lane in the game.
Well, we're about to see when we do head into the game where that Izanami is going to go, also based on the draft, I guess. Zeus going to get locked in for Luminosity without the Sylvanas as they banned themselves with the Ratatasker, so it's surprising to see the Flashpoint electing to not take away the Ratatasker from Scary D this time around, as that is another flex pick.
The Zeus is also interesting, Tully. I think Baskin moving over to the mid lane. Now, sure, Baskin might be one of the better players in the world at his position, mechanically speaking. And so moving over to the mid lane, sure, he's a great player, but shifting positions is tough no matter who you are. So when you see him pick up the Ra, I said, okay, that's a nice, when you start playing solo lane, you pick Chalk, right? When you play mid, you want to play the Ra. That makes sense. Zeus is a little bit more dangerous, especially into a composition like Thor, Ymir. So this is really all eyes on Baskin right here. Can he play the dangerous Zeus against such a lockdown combo that Flashpoint has?
Ooh, it's going to be... I was about to say that it's up to Jeff Hinla to keep Baskin alive, but this is not a survivability composition out of Luminosity. This is pure devastation. Get the kills. We haven't seen Bacchus in quite a long time. In the early stages of Season 3, actually, we saw a lot of Bacchuses doing a lot of damage builds with the Nemesis and with the Raijins as well. Kind of fell out of favor, but now this time around, being paired up with the Ratatasker and the Zeus, there's a lot of damage on the board of Luminosity right off the bat. Could take advantage of the Ymir.
Waiting for the last ban here. Flashpoint Esports have banned out a Wheeler. Still go with the Apollo. And I want to see Barracuda on that Apollo. That was one of the first gods that that Barracuda really, I think, made a statement on once upon a time on Exertus Esports.
Absolutely. He loves the Apollo. I think that's his most worshipped god in the game, having probably almost 10,000 worshippers on that god, something. Maybe even more, I don't know. Either way, though, the Anhur worked out from the last game, doing so much damage with his build. The attack speed build of the Asi and the Chin size afterwards proved to be very successful for him. He's not going to stray away from it.
Soul is here next to Sun Wukong, so likely to be in the mid lane. A lot of players talked about how Soul is dead, Soul is unplayable, Soul can't exist, Soul is not viable. Well, Soul's selected here in our second North American game of the SPL. So basically, one of the bigger changes that's happened to Soul from the transition between Season 3 and Season 4 is the lack of that Fatalis effect. Now, I'm one that thinks that Soul is still effective. How are you feeling about her?
I feel like she's less of a hunter now without the Fatalis effect, but you could still pick up Fatalis for that style if you want to. But with the setup that they have between the Ymir and the Thor, that's good enough for Soul to get off the Stellar Burst damage and the Supernova. Her damage is very high. People tend to forget about that.
Incon will be the mid lane Izanami. Xenotronics is going to play the Soul, and I got to agree. I think that Soul becomes a little bit more of a traditional mage, but it's interesting because her identity of the in-hands is still there with respects to murdering towers. Xenotronics on the Soul, the second somebody looks the other direction, he's going to be able to just melt these structures. That is still a part of what Soul brings to the table, and still something that you absolutely have to defend and think about when you're playing against her.
Well, once you max out that first ability on the Soul, you're going to have so much heat generated that it's going to be very easy to get at 100% heat. And once you have the Demonic Grip with her to shred away more of that magic protections off of those in-hands and the attack speed, your Stellar Burst and Supernova will absolutely melt targets. So looking at the mid lane, though, both junglers are here. But look at the left-hand side, wrapping around the mid-harpies is Jeff Hinla, but he gets spotted out by the ward.
Yeah, and sort of like you were saying there, there's kind of multiple ways to play the Soul. Fatalis now has 10 penetration on it, so it's not a terrible item to toss into your builds. So if Soul does want to play the old Hunter style and be that basic attack character, she certainly can. Xeno can go that direction with Fatalis, or just build it like a traditional mage a la Zapman and just look to murder things, honestly, with huge Stellar Bursts and big damage.
A risky play from Aquarius, able to get his own blue buff, recognizing that the invade was going to happen on the side of Luminosity. So not losing his own blue buff was very crucial because the red buff and purple now has been stripped away. Flashpoint doing a good job taking away the buffs on the left and holding on to their blue at least.
Aquarius in some trouble as an early gank coming out from Mask makes Aquarius use the animals very early on. Not going to be caught just yet. Luminosity solo laner, Scary D. He's one of the 4 players that stuck around here from Season 3 to Season 4. I want to bring up the fact that he does not have teleport. In fact, going for the very aggressive Sunder and using it right away on that gank over there on the Sun Wukong. Scary D tried to Sunder, didn't work out, but certainly an interesting choice coming out from the Vamana.
Yet again, Aquarius doing a good job using that Alex, being able to knock up both members there from Luminosity, making it so much more difficult to really lock down the Sun Wukong before his ultimate is there. That's the point in time that you don't really want to gank a Sun Wukong, but before that point, it's not a bad idea to spam that Sunder just to poke him out, maybe use more potions. We saw in the last set where Allegiance's Cyclone Spin, he got level 1 Sunder as well, but he never really used it during the early laning phase.
If you're going to use it, I think that the early Sunder is fantastic. You're making a target take a whole bunch of true damage plus 15% extra damage, and if you buy it early, that means you can upgrade it early as well. 500 gold to take that from 15 to, what is it, 30% extra damage on that Sunder when you hit somebody with it. It is an item that I still want to see more of. It's just so strong.
Soul Lane, both of them are just kind of boxing each other out. Scary D will have an easier time at this stage to be able to outclear Aquarius, as Vamana does effectively outclear, as Aquarius does have to use 3 abilities essentially to outclear, having to use more mana invested. Now with the invades from Flashpoint, we see Xenotronics with a 1-level lead over Barracuda.
Luminosity here, try to get the Fire Giant cam. Nice jump over the top from Jeff Hidla, and Basket one more time puts his team on the board for the first time this game. First blood to the new mid laner, Basket.
Just like that, Ymir is so immobile during his freeze, during his ice carpet. It's a very easy target. Incon, though, is going to force into the Aegis there. I think he was afraid of the Intoxicate, but Jeff Hidla was only level 4 at that point.
I think he was afraid, not just the Intoxicate that would have come in level 5, but also just the follow-up, if he gets stunned, the follow-up of the belly flop into whatever else Basket is going to dish out. Likely to kill him, honestly, so...
Bass taking a lot of damage off of the stun from Mirage, and then the follow-up from Incon. This is what you really want to do with a Thor jungler. Look for those long-range abilities, especially when you're defending your own tower. You have to be able to just not hesitate and throw those out there.
And so Thor is a perfect example of a character of jungle starts. If you're playing Thor and you're going to max your hammer, that's your long-range poke. You can see the Bumpus Mask into the Bluestone. That's why you see this build come out from the Thor, because the Bluestone's going to help out provide that poke. Xenotronics is going to get more than poked. He's going to fall down most likely, unless he finds a corporal form.
He's trying to. The Separate is on cooldown for a little bit. Landing on him as Masto, nowhere to go. That Separate was on cooldown. Shadowcue not able to really save him despite using that meditation. The Supernova bought him a little bit of time as well. The Aegis couldn't really absorb all the damage. Jeff Hidla with the Intoxicate rotating over. Crucial timing.
Yeah, just pushed up a little bit too far. Flashpoint doesn't have the vision in the jungle to really show that rotation. You can see just a single ward over there by the crossroads over by the mid-Harpy camp, but it's actually rather down. If somebody takes the safe route back by the back Harpies, Flashpoint has no idea that there are players on the left side of the map.
Have to respect the global pressure coming out of Master Ratatasker. Last time we saw it onto Scary D out of the Soul Lane, and he made a play at level 5. This time around, Mask makes a play around level 6. Level 7 is going to find the first blood onto him. It's also going to allow now Barracuda to slowly catch up, because he was actually a level behind, but this time he's a level ahead.
He's able to clear out these camps over here by the Gold Fury. So it's going to go ahead and give vision to him and his squad. Early on this one, relatively tied up. Little bit of a lead to Luminosity, but pretty much just the First Blood Gold Fury, First Blood Bounty, excuse me.
Experience still slightly favoring the side of Flashpoint, surprisingly enough, as Scary D is level 8. Aquarius still sitting at level 7 at this point in time. It's looking like more so in the mid lane for Incon that is level 8, whereas Baskin still level 7. Hasn't been making the same kind of rotations that Incon has been able to.
Yeah, he's just kind of waiting out there. Incon on the Izanami. Like I said, Incon had previously said that he thinks this is one of the best mids right now. What's your feeling on the Izanami mid? Because this is actually a character that a lot of people are split up on. That's going to be a group up. Basket claims one, likely to be a second. That one goes to the mid-mage as well. 4 kills in total, 3 of them in that exchange. It's trips for the mid laner. Mask cleans that one up as well. 4 players dead for LG. And they're going to collect their reward, look towards the gold.
Welcome back. Jeff Hidla playing the Bacchus yet again. devastating everybody from Flashpoint with that triple knockup, setting up Baskin for a beautifully positioned ultimate, and this is why you want to have Zeus on your team. You want to be able to rotate towards that jungle side using that ultimate to control so much space. Nothing Flashpoint could have really done about that once that belly flop connected.
Baskin already impressing me here, 4-0-0, and listen, it's not lost on me the fact that Jeff Hindler makes that setup completely easy for Baskin right there. All he has to do is push 4 and kind of wait and detonate. But when it comes down to it, Scary D likely to get out. When it comes down to it is the fact that Baskin is playing the Zeus character, doesn't have any deaths. That's what's impressive to me. His positioning has been very successful.
Something I wanted to comment on really quickly was the fact that Mirage continued to spin to win there onto the ultimate of Scary D. Now, when you're in the colossal form there from Vamana, you're going to be effectively extending the duration for every damage source that you take. So normally, a lot of players will cancel that Berserker Barrage, making sure that the Vamana doesn't get off more sustain. Mirage in the sky, though.
I don't know where he's going to land. He'll land directly on Scary D, knowing the support's right there. Jeff Hindler jumps in, hits Intoxicate very low, and Scary D able to claim Aquarius. Mirage looking for safety under the tower. He'll find it momentarily, but Ratatasker looks for the teammates. Double knockup, and there's the double detonate. Baskin on a tear, 6-0-1.
Almost 100% kill participation, but off of the back of Mask, landing back down outside the tower onto those two members. Now, he could have been greedy and landed onto Barrage, who didn't have the hammer.
Sure.
Could have easily found that kill, but with Baskin right around the corner, guaranteeing those 2 double kills is what makes Mask such a great team player. And just like that, this Zeus pick has just been on point for Luminosity.
Yeah, like I said, when you're looking at a player that's transitioning into a different role, these are the picks, these are the selection that you want to see. Baskin playing the Ra, sure, he looked good. I think there's a difference between Baskin's Ra and Herwin's Ra, right? But good enough, it was strong, it was great, sure, I don't care. But when you're playing a character like Zeus, that's the one that's really telling, because it's a little bit more dangerous, it's a little bit more hands-on, and you're still doing it. That's what's impressive to me. Luminosity making the shift, or rather Baskin making the shift over to mid seems fine.
It's very easy for Baskin to be safe as long as Flashpoint overcommit to Scary D here. They overcommitted so hard. They knew his ultimate was down, sure, that was fine, but they basically forced him in a position where they poked him out, but then they chased him too hard and too far. They overextended, and then all the abilities from Luminosity were hitting more than one target, making the team fight so much easier, getting another clean team fight. They have yet to find a single death this game.
That's one of the big things, is that the massive AoE damage coming out from Luminosity is a very strong talking point. Izanami over there in the mid lane on Incon has the ultimate, which is relatively large, but doesn't have that same AoE impact. For that, you're going to look to Xenotronics with the Stellar Burst and even the ult.
And that was only level 8 Incon at that point in time. The ultimate wasn't level 2, couldn't really burst down Scary D quick enough to find that kill, and that's going to allow him enough time to hit level 12, get the Breastplate of Valor online, look for that second relic whenever he wants to, and start making even a bigger impact on these team fights. The solo tower on the side of Flashpoint is already at about 50% health, but in the 100 position, still, Xenotronic's not afraid to take these boxing exchanges against Barracuda, despite being purple buff versus red buff.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Xenotronics can certainly make the play. He also wants to bait Barrett into the fight. Mirage looking for the stun, not gonna get it.
He got spotted out. He definitely got spotted out by Barracuda. It was not necessarily a ward. Actually, it was a ward that was positioned between the purple and the red buff. But on top of that, the positioning of that ultimate was in a way where you could see it, but now Barracuda recognizing that Mirage is not here, he could take this one-on-one, waiting for the separate. He could go into the ultimate, but instead playing it safe because he knows the Aegis is still available for Xeno.
Just waiting it out. No reason for really to put everything against the wall. You can certainly try a second time. That'll chase out the invulnerability from our
Mask is in the sky. He's going to land under the tier 1 tower, but it's just too far away. But at least gets out the ultimate from Xenotronics, making it easier now in this next team fight.
Yeah, I certainly thought that was a little bit too much. Fatalis is now finished for the Soul, so we certainly see what direction that Flashpoint's Hunter's Tronics wants to go in. He wants to be able to use those basics, so expect things like Demonic Rip, etc.
Now a little bit of poke there onto the soul lane, forced into the Sunder. Aquarius having to respond to the Sunder by going into the sky, regenerating a little bit of health there. The cooldown is still not available here to continue the pressure. That's tier 1 solo towers have to be responded to. The teleport is available now for Aquarius, but Gold Fury has respawned. So if he teleports in the solo lane, that means he's not going to be able to defend this gold. Scary D could make that rotation.
Gotta think about that one. So many different layers there to the teleport game. There's the attack onto the Monkey Man.
Ox always wins.
Fine.
Ox always wins in a knock-up Little War. Being prevented from getting knocked up himself. Great usage of that escapability. But Flashpoint around the Gold Fury, getting their own buffs, Luminosity, they're going to start grouping up soon.
They
level
have to.
13 on the Zeus has a great power spike, whereas Incon still level 11, doesn't have that second relic available, just now finishing off that Fatalis. This is a great timing for Luminosity to start up this objective.
It's also the fact that the teams are separated by so much. You're looking at a 6,000 gold lead, and Luminosity just going to take this one for free. And that'll stretch the gold lead even more so to almost 8,000.
Look where Aquarius is. He teleported on the right, invading the blue buff, recognizing this was Scary D. He instead's like, all right, you can I'll gladly give you my blue buff as long as me and my team can get the gold.
And here's looking for the fight. Mask just comes down from the sky. Doesn't really find much of anything. There's a nice little immunity coming out from the soul. But Baskin cleans her up nice and quick.
But Fire Giant is being looked at by Flashpoint. They have to be able to get this, and there's no possible way to steal it away. Scary D's teleport is down. That's going to be a free Fire Giant for Flashpoint, but they're going to give up 2 towers.
It's only half HP. It's only half HP right now.
Scary D is making the rotation. I don't think he's going to get here in time, though, Tom.
Oh, man.
It's kind of close. Nah,
not close at all.
Almost, though.
Scary D coulda, shoulda, woulda. If Scary D has Talaria boots there instead of the Warrior boots, we see a contest.
Absolutely, but that wasn't the case, unfortunately. So walking away with a Fire Giant buff, it's not going to really help Flashpoint in terms of knocking down towers, but it's going to stop Luminosity for at least the next 5 minutes from grabbing a Fire Giant of their own to strip away even more towers. Defending that tier 1, tier 2 tower on the left was almost inevitable. It was a nice sacrifice.
Exactly. I think that play coming out from Flashpoint. That right there is the veteran leadership of Shadow Q. A lot of people have, ask where's Shadow Q gone? What has happened to him? People think he's slipped a little bit here or there, but that play out of the Fire Giant was just beautiful.
Scary D, he's caught in an awkward position. 1v5, forced him to go into the ultimate. Sheffield is right around the corner. He tried to get in there, but the wall prevented Scary D from moving more north.
Just nowhere for him to go, man. Luminosity now trading places with Flashpoint. Flashpoint now is the team that wants to get ahead here. Luminosity going to lose their tier 1 tower. That's 500 gold also.
They did use the ultimate from Thor, so that's going to be a more difficult time to really engage here because they're going to have to rely on Shadow Q to get these walls off, trapping members from Luminosity out of position. But then if Shadow Q goes in, they're not going to have that great of appeal. Aquarius is the Sun Wukong, more offensive-minded instead.
Yeah, you really got to look at who specifically, what characters are stepping out of position and maximize on that, definitely no matter what. Still trying to wait for the fight. A little bit of poke coming out, but
I like the idea that Shadow Q picking up this Hardwood Amulet, recognizing the fact that Baskin was going to be an issue to deal with, also going for Mark of the Vanguard. So every tick of that chain lightning is going to get mitigated. Right. The Bluestone Pendant from both Scary D and Mask as well. Great mindset, always building rather effectively.
Mid lane siege coming out from Flashpoint. 4 players have the Fire Giant, and one of them doesn't. It's going to be Harwin, who's actually in a lot of trouble. Aquaria is able to get some help, but it's Barracuda that gets the kill. How did Barry even find that kill? Luminosity's running. Oh my, Scary D answers back as well. Flashpoint ran that fight, and yet Luminosity somehow turns it completely around. Three players down on the side of Flashpoint.
It was all Incon out of position. Sheffield found a nice double knockup. Incon didn't even have time to go back to base to pick up his second relic yet. He had the Aegis. He didn't have the purification, so once he got knocked up, that's it. He was all dead. Oh wait, that's a UI bug.
Rough stuff.
I think that was actually a UI bug. He did have a second relic as the timer just now picked it up.
Either way, 13-1, folks. 16 exactly. on the clock here in game number 2. Luminosity took game number 1 in a fantastic comeback. And right now, well, they're certainly leading this one and then some. About 11,000 gold in the lead, more so than the fabled 10,000 gold lead that we like to reference for being a very tough to come back from fight.
Now, imagine that Flashpoint didn't have Fire Giant and that happened. Luminosity would pick up Fire Giant here. They'd be able to start really pushing down these Phoenixes. Not even the 20-minute mark yet with this kind of a lead. Honestly, they don't even need Fire Giant. Aquarius is going to be using that Ox. He's going to take a lot of damage from that Heartseeker as well. It doesn't look like a lot, but considering it's a Sun Wukong that's level 15, it's a decent amount off of one ability.
Relatively fast game. We saw some games that took until minute 12 to get first blood. Here we see 14 kills in 16 minutes.
It's taking a different change of pace here for sure. Teams are feeling each other out in different ways, and it just seems that Flashpoint are not on the same page as Luminosity. It seems that the homework was done better by Luminosity.
Well, why do you say that? Which aspect of the game do you think is more homework?
It's just the execution of these picks and bans. We saw the early game effective from Flashpoint in the first game. Second half of the game was just not on point. Then we look at the second game here. They've just been down the whole time around. They prioritized this Izanami pick for Incon, and it hasn't been first pick worthy for them at all.
No,
that's how I evaluate picks and bans. You first pick a god, okay, how well did it do for you in the game?
I'll give that to you right now. And like you said, pretty much nothing coming of the Izanami mid pick. Something coming for Luminosity. They go ahead and grab another Gold Fury. That's going to put them even further ahead in the lead, transforming into an almost 13,000 gold lead. This is a very demanding lead.
Yep. Especially with Fire Giant right around the corner, Luminosity could look for that objective. It's going to be very difficult for Flashpoint to even come close to touching anybody from Luminosity. They're down too many items here. Looking at Walrus, he has almost his 5th item truly completed. A lot of members here from Luminosity are working on their 5th items, whereas everyone from Flashpoint are still working on their 4th.
And that's just a tell in the tale of how well these teams have been doing as far as the tape is concerned, or at least the game itself. 13 kills to 1. I mean, that's the tale of the tape. Luminosity just been very dominant this time around, occasionally letting their opponent find a play here or two, but definitely able to bounce back and really honestly look towards the future.
And it's all been masked with 100% kill participation with the rotation from Baskin. Now in the last ditch effort, Incon and Mirage, they want to find something here, landing onto Baskin in the back, forcing the beast, but Shadowkey gets taken out.
Already, Scaredy takes him down with the help of the Sunder. Here comes Baskin. 2 for the Rain Man as the mid laner is on a tear. 9 kills in total. Scaredy answers one more time. Tully, 20 seconds on Shadowkey, the rest 30 seconds. This is just a Phoenix, right?
It's not going to be game, that's for sure. It's going to be a Fire Giant into a Phoenix. I don't think that Flashpoint can honestly hold a Phoenix push, even with all 5 members up. Now, the question is, how healthy is Luminosity going to be? Barracuda and Baskin a little bit low here after this Fire Giant. Going to have to sustain it back up. Going to buy a little bit of time for everybody from Flashpoint to respawn here, but with this kind of a lead from Luminosity, 15,000 gold, things are looking very gruesome for Flashpoint.
So, Luminosity, why are they taking their time here? They've been in the 11 to 15,000 gold lead mark since minute 16 or 15 or so. Why are we watching Luminosity kind of take their time?
They want the Tripskis. They want the 3 points walking away from the set. They want to make sure that they end this game very cleanly.
Sure.
They don't want to have any mistakes that they have to worry about heading into the game too. Practice is good, but perfect. They're using this game as practice essentially. This has just been a non-contest coming out of Flashpoint. No contention.
You say that. Game number 1 was completely different story.
Up until the 15 to 20 minute mark where the Odin cages were meaningless at that point.
Sure.
Because of Jeff Hinla being level 12, getting the Phantom.
Big play.
Not enough supports or not enough players really respond to the Odin cage with a Phantom.
I agree. And that right there shows, Jeff Hinla Barracuda, affectionately called the sex tank by a lot of our fans at home. I mean, this is the duo lane that's been together since, years ago. And there's a reason that they haven't changed. Now, has this team won Worlds? Not yet. but that's because it's not a 2 versus 2 game. It's a 5v5 game. Jeff Hindla and Barracuda have a slew of talented players joining them this time around, and they're looking good because of it.
Well, this team hasn't won World, but the leadership of this team certainly has, and they're in a position to close this out as they push on the left-hand side. Xenotronics able to take out Baskin very early in this engagement, though.
That's a really big play. Baskin's been the power hitter for Luminosity, but it just doesn't seem to matter. 2 players dead already. Chase on the right-hand side as well. Scary D just zoning players out 3v1. Vamana does whatever Vamana wants. That left-hand Phoenix is going to fall down again, thanks largely in part to Scary D's zone. And there's going to be the fight. Scary D looking for the kill, and he gets it. Incon falls down. Luminosity now looking for, well, the Titan with that 4th kill. Totally, that's going to be game.
Aquarius falling. That's 4 members dead. Shadowkey responding in 5 seconds. They're going to push out the left-hand side. They want minions to tank it first. But with Shadowkey respawning, they have to play it safe. Gold Fury respawning in about 30 seconds. They don't necessarily need this Gold Fury, but it's just something for them to do while they're still waiting for more minions to start flooding in. With those 2 Phoenixes down, fire minions from the left, fire minions from the middle. That's the timing window for Luminosity to hit the last nail in the coffin.
So if Shadowkey is playing a less... If Shadowkey isn't playing Ymir, I think we actually see Luminosity go in for the win right there. If he's playing a god, if he's playing a Sylvanas, for example, or if he's playing a character that doesn't do as much damage or control as Ymir, I think we actually see the push in. But Ymir can get, especially when you're on the Titan, you're going to get multiple people frozen. There's a lot of damage.
Well, the thing is, the wall would get destroyed by the Titan if it walks through it. So that's another issue that Shadowkey has to worry about. Mask is diving into the backline, going to find a knock-up onto Shadowkey, going to walk back, avoiding the freeze, going to walk back in, though. Not going to find the stun, though, but still doing a good job poking out Shadowkey. And I think more importantly than Shadowkey respawning on the Ymir was the fact that there was no minions for Luminosity to really close out the game.
That's why, that's why we saw the players walking over to the left-hand side to clear that wave to let the minions filter in.
Better safe than sorry, absolutely, out of Luminosity. Such a clean game. They only have 2 deaths on them. They have 11 times as many kills as their opposition.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much incredible. And the fact that one of those, so you're looking at the 2 deaths on the side of Luminosity are Zeus and Scary D. Here comes Mirage right on top of Zeus and Scary D, and nobody cares.
Forced into the Acre. Scary D diving the Titan, finding 2 easy kills. Baskin avenging his death previously. That's going to be a deicide. Luminosity walking away with their 2nd win of this set. 3 points, 27-2, not even 24 minutes into this game.
Scary D. Scary D. Scary D. I have to tip my hat to him right there. We saw a fantastic performance at Worlds. We saw a great performance today as well. So fantastic stuff coming out from Luminosity in both games, honestly. Flashpoint showing signs of brilliance. And to break down the matchup, we've got Taco.
Thank you so much, F-Dot. And indeed, we did see quite a few signs of life out of Flashpoint, particularly in Game 1 against Luminosity. We saw Flashpoint was actually in the lead for the start of that game, up until around the 15-20 minute mark when Luminosity started fighting back, because the Odin did fall off a little bit, but they actually were maintaining about a 5K gold lead on the side of Flashpoint. So slightly unfortunate that their overall team comp just wasn't able to keep up with that of Luminosity once the mid to late game stride started to come into play. But overall, I think that Flashpoint did a really excellent job at least keeping Luminosity at bay. But speaking of keeping Luminosity at bay, Luminosity immediately turning right around and Baskin showing that he is definitely up to scruff with the rest of the mid laners in the SPL. His first debut on Raw and his first competitive game as a mid laner was honestly an excellent job overall by him. He was making sure to land his abilities, and while not necessarily securing any immediate kills with his Raw snipes, he was still doing the necessary damage that he really needed to get off in order for his team to be able to find these last-minute pickups and kills, which overall would lead to Luminosity's successful sieges. And that's always really crucial and important on the side of a team to make sure that the damage is being dealt. Because, you know, if you have sustain as well as damage, there's just not a whole lot for an enemy team to really combat necessarily, and it can be really difficult for a team like Flashpoint to come back from that, considering that it can be slightly demoralizing midway through a game when you think that you have the lead and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but just fall a little bit too short. Either way, though, well played by Luminosity and Flashpoint in that first game. But Luminosity, we saw them again carrying that momentum straight into the second game. This time it was much cleaner for Luminosity, and they had a very dominant performance in this second game. You could see immediately right away from the get-go, they were initiating exactly when they needed to and making sure to go ahead and control every single objective as well as every single team fight on the map. And there just wasn't really much of a response, and I think a lot of that loss on Flashpoint's end came to the weaker draft. Soul isn't necessarily a huge priority in the duo lane. Izanamidi, while she has a lot of potential in the mid lane, Incom wasn't really able to find his stride with it, considering that they just kept falling behind as far as those early game objective and jungle camp fights were concerned. And so Luminosity overall, we gotta give it Jeff the Sex Hinla with some of the sexiest Bacchus plays for this day one debut. He was just non-stop securing and ensuring that his teammates could go ahead and look great. So he better be getting some loving tonight. Non-stop 3-2-man, 4-man flops, and it was just absolutely phenomenal gameplay by him. And I know supports don't typically get the shining star moment, but Jeff Hinla was definitely a mark to be reasoned with, because there's just no response. When you get knocked up by a CC, such as the Bacchus flop, it's really difficult to try and turn a team situation. And a lot of times Mask was also being able to follow up from these Bacchus flops, which just overall made Baskin look like a shining star as well. Going ahead and dropping a Zeus ultimate on top of himself to ensure his safety, as well as dealing tons of damage. Overall, just great gameplay from the entire team of Luminosity. And I mean, I don't have to say it myself, I wouldn't expect anything less from these guys. They're all wonderful players. But we actually have one of your favorites coming up now. Baskin, how's it hanging?
Hey, I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good, Woony. How's it feel playing mid lane this time around?
It's a lot different from solo lane, but I like it a lot. The team has been helping me grow into the new role. I definitely couldn't have done it by myself. But yeah, it's a lot different, but I'm liking it.
Yeah, I'm sure. And are you having a lot of fun? I take it, in solo lane you're accustomed to just flat boxing with somebody else for like 10k player damage in 12 minutes in. But on mid lane, what exactly encouraged that transition?
It was more just I was bored of solo lane. I've always kind of wanted to play carries instead of frontline gods like warriors and guardians. And I also played ADC before I played solo lane in the SPL. And I've always liked ranged characters, especially mages, so I decided to just give mid lane a go.
Yeah, well, you're definitely doing a great job in both of those games, first on the Raw and the Zeus. And who would you say has probably been your biggest contributing factor as far as really growing into this new role?
Probably Jeff and Mask. They've kind of been like my coaches, I guess, because there's just so many things I don't know because I'm so new. And they've just been like really patient and pretty much just helping me with everything because they're both veteran players in their roles, and mid and support and mid and jungle have to synergize well with each other. So yeah, probably Jeff and Mask.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure you're happy picking up that triple kill early on in the second game, thanks to Mr. Jeff Hinla there.
Yeah.
So, well, obviously, congratulations to you guys as well. And so I want to go ahead and ask you, is there any kind of like particular shout outs or anything you want to go ahead and give?
Yeah, shout outs to our org Luminosity. They're great. I love them. And also shout out to our coach and our sub, Quintosh and Allied. They help us out a lot, and they don't get enough love. And shout outs to my team, and that's pretty much it.
All right, well, shout outs to Luminosity indeed. You guys did an excellent job. And for those of you who missed it, that was Baskin, the mid laner now for Luminosity Gaming, coming in strong, securing the 3 points for his team. Excellent overall gameplay from Luminosity. Really happy for those guys going ahead and picking up their first set win in this season of the SPL. And now coming up next, we're going to be seeing Enemy versus Noble Esports. So for that, we've got F. and Hindu. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, Taco. Man, I'm always used to the breaks that we normally have here, so I'm like, I'm sitting down, I got my feet up, I'm asking Anatoly to deliver me stuff, but it's just not happening. Not happening. We gotta get right back into it.
Straight on. onwards and upwards.
So we're going to get into a very interesting matchup, like Taco said over there, enemy versus Noble. I think this is so everybody's looking towards that energy matchup that actually Obey won, believe it or not, if you missed the European games. Yep. That was fantastic. But we also have Eager versus Soar later on. Those are the two big headline, gotta watch them games. This has been my match to watch.
It's the one that's been hidden under the covers of the first week of games here, because it's Noble who's coming to the scene with two technical teams that have come together here. You've got two players from the Xbox scene coming over here. You've also got the dual lane from Noble staying together for this Noble roster, and then Stealth has been added in. Enemy keeping the same squad apart from addition to the solo lane.
Yeah, this is we're going to have a different solo laner over there for Enemy. Mr. Mackey was with the team throughout relegation, but as he said on Twitter publicly, hey, look, man, I'm just a coach. Good thing they have a different player over there in the solo lane.
His name, I believe, is Arazis, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to mispronounce his name until we get used to it. I have checked him out a little bit. He's a Grandmaster player, been around with the team for a while. He's not very well known, though, by most people at home.
One thing I do know is that Chaos is a very strong mid laner, despite the fact that his team hasn't had much success last season. I think it's really easy to forget that Chaos is a top-tier mid laner, and giving him a top-tier character like Thoth, that alone, games aren't won in picks and bans, that alone tilts the favor in Enemy's favor.
It's awkward, but Noble knew what they were doing. And by I say they knew what they were doing, they banned Sylvanas and Ymir. They feel that they can deal with Toth in the early game. They think getting Ratatosk or Capri will be enough of a setup for them to pick on this Toth. Now, Toth only has one mobile ability to be able to disengage from the fight. It's got great mobility. Sure. Someone like Ratatosk is very good at getting to that back line and trying to engage and pin them down. We'll see if it works, though, because you can see that what Enemy have drafted alongside that now in Thor and Geb is going to be very good for protecting this Toth if the Ratatosker does want to go there.
Ratatosker and Zeus, that's a combo that we just saw out of Luminosity Gaming. Baskin and his jungler Mask played this combination really, really strongly. Baskin winds up something like 9 kills in total. Largely, okay, the support helped out a lot, but Ratatosker was there as well.
Well, the big key of this is Zeus really likes he likes to get his ultimate off and confirm the damage. Getting his ultimate to actually deal a lot of the damage is an important factor here. Odin was very good for that in the long stage before Phantom existed. You trap him inside the ring, jobs are good and free ultimate. The same can be said by AoE knock-up effects. Ratatoska has one, Sylvanas has one. They both do the same thing, which allows Zeus to confirm damage.
I want to bring up two interesting bans. Now, you look at the Thanatos and the Serket, that all makes sense. Same thing as Ymir and the Sylvanas. But the Cupid and the Artemis bans. Now, Artemis has been very powerful. We saw Energy try twice. It didn't work out. But the Cupid ban. Why is Cupid coming out here from Noble Esports?
Cupid's a very interesting one there in terms of their ban, because I guess they're a little bit worried about mobility. It more than likely is down to the fact they wanted to draft the Ho Yi. Ho Yi is one that likes to box and have a 1v1 fight, but up against a Cupid can really all in some of these hunters that are very good at 1v1s. Just Cupid would be the mastermind about it if you can hit the abilities.
Well, yeah, Ho Yi absolutely gets smoked out by Cupid, because either you're going to ultimate underneath him and prevent the jump, or ultimate where he's going to land with the jump, and then he's just smoked out.
And the hard bomb will bring him down as well if he's up in the sky. If he gets stunned out, he's going to hit the ground again and then have a whale of a time on the ground as well.
Kabrakan will clean up the roster or the lineup for Noble Esports. We'll see that likely on Uzi over there in the solo lane. Uzi and Chapo on the Kabrakan and the Ratatasker, like we said. Some of the console players shifting over to Noble Esports. Enemy, on the other hand, all eyes on Chaos. Let's hit the battleground and see how these guys do. Game number 1, Enemy versus Noble.
Now, we talked about Toth, and I'm going to go back to it again, because I don't think this is a lack of respect to Chaos's playstyle in the mid lane. I think this is a lack of respect from Noble, potentially towards Toth overall.
That's exactly,
I'm going to put that out now, because I think they came with a strategy here going, we can deal with Toth, but we'll see how this one works out, because the amount of peel that Enemy have set up to keep an eye on Chaos in this mid lane, there's a lot of front line, and Paydivion can play backline as a Geb as well. Gebs, more often than not, you'll see them go Blink as a second relic to do some engages, but they won't need to, having a Thor, having Arazis on this tier as well in the solo lane to be able to be the frontliners for them and leave Chaos sat at the back line being protected by Pain.
One of the things that I'm looking at for Noble here is MLC Stealth. Now, this player winds up on Noble, which is, I mean, a lot of people might just think that he outclasses his team as far as his talent is concerned. And when he brings the Zeus, it certainly might look like it. Pain Deviant, are you in trouble already?
No. This is a forethought from enemy here, trying to cut them off Noble in the jungle, make sure they're not starting at any of the camps, as well as getting lane pressure. Look at this. They get to lane first by being so far up. They start to clear the wave a little bit quicker than the dual lane of Noble, and it actually puts Noble on the back foot. Not only that, the interesting thing here is Rama and Khepri are pretty close in terms of clear, whereas Hou-Yi and Geb, probably about the same sort of standard for them too. Hou-Yi's a little bit better now, thanks to the changes to his ricochet and his first shot dealing majority of the damage.
There's the invade coming out from Noble under the enemy speed buff. Chapo's going to be clean and clear right there. And Panda Cat and Co. go ahead and take a look at, as we call them, the little babies.
Now, the little babies, as you said, these two here, what you do is you need to kill 3 little babies in the jungle, the purple buff babies either side of that, the red buff babies. You get 3 of those, right? And that gets you to level 2 after the first wave, with 2 of you being there together. So if you can consistently do that over and over again after the first wave, you can then go in on the second wave at level 2 and clear out one of the buffs as well. There's no real response time that Noble can do on the second one. There's a little bit of hope though if you hit level 2, but if you get knocked up as you go for the abduct, you're going to have a bad time. And in the end, he doesn't manage to pick it up.
Yeah, Q play coming out from Pain Deviant right there. I have a question actually. Looking at how intense this dual lane is, basically you clear the wave and then, as you just discussed, all the little. Do you think this is the most micro-intensive meta, if you will, that SMITE seen?
A lot of things are going to involve in dual lane. The evolution of dual lane is going to be a thing that continues throughout the season based off item changes and maybe some god changes too. At the moment, though, it's going to be a very tricky situation because everybody's focused on push power and realizing that if you lose the push, you're going to get behind early, but it doesn't mean the end of the game outright, especially if the other side of the map is a different story.
It's just so micro-intensive. I feel like we've never seen this this sort of execution in SMITE where it's all about very specific, you want to hit these little camps next to the big camps and get a certain amount of experience.
Well, I mean, that used to kind of be the case, once upon a time as well. We've had times in the past where it was like, well, is starting in lane better than starting at the purple buff? Those sort of things. We always have these at the start of a new season, start of changes to the map or anything like that can cause problems. That's an awkward spot for Pain. He got so lucky. He got so lucky the abduct from Wub missed, and then the immunity kicked in for him during the rollout, so he got away. The abduct missed.
Did it miss, or was he already gold?
No, it did miss. He was not gold at the time.
Okay.
He missed the abduct, and that allowed Pain to get away from the route thanks to his CC immunity on the rollout.
So I've known Pain Deviant for a long time. Pain Deviant, one of the original members of SMITE, been playing since well before the launch tournament. In fact, once upon a time laned with Jeff Hinla. But Pain in that situation, I know exactly what he's saying. He's like, "I'm dead, leave me alone," and then he giggles like crazy.
Well, look at the pressure from early on from Chapo to the solo side. I'm not surprised to see that as well. Erazi's a bit of an unknown quantity in the Pro League. The one benefit Erazi's has here is that when people watch enemy here, they have seen Pain Deviant put a squad together of unknown names time and time again and actually make a run at the Pro League that's been very, very decent.
Yeah.
So seeing this guy come on, everyone's like, who's the new kid? Well, I'm like, well, Pain chose him, so he kind of knows what he's doing.
More often than not, I am thinking negatively when I see a question mark. When I see Pain with a question mark, I'm thinking neutral. It just gets the auto upgrade to neutral.
I don't think question mark. I think best of luck is all I can go over. Best of luck. Hope your first set goes well. But with it being Erazi's here on the side with enemy, we'll see if it's a different situation this time around as well, or it's business as usual for the likes of Pain Deviant and enemy.
It's actually really interesting when it comes down to enemy, because this is the first time in a while that they've been able to translate or transfer almost a full squad. I mean, it's everybody but the solo lane. And this has been over 2 years since we've seen enemy be able to retain a roster going from year to year outside of Chaos and Pain Deviant.
And they've been the backbone for it for the most part. Panda Cat has been in and out, not because necessarily he wasn't the one they wanted on the roster or he wanted to leave the roster. I think it was just more down to home life more than anything else interfering with some of his play. But now with Marauder no longer on the squad, Erazi's added to it, we're going to have to see how this solo lane works out. And if he can bring the same sort of thing Marauder did eventually as the season progressed.
Right now, teams are separated by about 700 gold, which is the reason I bring it up is because First Blood has yet to happen. So that 700 gold lead for enemy it's nothing to celebrate, right? 700 gold is close to being tied, but it's just a point to how well they're farming, looking for the first blood.
He's dead.
And the cat's going to go up. He's going to shoot some shots. He's going to come down.
Unless
and he's going to get smoked.
Thor might come down, though, to turn this one around a little bit.
Too
No,
late.
didn't manage to find Chapo there. You can see what Verizio was looking for. But at the moment you saw Panda Cat go to the sky, it confirmed his death already.
Yeah.
If he would have purified or noticed the Ratatoskr ult coming in beforehand, purified early, he could have potentially survived.
Pain to Beyond gets grabbed.
Good wall.
Beautiful stun wall coming out from Verizio right there. Pain to Beyond still might be in trouble. He's slow. The rollout's going to take a moment, but he finds it. Verizio shows up. Gimp Shield is available. But instead it'll just be the meditation coming out from Pain. Just wonderful teamwork right there from the support and the jungler. They helped each other out twice.
What I wanted to see more from that was MLC Stealth on the Zeus. He really played with his team well then. He trusted in his support to confirm the abduct and immediately dropped the ultimate as well. It was just a good heads-up play from Verizio to drop the wall down in response to make sure that Pain didn't end up being destroyed by the Zeus ultimate.
And that, I mean, people, that is a very tough play. You can very easily trap your support player.
Definitely.
You have to have surgical precision right there. So I'm glad to see Verizio come out and make the play. Ozzy gets Fearless out of the tower thanks to a Ruzies.
So far, so good for Noble, though. I've seen Chapo gank solo, gank duo, and he's trying to show presence both places. The one place he's not showing presence to is the mid laner, though.
Yeah.
And that mid laner, Chaos on Toth, which we mentioned earlier on, has gone Doomob this game as well. Now, Doomob is a fantastic item if you can keep the stacks up and play safe. If he's allowed to just continue doing this, Toth could become a problem.
Ozzy might be a problem right now. He'll just walk away.
Chapo's up, though, in mid lane right now. I think he was looking for a pick somewhere, but unfortunately, no one's around.
Very interesting play coming out from the soul laner in the jungle, just letting go of the gas. Right here, Verizio's going to be attacked, and he'll go up and ultimate safely under his own tower.
Solid damage there coming out from Ratatoskr. Chapo did good work with the Bluestone Pendant as well. Really does apply that extra damage, as you can see, and it didn't really hurt. Panda Cat, though, wants to kind of return the favor to Wowie now, but Wowie's going to get good Sun Ultimate off. And now it's just a small misplay from Panda Cat. He took the trade, he didn't win the trade well. Could have beads to try and reduce the slow on the Suns and the ultimate to potentially get out of it, but the damage from the Suns is just too good. You can't disrespect them.
Yeah, miscalculation there coming out from Panda Cat. Had Panda got into the sky, wow, he dies there. It is that simple. That's how close that was. Panda just misses the sky by a single basic attack, and wow, he winds up winning the trade. Noble look for the Gold Fury after the fact, but quickly walk away. They see the rotation coming out from Pain.
Well, you got Chaos with the Doomob as well on that Toth as well. Final Judgment does a lot of damage from a lot of range. Woman's in trouble here for a second. Luckily enough, the stun missed from Chaos. And Stealth did a very good zoning ultimate there, actually, just to negate the situation a little bit.
Yeah, I want you to go deeper into that, because a lot of times people say zoning ultimate the same way they say tactical feed, you know, with their jaded look on.
Here's the deal, right? This is the situation. Bro, you want the kill? Cool. Walk through the damage first of all,
Exactly.
right? You might get the kill, but maybe we'll turn it around after that, or I'll also kill you in trade. So you got to try and it's risk versus reward then at that point. It's like, well, maybe we get the kill on the support, but do we really want to lose somebody as well? Okay, let's peel back a little bit, play a little bit safer.
I love that type of play. A lot of times that type of play goes over a lot of casual viewers' heads because they don't really anticipate that. So understanding that sometimes, especially a giant ult, you'll see that being used with the Suns as well.
There is in a bit more trouble here this time round again, taking a lot more damage. Didn't have to use his ult this time, but
Double whiff.
Chapo's doing good work here. I say that, but look at Erizi's there, forcing Chapo out as well. Good little bit of work from Ozzy, though, to slow that down. Couldn't do too much, though, without his stuns being available.
Tier level 11, gonna head in the jungle. He's gonna meet up with Wubbin.
He's doing great work so far, though, but man, he's 2 levels up, sorry, just about a level up on Ozzy at least right now, as Wubbin's trying to defend this one. But if they continue to remove this blue buff away from the Guardian solo laner, it's going to be impactful.
At the moment, 2 kills to none. I still want to see Thoth do something. It's early, and this isn't when Thoth does something. I understand that.
The main thing with Toth early is you want to get the stacks online.
Exactly.
From his passive, not necessarily just a Doomob. The passive gives him the extra penetration for his kit for free, and he just needs to level up to get to the next level of those stacks as well. So the deeper the game goes, the more free damage he's going to do because he's going to shred protections.
Oracle's being fought over. This is hilarious. Both players and teams sort of juking and leashing and very fun stuff.
But what we did the right thing there by killing one first of all, and then not trying to focus both at the same time. You need at least one. It's better safe than sorry.
There's a dive. Ozzy might be in trouble, and he is. Verizio gets the kill off of the assist from his own solo laner. Chapo is also going to be in trouble. He takes to the sky after...
Good pop. Good pop.
Ooh.
Really good pop there overall. The bad news is Chapo's ultimate does not go on cooldown off that as well. He wasn't in the sky at the time. The animation was still going through. So actually, that's a net win for Noble overall because the Chapo saves his ult, could still come back if they needed to, and they sneak away the Gold Fury on the exit.
And you hear Chaos groan about it.
Yeah, that's all Tough does. It's a good way of putting it. Now we can groan just all day long.
Thoth guy going to go ahead and miss his opportunity to go ahead and steal. And that Gold Fury for Noble is going to answer back all of the devastation that enemy got. And enemy were able to pick up a kill and then make some nonsense happen. Noble picks up the gold, tie game.
I don't care about the gold though, and it's not a tie game. That experience lead is actually really big on the side of enemy here. 3,000 experience lead at 10 minutes in. That's a big question mark of why are they so far behind now, Noble? Are they not sharing camps correctly?
Sure.
Are they losing too much of their jungle in the early stages here so far? You can clearly tell the enemy are doing a much better job of synchronizing and getting this experience lead. Experience is free damage, free survivability, 3 extra cooldown on some of your abilities as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that you want to keep an eye on. You don't want to be more than 3 levels away from your opposition, but a level or 2. A level 2 is questionable. Chapo takes a big hit and poke.
Agreed with that too. One level's normal, and it can go either way at a level, and supports is the different example where it can be up to 2 levels behind, and that's still fine.
Even in the solo lane here, specifically because Ozzy's playing the Cabrakan, I'm less concerned about the 1.5 level lead here for Aruzi's. If he had been, for example, if that's a Ratatasker solo, that's abysmal.
Well, Ozzy could be finding himself in a bit more trouble again. He's going to stun Varizio, which is wise, and a great double stun to both of them, but here's more rotations. And there's Chaos making an impact straight away with the final judgment. Just bloop, and there's 500 health gone.
That is not what that sounds like whatsoever. Sounds like a cannon.
Bloop.
Bloop?
Bloop. I mean, that's what Ozzy's health bar. That's what Ozzy said. There you go. Bloop.
That might be a little bit more accurate. But
Here's
here
some
comes the
pressure.
response.
That's better. That's what we need to see Noble do. If you're going to let them get tough, you need to make sure it's on the back foot. You can't let them get those Dumo stacks up.
Another duel. Panic Cat not taking it this time. Not going to take it this time. And yeah, Noble, it's almost like they forgot that they gave Chaos Thoth, and they just sort of sat there, and then as soon as he made an impact, they make the impact. Chapo gets caught out by Pain to Beyond. Here comes help from the solo laner, Ruzies. Chapo's in trouble, gets the kill, but he's killed by the Suns after the fact. MLC stealth, very low HP. Panic Cat waiting for the shield to wear off, and he won't get it, but looking for the chase by himself. Here comes over the top of Ruzies. Couple of basics to take out MLC. Panic Cat's taking the damage. He's going to get dead. See you later, MLC. From a distance, take it out, Panda.
So Panda Cat right now, to me, is just not on his game today. I can tell that already. The roll-in against Wowie early on, the choice to ult instead of beads against a Ratatosker ultimate. Panda's not playing the way we've seen him play before in the past. And that engagement there as well, we would have seen him land those snipes beforehand. That situation wouldn't have been created. He would have got a kill before that happened, or at least reset the Khepri ultimate once more. So with Panda being a little bit down on his luck today, at least that's how it's showing here, it's going to have to rely on enemy to step it up elsewhere now. And Erezis is doing just that from the solo lane. That was a very good rotation from him, and now he's got a substantial 3-level lead now. That's something to definitely talk about.
Yeah, that's 100%. The real big thing is that the rookie is stepping it up right here in lieu of, honestly, the star. I think you look at Chaos and Panda Cat as the 2 veterans here, and Chaos is kind of quietly the mid lane star, but Panda Cat's the flash. He's the guy that winds up on the highlight reels, and like you said, I mean, he's just, this guy's a great player. He's just not showing up today. Hopefully he can bounce back in game number 2.
And Chaos really shines on these sort of gods that he's playing now. Very similar to a Giannis in terms of sit at the back line, support his team in ways that you wouldn't necessarily notice, but deal a lot of damage too. He likes his agony for the same reason. Drop the bombs to the back line, set things up, allow his team to do the work on the forefront while just providing consistent damage.
Zeus and Giannis also very prevalent characters in his god
This is
pool.
good.
Right side, fight started off by enemy. Nice, Fearless in the power cleave. Chapo saved up by his support player, but Chaos waiting there, gets the shotgun. Woman's in trouble as well. Beautiful ultimate from Uzi, but over the top comes Rizio. The walls can't stop that. Down from the sky comes the Thor. Another kill for enemy.
That's on Uzi more than anybody else there. Unless the communication was called from Uzi, he was pushing the tier 1 tower on the right hand side with the solo laner being missing. That needs to be called from him, and if it is called from him, the team need to respect that call that he was missing. In the end, they had 2 people wrapping around the back enemy there onto the whole team of Noble, and Noble just didn't have an answer because Ozzy was one man out of the way as well.
He just wasn't there with the rest of the squad. Definitely need to see that communication be picked up a little bit. Ozzy now building into, well, it's the hybrid item Voidstone, but this is more offensive for me than it is defensive here on the solo lane Bracken. So Ozzy's still looking to do some damage.
He's looking to do damage, but he's also setting up more damage for Zeus for stealth in the mid lane as well. That's one of the reasons you get this, because you're going to be in the mix, you're going to be in melee range the whole time, which means they're reducing the protections of the enemy, magical-wise, which means Zeus does more.
Here the portal has been taken out by enemy. They're going to stay local and at least look for a fight by the Fire Giant. Whether or not they want to take the Fire Giant is a different story, but I think they certainly want the fight.
So strategy so far from this game has been see Chapo's jungle position be rotate to every lane, try and support and get them ahead. Meanwhile, Verizial has very much so sat on this right-hand side, focusing Uzi down, getting Erezi's a big lead, and not necessarily focusing for kills, but also focusing on making sure he steals away this blue buff on cooldown every single time.
Aruzius looks like he's getting the better of this lane, but every now and then, Ozzy turns around and just smacks him in the mouth for a huge chunk of damage.
The only difference is, though, Tyr's got a heal. So you'll be fine over the roll. The heal did get nerfed in the latest patch, though, so it's not as huge as it once was in a 1v1 fight, but in a minion wave fight, you're going to be okay.
Big plays right there, double stun, and plus the ultimate coming out from Ozzy. He meditates himself.
Big fight left, though, going on.
Tasker shows up on the left-hand side. Verizial's looking for it as well. Lands, just barely gets wowie.
But he does get the Aegis off to prevent the damage off that as well, so both teams will slowly fall back to safety here. Generally, even trade overall, ults for ults used. You can see, though, the enemy have a few more available to their name, though, which can come into play around this Gold Fury.
Here comes the flank. Ooh, Chapo barely escapes. You saw the pincer maneuver coming out from the enemy right there. Chapo absolutely needs to get out of there.
But that's the difference there, where Chapo hears the call that Pain's coming behind him, immediately dips. Whereas Ozzy in the solo lane before, they didn't know he was behind him clearly, or they didn't respect the call from Ozzy. Either one is the correct answer there.
Aruzi's going for it.
Feeding himself now, isn't he?
Right on top of the tower, gets a power cleave, hits a fearless, taking a lot of damage here. Ozzy's just got back in his face.
I mean, I like the idea. It would have looked great for the highlight reel of your opening game of the Pro League into SPL territory to make a nice highlight reel play of diving a tower. But at the same time, did you need to?
So here's actually, I don't mind that play simply because that was the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is you blow all your abilities, you miss everything, you tank the tower for far too long. But who cares? You lost maybe 3% of your HP bar?
There's always like opinions of how that could have gone, because imagine if Chapo was in the jungle at the same time and you dive in a tower, you got no ult to escape now, and then a stealth turns up with a Zeus. But if the team knew about where the positioning was of other people as well, yada yada. But the Gold Fury started by Panda here. I like this call. He is on his own though, and you can see the reaction immediately from Noble just to be like, no, not this time.
Exactly. You go for it. You go ahead, you start it, and when somebody shows up, you go, all right, you caught me. You just walk away. Everybody's polite about it. It's like, all right, sure. Not going to make too much of a big deal about it. Ozzy's still battling it out against Aruzi's here in the short lane.
But the fight around the Gold Fury continues. Rubbins of Ducks actually hurt him more than it helped him. And I don't think Final Judgment hit over the wall then from Chaos. He did fire it looking for the play on Wubbin, but he didn't get the range he was looking for. It was just outside the range.
Ozzy's sticking here in the solo lane along with Aruzi's. Everybody else generally on the Gold Fury side of the fight. Oh, he actually looks like he's just flirting.
These two are not going to kill each other now. It's not really possible to kill each other. It was close a minute ago for Aruzi to really try and pick up Ozzy, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon now. With Breastplate of Valor Online and Voidstone, they're both going to survive. They've got both situations of being tanky and one with sustain. There's no point tuning into solo lane until one's at a tower.
I love MLC stealth, man. The E-staff has changed drastically, but this is his old build and he's just sticking with it.
But the E-staff is good. The E-staff is actually, it's like a mini Soul Reaver is the best way to talk about that item now. It does allow you to get a bit of a mini Soul Reaver proc on the first ability use. Granted, it does have a cooldown internally on it, but it is useful to get a bit more damage out.
It's from looking at MLC's build, and also, sure, I cheated. I talked to him a lot about these things. It's not about it's just the health. 200 HP is I mean, when you're
used to
playing
be a lot more health, but this is a risky play at the Gold Fury. Gold Fury does go down, and it goes the way of enemy there by the looks of that one, and now the fight continues.
Yeah, it's a big play coming out. It's going to stretch their lead to about 4,000 to 5,000. Rob's in the sky. Panic Cat gets one, only one on his target. Triple stun coming out from Pain and Beyond. More defensive than offensive. Enemy take the Gold Fury, and one of them wants to fight. Verizial's up there. Nobody else can even come close.
And it's mainly because, once again, Stealth ulted defensively again. Well, offensively, but it created a big zone for the Had to fall back again enemy. Arizy's falling down for that. I'm okay with that if I'm enemy right now. He was already a monster in that lane anyway. He had a 3-level lead over Ozzy anyway.
Right.
So him falling for that, it's like, no harm, no foul. You know, that's not going to work out too bad for us. But we did get the Gold Fury, which jumps us in the lead again.
Good plays coming out from enemy here. And this was one of the bigger questions coming into this split. We talked about earlier about how this roster had not gone through as many changes as some of the others, despite the fact, perhaps, that I think last season in the fall split, don't forget, this is a team that had to defend through relegation.
That's true.
And they didn't change their roster too much outside of a single player. This is a team that I think is a better squad than their win-loss from last split would tell you. The question is, how much better is enemy than they showed us in the fall?
The real key with enemy here is that when they first came into the league last year with this same squad, minus Arizy's here, is that you looked at them and you went, all right, probably bottom seed because they're a new team of all rookies that have never really been together before, so all right, we'll see. But they didn't. Instead, what they did is they climbed the leaderboard to the top of the slide, right? And at the top of the slide after the spring split, they then decided to get on the slide and slide down it. And they did that all the way to the end of the year. And slowly but surely, in the end, it seems Marauder fell off the slide at the bottom, and the rest of the team got back up the ladder and is trying to climb it again.
Well, so there was a lot of issues right there for Arizyl going to cause an issue on the left side, landing behind Wowie. Not going to find the stun either.
Misses the stun, misses the wall, and now the turnaround play could be fair for Chapo to turn on. Arizyl's going to take a lot of damage from this one, but overall, they're holding their own with Pain coming in too with the shields. It's nothing happens, ult for ults.
That's going to be the disengage right there, 100%. And, you know, ooh, okay.
I know,
thought Aruzi's was looking over the top.
After seeing Aruzi's in that solo lane against Ozzy a minute ago, I'm like, he could feel himself on this one again and look for the big play. I could see it.
Yeah, I really thought we were going to see Aruzi's over the top, but enemy with a threat on the left side of the map.
What do you reckon it is? Do you reckon it's Aruzi's, or is it like Urizi's? Like Ulysses, so Urizi's.
So I don't think it's Aruzi's.
You don't?
I think it
is
might
like
be
Ulysses, but said Aruzi's? That sort of way?
I'm pretty sure it's So if you're following traditional English,
it's pretty much what. Is that what we're going to call him? Okay.
That's what we're going to call him.
It sounds like you've been sick.
Oh, big play coming out there from Ozzy. Trap Pain to Beyond, and it's going to be right there down the line for the mid lane Thoth. No big deal. Pain to Beyond just plays it safe and shields himself.
Look what Chaos did there, though, is he just brought down the wall with the help of Aruzi's in the mid lane as well. Just to bring down those walls and make sure Braken's not as impactful as he can be. Bringing that wall down is very important.
Oh, trying to escape right there. Ozzy gets a stun, but not going to be enough. And Noble will regroup. They're down by 5K, which is still totally fightable. Noble, they can and they will fight. And it looks like it's going to be this tier 1 tower that's the next objective. Verizial leading the charge, waiting for it. Here comes the tier. He's going to get rooted out by the support.
Tower's already down, though. Now Chapo's in the sky, as is Verizial, man for man. Chapo's got to hang until Verizial comes down, really. He can do it a little bit longer overall. Notice where Verizial was aiming then. He was looking at his boys going, land, rat, land, because the moment you do, I'm going to smash you in the ground straight afterwards.
That's the idea. That's the idea. It used to be the old Thor, Thanatos follows Thanatos. Now it's the Ratatasker as well. That these characters, the idea is you're just going to follow. I'm going to follow. And that's why we noted early for Noble that Chapo is ganking the mid lane and the duo lane. It's very important. Both of these characters want to keep the pace of the game high. We looked at a match earlier where First Blood came 15 minutes in.
Yep.
And then it was a very slow game. Much different story here, and it's because of the characters you select. When you pick these global junglers, you have to keep your foot on the gas.
Yeah, you do have more impact across the map very, very quickly to turn a fight or even just cause an argument more often than not between the two that are generally in lane together. I do want to see Noble, though, like we talked about grouping up here, I think they should have probably relinquished that tier 1 tower without trying to go aggressive anyway, because of the fact that Ozzy's ultimate was already on cooldown from the previous engagement. What they need to do, though, is play around Stealth now. Stealth's 3-0-1, level 17, not too far behind Chaos, has a ton of potential damage here as well. They need to go back to the sort of strategy we saw coming out from Allegiance last year, which is protect Stealth, let Stealth get his damage off. They can do that in this game right now with how it's looking, and Wowie has been holding his own in the Hunter role, and actually ahead of PandaCat still in terms of kills, maybe not in terms of itemization and experience, though.
So I'm going to go to the other direction, that I don't think Noble should play protect the MLC Stealth. Half HP on this Gold Fury. That's a free Gold Fury.
You're too late. On the rotation was just too late round
Yeah,
down.
far too late.
Most of that is down to the tier 1 tower in mid being down already. Because you've got to play a little bit further back than you would like to, your tower line is invisible there, and so you've got to fall back further than that. You don't have an opportunity to play as far up, and in the end, that positional advantage just gave him free reign for that Gold Fury.
So going back to the strategy discussion for Noble, I wouldn't like to see them play Protect the MLC Stealth, because I think there's a lot of talent on the other side.
Hold that for. Arizi's in a bit of trouble there, gets a nice shield coming out from Geb. The Demon does go down the wave enemy, but it looks like they may still want to fight here.
Chapo, he's trouble in the back line, gonna go ahead and go to the sky. Veriziel also gonna safely ultimate out. Noble has made their retreat, and the Fire Demon Portal guy minion boss is going to be toppled for enemy and his team.
And there's a difference in enemy there that we saw at the start of last year, where they win a trade, and instead of continuing to push the advantage or overextend sometimes and maybe bite off more than they can chew, they just accepted the win and fell back. As the season progressed last year, that wasn't the case. They'd maybe win a small fight and then try and continue that fight, and it came back to haunt.
Uzzie's here by himself, looking for a start on the backside, and you got a rat up in the sky as well. Gonna land down, find the knockup on the jungle, and then look for Thoth damage. Safety is going to be out of the Thoth, and Chaos will turn around on Chapo.
Meanwhile, the front line, the fight's still going on here as well. Erizis will get over the wall with the Law, bring him back to safety, but now that allows enemy to chase down Noble as they run back into their own jungle as well.
And there's the flip backwards, full retreat from Noble. Everybody disperse. Enemy will start the fire jar.
And that play there was all chaos. Just so you know, that whole little engagement there was chaos. What he did was he saw Chapo in the sky on Ratatoska and immediately backsteps, stuns, all-ins Chapo, deleted Rat. And maybe deleted Stealth here?
Veriziel's waiting. Gonna land right on top of the Zeus. There's a nice combo, but the Aegis will protect him. Here comes Rat and puts MLC Stealth right there in the jaw lines. Veriziel gets the kill.
And now Woman in trouble too. The body blocks from Erizis there is actually really strong as well. There's a kill over to the tier as well. The Fire Giant was reset, however, but with the constant rotation of cooldowns of Noble's death timers here, it's always going to be man advantages. Erizis was he bad there with that Lawbringer? Not going to find it. His team, though, they should get the fire here.
My man Chaos right there. Fantastic stuff. So if you see, you can actually, the window that you use to amplify the Thoth abilities, you can actually hide in the geometry of the map. Chaos puts the window right on the back wall of that buff camp, so that when he fires off the one, you actually don't see the window, you don't see it coming, and he slams everybody down that corridor off of the fantastic control from Aruzzi's. Listen, man, this is day one, game one. I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm not going to get too crazy, but I'm very happy with what I'm seeing out of this unknown entity, Aruzzi's.
He looks very interesting for now as well, but then again, you've got to take into account who his lane opponent is right now. He's someone who's going to be very much alongside him in Ozzy on the side of Noble. Ozzy's new to the Pro League as well, very similar to Sinosure and Chapo, both coming across from the console side of things. They understand the game, they understand the mechanics of it, but the PC level is different. It's not necessarily harder or easier, it's different based off turning circles, based off rotations.
Right.
A lot of different things happen, and Ozzy's trying to establish himself here as well. Nerves can come into play for first dayers as well. That's one thing you'll notice. When you get on the big boy stage, all of a sudden you panic.
I mean, we saw that Chapo is notoriously a stoic, unshakable individual, and we saw him in relegation clearly get in his own head. So when it comes down to the big stage of the PC world, I think that a lot of these players can definitely do that. I think Ozzy is stronger than most people will anticipate when it comes down to it. In reality, Graham?
I think he will be, but at the same time, we're comparing Arizis to Ozzy, and we can't compare Arizis to the rest of the other solo laners in the Pro League as time goes on.
I was also going to follow up my positive statement with the fact that he's also just playing tier.
That is also true. But tier did take a bit of a hit, so we're not seeing massive amounts of him just yet, but he's still a solid pick overall.
He's still a fantastic choice.
He's got probably the best level 1 out of any solo laner right now, I want to say, just because he can change stance and clear the wave in full with a blue stone at the start.
Nice little start, or nice little chase out onto El Chapo there.
Stealth left alone, Stealth cut out, Panda's got him. That was a big play. That's actually probably 2 Phoenixes.
That's huge.
Just because they picked off Stealth there, that's easily 2 Phoenixes.
Why is he there?
think he was trying to flank around the back there and walked into Panda Cat, who was also there at the same time. Did need some protection, and at the same time, Wubben was nowhere to be found to get in the ultimate.
Fantastic stuff. Here comes Aruzi with the control. Uzi's going to have the ultimate from Kepri on him, just in case. There's a fantastic one from Pain to Beyond, setting up Chaos, the mid laner, to take down Uzi. Panda Cat on the flank, looking for the basics, rolls forward to the sky. One shot is good. He's going to immune it, waiting out the Aegis, not strong enough, but Chaos finishes off Wowie, while Panda finishes off the Phoenix exactly as their roles would imply, and we'll see the enemy shift over to the mid.
They were already in a good position anyway, enemy there with the Fire Giant and pushing on, but that last pick by Panda Cat kind of made up for his poor performance at the start here, because picking stealth in the jungle, finding that 1v1 and winning it, actually just closed the game out pretty much now. 2 Phoenixes down off this 1 Fire Giant and all the tier 2 towers. Good shape, as well as a Gold Fury to back it up as well.
Panda Cat with the classic through the wall shots over there onto the tier 2 tower. Love that play. Will also opt to take out the Gold Fury. Very fast attack speed. You can see here there are 2 major mindsets going on right now. Noble here, you can see on the other side, Wowie building into the crit coming out from the Hunters. Usually you'll see this paired with Devo gloves. This is a big power, big massive power, but here we just see the crit built without the power bank. On the left side, your enemy Hunter grabs the no crit build and instead going to the attack speed and the chin side.
And the Jin side can be very useful for the frontline targets of the likes of Uzi here on the Guardian Wubben as well. They're going to be building a little bit tankier, so you can shred through that a little bit more as time goes on. The Fatalis in that build as well just gives him so much more mobility in and out, especially when you've got the rollout as well, so the roll on Rama to just reposition if you do get in an awkward spot.
Fatalis, it's fun, so funny how 10 penetration takes an item from a silly luxury item that maybe 1 or 2 characters require into a universally purchasable item.
It does. It really does. I love that play from left-hand side there. You see how all Nobler groups on the left, they were trying to flank round and try and find a pick. Unfortunately, enemy weren't around there. That's the happy thing I do like about Noble right now, though, is that in this set, even though they are losing this set overall, they are trying to fight back. They're not sat back and they've not been the ones to just react to everything enemy's done. They've been proactive. They've tried to make things happen for themselves. Even though they are losing, they are still putting up a fight.
And see, that is a round of applause to Noble, but it's also a question mark to enemy. You're 20,000 gold up. What's stopping you?
Right now, just waiting for the second Fire Giant. This is super safe day 1 nerves, you know? Like, just play it safe, get the Fire Giant, and then we'll go for the Phoenix, and yada, yada, yada. We see this a lot of the time as time goes on.
I guess.
But we've seen people make mistakes in this situation where they try and siege, they lose the fight, they lose the Fire Giant, then they lose the Phoenix themselves, and we're back to a square game.
My eyes are closed. I don't want to think about it. I don't even want to think about playing it safe. These guys should go hard right now. Enemy going to clean up the free Fire Giant. Noble, what are they doing over there? Noble, they're planning something.
I don't know. I mean, they're trying to sneak around. They're trying to catch them coming up mid lane or something. That seems to be the key here.
Yeah, I think that was
From what I can tell is they pushed out a wave, let their minions spawn, trying to catch them collapsing in mid, but instead it's them themselves. It's a trap. Noble said it, and it's the enemy that are going to execute it.
Verizio completely off the mark, but Aruzius gets the mid lane MLC stealth. Chapo activates the Sanctuary for a moment, dashes forward and dashes to his death. Panda Cat and Chaos pick up 1 as well. Uzi, the only one alive, and the Titan is the target. There goes to the sky, the Hunter. But enemy win game number 1 in dominating fashion. Another kill for your rookie tier. 17-6, just over a half hour of play. Enemy take game 1.
They do take game 1. They take it in good fashion as well. Veriziel was a little bit slower than Chapo on the ganks, but the ganks that Veriziel made there were a lot more consistent, better executed, and actually resulted in more than what Chapo was able to do.
Yeah, Chapo had the really greased wheels early on. We saw some of the Ratatasker jumps down in the mid lane and then over in the dual lane, and I really liked the start of the pace of the game. But at some point, we saw that acceleration, and then everybody took their foot off. Just everything stopped for Noble at some point.
Well, it's the experiences you did see develop. There was about 3,000 experience at one point. And for me, looking at how it went on, is Chapo continued to gank, and then when eventually he went back to base, checked the scoreboard, and went, well, all my lanes are behind on experience now. I don't understand why this is. I can't necessarily go aggressive right now because the guys just want to farm, and sometimes that's how the situation develops.
Might have to change the draft order. We'll take a look as we get into picks and bans for game number 2 here in our week number 1, the SPL. Noble Esports goes right away and bans out the Ymir. This character is, so we keep preaching preaching about the power of lane clear, and he's definitely one of those guys that's going to clear the wave well. Enemy, well, they're not first pick. They're going to ban Thoth.
And that's the key there. They're not first pick, so ban it away. Don't give it up. Don't leave it available. Thanatos is on the table, which was banned earlier on here. I'm not sure if we'll see enemy look to pick that for themselves, because they will run a Thanatos with Viriziel before. I like the Sylvanas choice instead, though, because even if Noble do go with the Zeus again, they can't potentially combine that with the Sylvanas.
I'd like to see Noble first pick the Thanatos here for Chapo. I think that last game was, when you're looking at both of these teams, in all honesty, that's a lie. When you're looking at Noble, you're looking in the jungle to drive the team. There's a lot of talent on this squad, specifically jungle and mid lane. Thanatos is going to combine very well with the mid laner, as well as, Chapo didn't have his best game last time around, but that's one game. Game number 2, I'm thinking that he can pick it up.
Giannis Ratatoska? No, Scylla. Okay, surprisingly enough to see Chaos pick that. I thought he would go for his, not his default, but one of these well-known gods that he's very comfortable on the Giannis. Combine that with a Ratatoska, the mobility answers more than Thanatos can give. Also gives more escapability for his teammates when they're running away from that said Thanatos.
Scylla's really strong against Thanatos, specifically because characters that could punish you for crashing down onto them are really strong against Thanatos. So when you look at the Giannis, he's not going to really do much. You ult him, it's whatever. You ult Scylla, she's got Crutch, even the I'm a monster in response. So enemy will select the Scylla for Chaos. Zeus, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. MLC grabs it.
Stealth going to pick that one up. Woobin's on the backers this time instead of the Khepri here. I'm surprised he didn't look at the Khepri for himself again, just because he does have the Thanatos anyway. Have them both in the same squad. You can have Chapo go as deep as he ever wants to go then, and then hit him with the ultimate, get him revived. Same thing for Stealth in the backline in case he gets engaged on.
Yeah, Zeus isn't even the character. When you're thinking Thanatos in the jungle, you want to see somebody combine with it. You want to see the Ra, you want to see the Poseidon, these burst mages that can work well off of things like a big Thor dunk or something. Zeus, not the same, but as we said, MLC is one of the best Zeuses on the planet. So, sure, I'm never going to shake my head too hard when Zeus is selected for MLC. Another Cupid ban.
This one's more focused on the fact that Pandacat just likes playing Cupid,
really
likes playing Artemis as well. It was last game as well, but it was also, they've drafted Ho Yi, so Cupid's great against Ho Yi as well, so
Pandacat's Cupid is kind of nuts, I will tell you that much. So you're seeing a respect ban Cupid. What a strange world.
It's not necessarily respect. Cupid's actually really good right now. Like, honestly, Cupid's not as bad as people may think. I think most of the hunters are actually viable right now. We saw AMC today as well.
Truth.
That kind of shows you that there's a lot of viability in the hunter role right now, and that's why you're seeing so much focus. Izanami, Artemis, Cupid, Apollo, all banned out, as well as then a Medusa and a Rama.
Medusa definitely has had some positive adjustments, doing more damage with that ultimate when you're able to turn around. Hunbats on the other side for enemy on Viriziel. These are the gods that I love Viriziel on. Now, when we saw Viriziel come out and try to play the Ao Kuang of yesteryear, which was, going back into what you were saying about enemy getting into trouble with everybody overextending, I think that comes from the hero mentality. Enemy had a lot of issues just falling behind, and everybody tried to be the guy, and I think that caused a problem. Enemy is most successful when they play as a unit. As we get into game number 2, if you're rooting for enemy, that's what you want to see. Like in game number 1, Aruzis came through to set up the rest of the team. Viriziel on this Hunbats, when Viriziel is playing facilitator, that's when enemy is at their best. The black and red are already in a good look right now.
But their front line is very, very squishy. That's what I've noticed on the side of enemy in game 2 here. Obviously, Ratatoska and Hunbats. And then you've got Pain Beyond on the Fafnir. Now, Fafnir is great on the front line. His setup potential isn't the greatest, though. He's very good at baiting into situations, but not more than that, realistically.
Here's actually my take on that. Is Pain, Pain
like
with a nice little
like
wraparound. Going to find the stun on a Wowie.
He's got to hit it. He's got to hit it. I had a feeling. I don't know why. I just felt he was going to miss that. You missed it! Well, what he did was, you don't know which way Warrior's going to turn when he's turning round. That's the thing. If he turns to the left or he turns to the right, he gets hit if he goes the right way.
I mean, Pain walked up to Wowie.
The funniest thing is the easy skill shots to miss are the ones that are point blank. It's a strange thing to say.
That's the truth.
We've seen long range snipes connect over and over again. And instead, you see a different story. I'm surprised, though, that we see Woobin starting in lane here with Wowie. I was going to mention that, too. With a Bacchus, he's not got the greatest wave clear at the start. I was expecting to see him go more mid lane here and pressure there, but instead, we've seen Thanatos start there with Chapo and Stealth. They will steal away the speed.
So, glad you brought up Chapo here on the Thanatos, because going back to what you were saying about the lack of tanky characters on enemy. First of all, Ruzis, we've seen Divios play a very tanky Ratatasker, so that's certainly a thing. But for me, what it comes down to is El Chapo and the Thanatos. So Thanatos is strong no matter what, but Thanatos excels against high tank compositions because you can abuse his ability to execute at 40% and make the whole idea that you're tanky just irrelevant. So enemy, they lose frontline, but they gain a lot of damage and mobility. And at the end of the day, Chapo's taking that frontline ability out of you anyway.
I'm talking about Chapo right now. They're actually winning the trade on the other side of the map here as we're watching duo lane, because they've taken the speed buff of enemies. They've also taken their own speed buff and their own blue buff, which means they've got a net win of 1 buff up. However, left-hand side, different story here. I like the decision from enemy to stay in lane for another wave there to be able to secure this purple.
Here comes Rizziel over the top, still level 3. Big whiff out of Chapo. A couple of baits could confirm it, but they won't chase underneath the tower just yet.
No, just still level 3, but Stealth turning up there to this left-hand side was so important for Noble there. Making that rotation from the mid lane from Stealth maybe really undervalued for what it actually did. It denied Noble getting really far behind in the duo after the initial push.
Chapo still waiting here in the solo lane with Uzi. Ex-teammate, still teammate here. From console to classic? I don't know what you want to call it.
PC.
I know.
How about that?
I was looking for the alliteration.
PC is great.
Well, right now, Chapo needs help. He is dead. Did not expect that. But the nice little curveball out of Rizziel puts him and his team on the board for the first time this game. First blood going to enemy.
Good decision from enemy. They realized there was nothing up in the jungle to take either, so why not just hang here at the corner, see if Chapo does end up leaving the lane, and if he does, we'll get some extra damage on, at least force him back to base in the worst case scenario. Now they can dive Uzi because they're level 5 on the Rizziel.
Yeah, the fear no evil. The fear no evil.
See no evil.
Say no evil.
No, you always say evil.
That's true. It's fear no evil.
Oracle trade, hammer type. See what I mean? Pain misses the minimum, so the point blank shot, but then at the oracles he gets the max range distance and picks it up.
I mean, I completely agree.
Just saying.
I never like to talk about my gameplay here in the booth, but honestly, anecdotally, I will tell you it's harder to hit Thanatos sights.
Oh, Panda Cat did not know Chapo was behind, so Chapo, let him know. The best way a Thanatos knows how, with a scythe to the back of the head.
1-1-0 for Thanatos. Hopefully that puts him on a waterfall, as I like to call it. I want to see him continue keeping the snowball going.
And Japa's good at this, though. Look at what he does. He rotates from one lane to the other, So he went solo, does die, immediately comes back, goes solo, goes duo, gets a kill, then comes to mid lane, looks for a gank too. The only bad news for Noble here is that gank on the duo lane that he did find a kill in means that they have to relinquish pressure on the speed buff of enemy that they had earlier on. So enemy managed to secure their own speed.
Right now, Noble, they really need to find something in the enemy jungle is really what I want to say, because Noble, they're trailing by about 1,000, which is troublesome this early on. You kind of need to stop that before it starts. It's a sign of things to come by seeing the fact that there's a 1,000 gold lead across the way. So teams definitely just have to be a little bit more careful.
This is a good zone work coming out from enemy here. This is experience more often than not. What he recognizes that he can't do much here. He can walk up with the wave if he wants to, but by doing this, he does risk getting all in by the two of them. So, see, as you can see, Pain walks forward as soon as the minions connect. You can't walk forward as a support until the minions touch each other. Otherwise, the archers will aggro you anyway, and you're just going to take 3 damage.
Chapo looking for the fight here on the right side. Uzi's going to play Clamp Man as 4 players here show up. Wubbin off the mark when it comes to the knockup. So you'll just have 4 players here on the right side of the map. Enemy, no move towards the Gold Fury just yet.
No, because they do have some presence over this side, but not at level 5, level 6 for these two. Scylla in the mid lane could have come over, but it would have cost him at least a Scylla ultimate to make sure they could confirm that. And then you've always got to be risky of the fact that Chapo could turn up on Thanatos at any given moment.
That's the key there, is that the fact that you nailed it. You just don't know where that jungler is. Rizziel, on the other hand, beautiful play with the teleport, but a save from Wowie. Looking to turn this one around. Chapo goes up, Chapo comes down, and Aruzis is going to have to remix his lifespan right there. MLC Stealth chasing Rizziel out of it. Wow. I just have to say, Bacchus is the man. We saw Jeff Hinless set up everything on his game, and right here, Wubbin just makes a great play.
Wubbin did well then, but so did Chapo as well. His silence on the overhand smash against Verizial there. If he wouldn't have silenced that, Chapo was dead.
Yeah.
Like, confirmed, Chapo was definitely dead then, but that silence bought him enough time to get to the sky and then turn around the kill with the execute and get some sustain again.
Knockup going to be immune by Pain to Beyond during the transformation. No follow-up as Pain to Beyond finds safety under the tier 2 tower. Trouble for the Thanatos. Panic combines with Verizial to get the kill.
And that's the difference between Chapo at his best and Chapo when he overplays himself again. He did a juke around that he didn't need to do. He should have just stuck with his team, tried to exit that way. By doing that, it has given an opportunity for enemy to get the oracles and force Chapo back to base as well. He could have just tried to work towards the team. He tried to get a bit fancy, looked for a scythe to come up again, and instead, his rest of the team went, right, peace. And that's what happens.
We'll see you later with that one. That'll be the 3rd kill for enemy here. Again, early on. Team's not wasting any time when it comes to the kills right here.
It is starting to show as the league continues, though, that duo lane really can be any two gods right now. Like, we've seen the likes of Bacchus, who's known for low wave clear. The only one we've not seen so far is Terra, which I think will probably change as time goes on. But it is showing that most of the supports, most of the hunters are able to be played even at the highest level right now.
Ruzi's dealing some damage into Uzi. Ruzi versus Uzi. Aruzi versus Uzi.
We can go with that. Chapo versus Aruzi catches the dash with the silence there, but with the minion wave in his way, Chapo takes more than he would have liked there. If the scythe hits Aruzi's there, could have been a different story.
You gotta make it rhyme. You gotta make it rhyme.
How am I gonna make it rhyme?
You gotta make it rhyme.
I don't do that.
Terrible. Wubbin.
He missed the hammer again. See, that was point blank.
Yeah.
Point blank hammers are harder to hit than the ranged ones, I swear.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, Finno Evil are on the back of the jungle. I heard that. Chapo though gets out, turns it around, looks at the fight. Silence this time will cancel the overhand smash. But Stealth is there to pick it up and clean up the pieces.
Too
1 for 1.
late right there. The Thanatos just rough stuff. Doesn't have an Aegis available as he's not yet level 12, if he will even go in that direction. Uzi here underneath the tower, just trying to avoid his opposition.
Oh, that could be a kill. No! So the choice from Stealth there to drop the shield over the ultimate gives Chaos enough window to just get out of that fight. Very, very small things just change the fact of whether this kills or it live it or die it all the time. This is what happens at the Pro League highest level. It's just that one little change. If he doesn't throw the shield through the ult instead, Chaos was dead.
Absolutely. That's why these guys are here, right? That's the bigger change.
Yep.
One more time building the Doom Orb. I love it. Chaos understands his role as a mid-mage. A lot of times you'll see this the defensive builds come out, specifically across the way at MLC Stealth, who likes to build Zeus all defense plus a Soul Reaver.
Well, the thing is now as well, the mid laners are getting a little bit more alone time with the waves and solo farm. The reason that's happening is because duo lane now has the oracles to constantly contest, and enemy, and on the right hand side I should say as well, you've also still got the portal demon now, and as well elementals. So mid lane is kind of the one point of the game that's right in the middle, but at the same time, nobody really cares that much about it as much as they do the sides because there's more experience there now.
It's one of the most frequently visited spots on the map, I would say.
Oh,
Chapo, that mid lane.
Forced to beads out of the Finno Evil, gonna take to the skies. Rat goes up and comes down again. Uzi could look for Uzi's here, now the dash is down. I wonder if Chapo's gonna go, and he is.
Just waits for the prime opportunity. Nice dodge around the nuts, but he can't handle it. Looking to turn it around, it's gonna be Uzi. And he can't handle it either. Aruzul gets one, and Vivaldi gets the other, or excuse me, Verizial gets the second one.
And that pickup there was generally down to the breastplate of Valor being built on by Aruzis. They underestimated how tanky that rat was. If that was a normal jungle Ratatoska, he probably would have gone for damage there and not survivability, which means Chapo would have done a little bit more damage, as would have Uzi.
Not the case, though, unfortunately. I think that's going to be the conversation a lot for Noble, is coulda, shoulda, woulda. But keep in mind, I think you're looking at two different teams right here, or two teams in different points of their history. I think it's very clear that that Noble is a team that is looking to
establish themselves. This is enemy is established. Noble are trying to establish themselves.
So for me, it's less about establishing themselves. I think we might be saying the same thing with a different term.
More than likely.
For me, Noble establishing themselves, that would be outward. But really, it's inward. They're just trying to improve right here. So when you see silly plays like that, I think it's just a team taking notes. And I think next split, they just might be a little bit better.
There'll be a lot of things that all the teams will look at the start of the season and go, because I'm just trying to play things like Stealth Soul in the mid lane there. That's a thing that these guys at home will watch the tape back and go, yeah, there. If it would have popped the ult there, it would have been a different story. But, you know, like, it was a small mistake. I'll probably think about that again, but in the same situation, I might just do the same thing because it's just natural to do.
Right here on the right side, again, Uzi in trouble. Finds a little bit of a big crit coming out from the Hun Bats, but very quickly.
Wobby missed the flop in mid lane, and now he's going to pay the iron price. I think overall, I'm a monster available. No flop available as well. Meanwhile, man fight.
And that's it. There's from the sky.
He's got
Chaos
all
gets
three.
the kill in mid lane. Panda Cat is in trouble. Wow, he gets the kill again. Not expecting that.
I wasn't either, but it shows what panic happened last game as well. He didn't manage to land his snipes and his Rama too much. And then again, when it was clutch situation for him to land the snipe, Wowie ends up managing to avoid the damage coming in and then turns it on his head. However, enemy do win the fight elsewhere, which is more important in the grand scheme of things, and they're going to get a free gold fury out of this and continue to extend their lead.
You say it's more important.
Oh, yeah, it is.
That's what you say.
Padnik will be like, I don't care, we got gold.
The 1v1.
If you die in a 1v1, right, and your team gets buffs, you're like, yeah, that was fine. That's fine. I kept him away.
Oh yeah.
So what Panda Cat can do there, just for the fans at home as well, Panda Cat can now tell his team there, listen, if I didn't fight Wowie there and die for Wowie to get the kill, Wowie would have had enough health to be able to come and contest that gold fury, and they may have stolen it. So what I did there is sacrifice my life to make sure Wowie went back to base.
Absolutely. He's zoning.
He's a genius.
He's zoning.
He's a genius.
Aruzi's in some trouble here. You can see the gank coming out from El Chapo. He's rooted. Fantastic play. But the rest of the solo leader will take to the sky and simply walk away.
Aruzi's actually shown me a lot of like relaxation in this solo lane as well. Like he's doing the right sort of thing. He's not wasting abilities. He's not panicking and trying to get as far away as possible. Notice how he could have ulted at any moment there and actually waited a little bit and went, okay, now I can ult and I'm still going to be safe and get away from the danger.
Exactly. Right now, early on in this game, it feels so much later in this game because, one, it's been more active than some of the other matches that we've seen.
Agreed.
But also, two, where we see the enemies is very interesting. Everybody is very deep in the enemy jungles, really searching for kills, and that, like I said, feels a little bit later. So, because of that, we're only about 13 in this one. 4 to 8 are your kills at the moment, with the enemy leading by about 3,000
Still
gold.
want Ozzy on this right-hand side over and over, but the monkey missing, and Verizil instantly backs knowing that he missed it. There's a sign of a jungler who's upset. It's either back or they jump. It's one or the other in place. What I would like to see out of Noble in this game, though, we're only 13 minutes in, they are behind at the moment, but I'm seeing Chapo pay more attention to the solo lane and trying to help out Ozzy, and I'd like to see him actually turn his attention towards Panda Cat in the duo lane instead and get Wowie a little bit more fed. Panda Cat has died twice in this lane now, once from when Chapo ganked early on, and once against Wowie in the 1v1. If you can continue to try and exploit that situation there and get Wowie big, Wowie could put this game on his back.
Ozzy taking the fight. He's 2 levels down, but he still wants it. Aruzi's taking more damage than he's giving onto the Robin.
Good time, Dole.
And he finds his teammate there to help out, and Ozzy jumps over the ultimate out of Aruzi's. Good stuff.
And lazy back. Oh, he didn't catch the lazy back. I think he was going to catch the overhead kick, but just out of range. Verizil still wants this, but he's only at half mana. Does have his Fear No Evil available, though.
There's the hit out of the Hercules.
There you go. Oh, no, they caught Woman over the wall!
Nah, he's gone.
Is he?
He's gotta be. He's gotta be. He's gotta be, and he's not. Noble support, just walking away. Enemy, on the other hand, not the same. Chapo's gonna miss the dunk. Still looking for more. Gets body blocked. Looking for the sight. Can't find it. Panda Cat gets Chapo from a distance.
And now Panda can come around the back too, but Wowie's going to pick up one. Big kill on Ariz's there. Now looks to trade with Panda Cat, who is very low on mana here. Panda's going to use the last of his mana to roll in for the kill on Wowie stealth. Really worried about his positioning there. Didn't want to go in, but then goes and needs the crush instead. Pain to be on. Misses a max range hammer though. If he would have hit that, man, if it was only short range, he would have hit that.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah, I know.
How many times am I going to say that this game? Everybody sort of playing as if, everybody playing for the game that they could have had or they should have had, not the one that they have right now. Enemy certainly looking for the tower here on the right side. Keep an eye on the mid lane as well. Even if they don't get this tier 1 in the right side.
They won't get either. They won't get either overall.
No, they won't.
Now, the respawns coming through from Noble are going to be there in time. The recalls back to base. Verizil's looking at the speed buff now, but met with Chapo. Verizil's in a bit of an awkward position, but luckily, the monkey bounce favored him very, very well there, and he managed to get out scot-free.
Yeah, not going to be an issue for Verizil there on the Hun Bats. 5-1-3. Fantastic game for the jungler so far. A big bounce back moment for him.
But no, he's both the Hunters there as well. Both made a rotation and made impact in the engagement too. Obviously, Panda Cat managed to pick up El Chapo, who, for all intents and purposes, was already dead.
Sure.
But at the same time, you did have Wowie make that rotation and pick up Erezes, who, that was an important kill, because Erezes has been a real issue in the solo lane right now.
I mean, not just in game number 2, but in game number 1 as well, playing the tier, had a lot of control, obviously, on the tier, but Erezes on this Ratatasker, also similar situation. You know, it's very interesting. I want to know your take, Hindu Man. What do you think is the finest point that we've seen out of Erezes so far today?
Finest point is the ability to realize how aggressive, being aggressive and standing up in the face of danger most of the time. Not worried about a rotation coming in, recognizing his own potential as a player is what I've seen so far. He's shown that he can hang, right?
Yeah,
he's showing that he can hang in the Pro League, but the question is, how high can he hang? Like, when he gets to the top end, when he gets to the top end of the Pro League players, you've got the likes of Devios up there, you've got all the players like even Walrus and the likes are going to be around. How good is he?
We'll have to answer that question. He's good enough to chase Noble off of the Portal Demon himself. Lands on the ground. Ozzy's going to zone 25% on the Portal Demon. That should be that. Unless Fafnir can... No, Fafnir's not able to make it there in time. Oh. Wow, he gets the kill! Panda Cat answers from afar, but Wowie gets the kill onto Verizio right beforehand.
But the difference was there is Portal Demon versus Gold Fury. Yeah. Gold Fury definitely gives more gold, but Portal Demon does give a positional map advantage for a while, which will slow enemy down a little bit about even looking towards a fire giant, which I don't think they would just yet anyway.
I actually think Gold Fury right there is probably the
bigger win. It's definitely the bigger win.
Yeah, it's got to be the bigger win.
Gold Fury will always be the bigger win unless the fire giant is definitely an opportunity to take it very, very soon.
Chapo missing those death sides. Not going to be a good look for him. Level 12, 2-5-1. Not the game. Not the game that he really wanted.
Chaos's Sycams have really been on point this game as well. He's constantly hitting these Sycams onto Wubbin over and over again. Meanwhile, though, Panda Cat is going to get free farm on the left-hand side and get a free tier 2 tower as Noble roll posturing around the fire giant.
Yeah, that one you have to point to the jungle on. I know I mentioned it before, the Chapo not having his strongest outing right now, but that presence has to be there from the jungler. You absolutely have to be able to defend that if your hunter's not going to be there.
I'm not even blaming Chapo, I'm blaming the whole team. Like, someone had to go.
Yeah,
they should have realized that. Yeah. Panda's just there, free farming there. Unless you're trying to make a play in the jungle, which you weren't. There was no attempt at a kill there, which would have made sense.
It's just you're losing nothing for nothing.
Yeah.
You're losing something for nothing, rather. Again, an early Spear of Desolation. Weapon's going to be in a little bit of trouble here, likely to get out.
Spear of Desolation has just got a lot of power on it, and 20 pen. 20 pen is something you cannot ignore. 20 penetration is a lot of pen.
It's just it's such an expensive item. It's odd to see it so often and early.
It is, but the pen makes up for it. That's the key here. It allows you. Ozzy's in trouble, but he's got support coming now. The overhead kick bought him some time away from that crush damage. But you can see how much Chaos is swinging for now with a fully stacked Doom Orb and that Desolation. He's really swinging for the houses.
Yeah, I mean, you heard me audibly. Ooh, right? He hits him for 25%? Maybe a third of his HP with one ability?
I mean, granted, he doesn't have much magical protection, but still, that is what Scylla does anyway.
Enemy now, grouping up here in the mid lane. Ozzy.
Keep it on Verizio. Just keep it on that little monkey. He's not a minion in the jungle, I promise you.
He's got the blink as well. So he's going to be able to just blink over the wall and hit the ultimate if that is the game plan. Instead, it'll be the wraparound. He's trying to stay hidden. I love how sneaky he's being right now.
He was trying to come around the back and wrap around, but the problem is that Noble have actually moved into the jungle instead to try and defend buffs and protect solo lane. In the sky now is both Rat and Thanatos, but Erezes recognized this and he's going to come down before Erezes does.
Yeah, Chapo going to land a little bit prematurely there. Right side tower will fall down, so 500 gold in the pockets of enemy.
Interesting choice here from enemy to send Verizio to the left, though. I think this is just enemy like, listen, we can't get towers right now. Let's just go for farm. And luckily enough, Verizio's like, well, when we're talking about farm, I'm just going to take their red and their purple buff on the left-hand side, which is going to deny them golden experience again, and is going to just continue to level me up.
That's the more important one, the first thing that you said right there. Chapo is only level 12 or 13 at the moment, and by stripping him of his jungle, there's just nothing safe to farm. He's level 13. He's going to push up and then get ganked. It's not what you want to be doing as a Thanatos. This character is supposed to get started off early, and without that happening right now, Chapo's running into a wealth of trouble.
He is for the time being, I say, but it's going to take him a good 5 to 6 minutes to really try and find his pace again in this game, catch up in a couple of levels. But by that point, the enemy of enemy here, his enemy, they're basically going to be probably around level 18 to 20, more than likely, and then he's still going to be behind anyway.
Just going to be a troublesome spot for the young Thanatos to be in.
Definitely catch-up day for Noble in this one now. They can try and defend a tier 2 tower if things go right for them. For the most part, it's generally down to Wubbin getting a good engage off, or Wowie getting a very good ultimate off to try and begin the engagement, and then Stealth dropping the bombs with the lightning everywhere. That'd be important. Making the heavens rave, basically. Has to make that happen.
20 minutes on the clock right here. An enemy off to a strong lead. 9,600 here, folks. If you're just joining us, this is our third match of the day. Earlier, we got to see In Memory of Gabe, the new Snoopy team. They were able to topple their opposition pretty handedly, I'd say.
They look pretty solid today, Memory of Gabe. Yeah, I'll give them the credit where it's due. Like, they look solid. They came in with a game plan, executed it well, and that's what you kind of just need on day one. Like, go in with a plan, try and execute. If it doesn't go wrong, it doesn't go well, that's okay. It's only week one. You've got a chance to come back in.
Our second match, I was commentating that alongside Anatoly. How'd you feel about that one?
Well, the game plan overall, I mean, the game went back and forth a little bit, but it wasn't really much to talk about in my eyes from that one overall. It just kind of went as it was going to go.
Yeah, it was a relatively slow-paced matchup.
LG just looked solid overall. I think Baskin looks. The most interesting thing for me was how Baskin looks.
That's the thing. We have a number of players shifting positions here. In this game, everybody's where they belong. But over for LG, how fantastic they looked. It was sort of this is the story of the LG match. The enemy pick up an objective and Noble have no idea. Baskin is just sitting there doing whatever he wanted in the mid lane, and there just wasn't a response from Flashpoint. That was the story of the second set, and that seems to be the story of this third set here. Enemy are just outplaying Noble, which is interesting because I think that Noble's a stronger team than we're seeing.
I think they are a stronger team, but they're still trying to find the feet, and that's what I keep saying. You can see the net worth on the left-hand side as Ozzy's being chased down here, but reinforcements from Noble arrive. There's 1,000 gold difference between the lowest person on the side of enemy in terms of gold, which is Chaos, versus the top player on Noble, which is Wowie. Still 1,000 gold difference there. And then you look at the top of enemy here, and it's Panda Cat at 12,000, sorry. Who's at the bottom? Back is at 8.7.
Just not enough gold for him to be relevant. It's really troublesome. Ooh, enemy gonna catch Chapo out. He's fast, but is he fast enough?
Oh, third one? Nope. He just whipped it a little bit too hard there. That was a classic FPS whip there. That didn't go out. Great ult from Wowie, though, to deny the Armor Monster, the Fear No Evil, and the Armor Monster thanks to the Aegis, too. Wowie's doing work this game, trying to do what he can, but it's not enough right now. Maybe it is, though. Chapo!
Oh, needed that kill, can't find it. Wowie finishes up after the fact, but Panda Cat takes down Wowie. 3 players dead with Noble jerseys on. Only 1 on the side of enemy, and it's Verizial. That play right there, man. The small things, all the small things. Shouts to my guys, Blink182. If Chapo finds that kill, that becomes a double kill for the Thanatos, a turnaround for Noble. But as I said before, shoulda, coulda, woulda. The kill does not go to Chapo. Chapo winds up dying first. And you got to give credit to Wowie. He didn't take the kill. He waited for Chapo to look for it, which if you've played Thanatos or Kali ever in a game, that never happens. So having the teammate really wait that out was very interesting.
And then that whole play really came down to what Wowie was trying to do there. Wowie really made a lot of work happen there. He avoided the ultimate from the Fear No Evil with his own Petrify. That slowed down enemies' advance for a second and dealt some decent damage. On top of that, Aegis in the Armor Monster, then reposition into the tier 2 tower, then getting some more damage off to bring him in execute range. Well, we set that all up. Just unfortunately, they couldn't execute as Thanatos landed.
Brief player pause here. We'll get back into the game in just a matter of moments. Enemy winning game number 1, shifting over into game number 2. Still have an exorbitant lead right now. They just won the team fight. Reckon they're going for Fire Giant, or they're going to clear out the towers in the mid lane?
Realistically, we've seen a lot of these games over the years. I've thought, I mean, this is season 4 now, and normally by this point, you're kind of just, just checking your watch, which I don't have.
I got you.
Checking your watch at like what time, how much longer this game could go on, because generally the nails are already in the coffin. There's very difficult for them to get out of this coffin in the situation, but there's always a way back because zombies are a thing.
You actually, there's a number of cases where people are actually buried and then come out in the morgue alive. Believe it or not, last week alone.
Have you not seen me without glasses on? That's what I look like. I look like I've just come out of a. See?
I thought it was a panda.
No, I rise out of it every day. Sometimes a panda, though.
Yeah.
I'm not clumsy, though. Calm down. Calm down.
Panda Cat, the hunter in this game, certainly having a closer game to what people might remember him as. 4-2-1 this time around.
4-2-1. Z1. Was that German, that?
No, I thought
it was 0.
I thought Panda Cat was blazing a lot harder than he actually is. But here with 1 assist in this game, he's building into the Fatalis late game into this no crit build. Really, this is. I think this might be one of my favorite builds coming out for the Hunters with the attack speed steroid. You got the chin side next to the very inexpensive. Is the point.
Listen, they're all going to mess around with builds and Hunter roll right now, but when Daddy Zapman turns up, right, everyone's going to go, what's Zapman doing? And everyone's going to copy Zap. I've seen that so many seasons in a row.
And at the same time, on the other side, if you want to find, there's heavy quotes put around these two terms. If you want to find out the correct build, you follow Zapman. And if you want to find the incorrect build, you follow Ataraxia. Now, when you look at it, in reality, Ataraxia's builds are good. Zapman's builds aren't always the best, but that's what the community follows.
I agree.
That's how people think about it. It's fantastic.
Pretty much. That's generally how it
the
works
hive
overall.
mind.
Yeah, it is a hive mind overall. And generally, it's also the thing about some of these picks as well. Some of the picks that we see in competitive play right now, people are like, WTF, hang on a second, Chapo. Already dead to the fear no evil. The Zeuson's pretty good there, but immediately enemy just reposition back away from it. There's no further follow-up. As Noble are a little bit discombobulated in terms of positioning right now. They need to group as a unit if they're going to make anything happen.
Oh, Ruzi's going way deep. Instead, just zoning. His team already starting the Fire Giant. His team already ending the Fire Giant. Down it goes. Uzzy shows up just a little bit too late. Panda Cat just dialing it out. That Fatalis is finished. And he gets the kill. Taking to the sky, looking for 2, looking for 3. Verizio finishes it off of the damage from the Hunter. Top damage of the game, 16k.
Just too squishy now at Noble. You can just see how much one ability is shredding through the front line. Wubben is trying to do what he can on the front line. His Intoxicate was good to try and zone his team back out, but he immediately blew up himself.
It's a little bit rough when you're looking at, so Chapo's just in the wrong spot all the time. I really didn't want to say all the time, but at least 5 of these 7 deaths have him just been in the wrong spot.
You know the thing that Noble need to correct first of all, looking at this, they have the aggression, they have the playmaking capabilities on this team.
Sure.
But what they're not doing is getting enough farm. That's the be-all and end-all of it. They need to keep even on farm. Enemy really exploited that this game by getting experience leads time and time again. You can't go against these sort of levels of teams and not keep even on experience. Kills are great, but they don't win your games overall. And the way you get experience is by getting objectives, by controlling the map. You've got to put a bit more effort into that.
Enemy right here, 5-man belly flop and nothing.
No one was expecting it. At least he hit 5-man. Other monster hits Wubben, but Meditator comes out into play, so he's going to be alive for now. But Aruzi's in the sky. May look at stealth. Nope, he's looking towards Uzi again.
Nothing.
What do you expect, man? Like, there was no one there.
That's no. I'm not even. That's Wubben jumps in, turns around, and sees that he's by himself, and he's just like, "Hey guys, did anybody see that play?"
So what that was Wubben. Realistically, Wubben was like, "Hey, there's 5 men together, I'm a flop," because it looks so cool when you hit 5.
Exactly
that's all it was. But in the end, it results in Chapo dying again. Woe's down in the back because no one's peeling for him right now. Wubben did try to help out with the snipes. Can he get this one?
Oh, he can't find it. Panda Cat instead will refocus onto the Phoenix. Here comes help from afar. Long-range jump in will create space that enemy needs. Still, Phoenix alive at the moment. Uzzy gonna try and play defense. Gets helped out by the meditation. Can't say the same about Wubben. Down from the sky comes Chapo. Picks the target, but he gets feared and turned on. Chaos out of control. 208 on the Scylla so far. Shifting over to the left side, the typewriter maneuver out of enemy. They took the right, they took the mid, they will take the left here. It's just a matter of when. Wowie, can he do it by himself?
I don't know if it's enough damage on the side of Noble. With only 3 of them here to defend. Unless there's mistakes made from enemy here, Stealth will pick up Chaos. But Verizio swinging around the back at least secures the Phoenix. Small mistakes from enemy here, like this is greedy play. They may be able to
Verizio able to clean one up, looking for the slow, gets the second, gets the third. Wow, he turns around, but Verizio deals the damage. 4 players down. We might be able to see 2. Oh, I don't know. It's just around a Tasker. Oh, and here comes the respawns.
Fire minions though. Fire minions are there, but yeah, respawns are through Stealth. Wowie dead for a few more minutes. This game's going to continue a few minutes longer now as enemy They got what they came for, though. Did they need to do that? Is the Minions going to end this? Are the Minions going to end this?
Nah, the Minions can't do it. The Titan, actually, the Titan man low.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't even realize how low the Titan is. Pain to Beyond's right here in the mid lane, and here comes Aruzi's down the left side. 10%, 612 HP, just gets re-healed up to 1800. That's going to be the big change right there. My man, I thought Viriziel was going to win the game by himself on a bats.
He could have. I mean, to be fair, Ratatoski's looking at it now. Aruzi's interested in this.
He's got 1,700 damage. Dashes forward. Chapo's in the air. Aruzi's going to trade his life for it. But it's a decoy. It's a decoy. The other two from enemy get the right side. Oh, they surprise Noble. They get him out of nowhere. Aruzi's completely just gets him.
You enjoyed that way too much.
Yo, it was a decoy.
You enjoyed that way too much. Like, they had 3 Phoenixes out, there's 5 minutes everywhere. Chill, bro. Like,
no, because, I mean, it was inevitable that they're going to win, but it's how do you win? Listen, it's exciting. It's how you do it.
I know, man.
You know the win is coming. It's not about the win. It's not about the win. It's about how the win came. Aruzi's on the left side. That was fun for me. Let's toss it to Taco and see if she enjoyed it just as much as I did.
Too much nuke.
I actually did enjoy that quite a decent bit, F-Dot. It was a pretty good setup, I think, for Aruzi's to go ahead and secure that one out. But before we get into game 2, we got to go ahead and take a look at what exactly went wrong for Noble in this first game for the day. As you could tell, it seemed as though Noble was actually doing very well from the get-go, considering that they had the first 2 kills on the board. But in fact, they were actually getting out-farmed the entire time by enemy, which I think was a little detrimental to Noble. I think that they need to have a little bit more map awareness and consciousness in order to be more specified to ensuring that they're going ahead and not just picking up kills, but also picking up the necessary farm to maintain a lead. As you can see for Noble, it just ultimately got the snowball rolling because of the fact that Viriziel found himself actually picking up the first kill for his team on the side of enemy. And it was really important here because it's not just the Thorol into a low Bracken, but it's the total combination. He lands the stun, he lands the hammer, even off of the moving target, which is actually pretty impressive, all things considered. And of course, Chaos on this Thoth was just an absolute nuisance on the side of Noble. There's just not much they could do against these stuns that kept consistently coming out and peeling for Chaos, as well as the way that he was able to play it so aggressively in order to help his team with a lot of setup in these late to mid-game fights, which is really important because that's pretty much the main thing. You just want a lot of setup coming out of your Thoth, especially considering that a Thoth, all of his abilities can go ahead and projectile through an entire wall or anything. It just keeps going forward. And so that overall is just incredibly important, and Chaos was definitely making sure to go ahead and help out his team with securing that first game. And then in the second game, again, we saw enemy coming through, and this time around, they went ahead and had the lead from the get-go. We know that Viriziel was going ahead and ensuring a lot of these early game fights, which were really important because they didn't find themselves on the back this time. This time they were ahead from the get-go, which is really important because that ultimately just led to enemy having a lot of map and jungle control. And Viriziel in particular on this Humbats, he had so much pressure, I think, in the fact that he was able to go ahead and secure any of the last hits that he really needed to. With his 3, with his 2, he was jumping in, jumping out, and a lot of his jumps were actually super special because of the fact that it applies a slow. And in that moment right there, you saw him jumping onto El Chapo, which actually prevented Chapo from being able to chase Aruzi's and secure the kill, and instead they turned the situation into their favor. And again, Viriziel on point with his Humbats, going ahead and securing a lot of these kills, and it's just so important when you have a player like that just going ahead, getting into the enemy's backline whenever necessary and picking up the kills. And of course, with any kind of teamwork like that, you always have a captain, and we actually have here now enemy's captain, Pain de Villan. What's up, Pain?
Hey, what's up, Taco?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, man?
I mean, after the last game, not too good, but I guess we won, so I can't be complaining, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that you guys are still doing a little bit of adjustments, getting back into the swing of things. You went ahead and you picked up the 2-0 for today. What do you think exactly helped you the most in going ahead and securing both of those wins?
Well, it turns out that my new solo laner is even better than I thought. He's been playing lights out today, and scrims too the last couple of days. So I was expecting him to be a bit shaky going into these games because, you know, SBL nerves, first time playing against the big boys. But in the end, turned out to be fantastic players. So but let's keep going.
So we can't expect to see any, roster swaps coming out of Enemy anytime soon?
Well, as soon as I can find like a new mid laner, I'm getting rid of Chaos because I hate that guy.
Oh,
But,
yeah,
other
no,
than
understandable.
That, yeah, what
I've
a
seen his
nuisance,
rank
man.
gameplay. It's
I
completely
know, right?
understandable.
I can't stand it.
Well, I got to go ahead and say it. I know that it wasn't the cleanest set from you guys, and I'm sure that you'll be looking to shaping things up for weekends to come. But I want to go ahead and ask you, are there any particular shout-outs that you want to go ahead and give?
Shoutouts to Clerky from Enemy. He's been working on a little project of his own, and I'm very happy to be a part of this. Also, shout out to a wonderful person called Horizon Baby. Love you very much, and thank you for the support for the last couple of months. And finally, shout out to Panic Cat for getting outclassed by Morals, like by a mile. That'd be the end of it, I think.
You just had to throw that in there. All right. Well, again, congratulations, Payne. For everybody back at home, that was indeed Payne Devion, the support for Enemy. And congratulations to those guys for going ahead and securing the clean 2-0 set and getting 3 points for themselves. And now, for the final game of the day, we actually have a fan favorite, Eager, as well as another, Soar, facing off. And with that one, we're going to have FDOT and Tolly bringing you in.
I thought you were going to say that I'm the fan favorite. Then you got to go and say Eager is. All right, whatever.
I mean, it's not necessarily you. It's the hair. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, it's either me or you, but then she's got to lean on the side of the players. I see you, Nacho. We're going to come out for you. Anyway, Eager versus their opponent is going to be our ending here. Totally, I just got to ask you see the end of that last game?
Yeah, I did.
You see them get bamboozled?
They definitely got a little bit surprised.
Oh, that was really fun. Commentators got bamboozled as well. I want to give this up. The solo laner for Enemy. His name is Seizure backwards, so I think we're going to be calling him Seizure instead of or whatever we were commenting on before. Soar Gaming versus Team Eager. Soar has a new look. They grab Vedium and Benji, two of the guys that really stick together as a package. They're going to be on the outside lanes as the hunter and the solo laner. Soar is going to see a movement of Andinster to the mid lane. Baskin was the other player that moved over to the mid lane. Obviously, he did very well for his squad earlier in the day. Really want to see how Andy does here.
And he also respected the fact that it's homie Effie that's going to fulfill that jungle position. It's not very common to see somebody that's been playing one role for about 3 to 4 years to hand it down to a new up-and-coming, well, not necessarily a new and up-and-coming player, but a newer up-and-coming player than Annister is. So seasoned veteran, winning Season 1 Worlds, and on top of this, both Annister and homie Effie respect each other so much with their play back and forth. If you ask them who you think the best player in the world is, they're going to say one or the other.
It's interesting. I know you were trying to say Annister is from the original class of SMITE players. He was the original best player in the world, heavy air quotes, right? And then you look over to homie Effie. He's that second or third class of players that come in along with Hurrywin during the Fat Chunks era after, your reign of terror in like 2013, etc. So we see, well, maybe not that early. Actually, no, 2013 is when you guys were doing it.
It's definitely not 2032. As we get into the picks and bans, Zeus being locked in for Team Eager. We've seen it yet and time again, ever since Super Regionals in the finals against Soar. Actually, Zeus was such a dominant pick for them, surprisingly, with both Giannis, Toth, and Raw still available, electing to go for this huge area of effect damage on the Zeus.
I love the Zuler pick here for Team Eager. Arlong Shen going to be next to it, most likely in the duo lane. Gab, Thanatos, Ra across the way. We're going to see Andy on the Ra here. But Uller, the Zapman Uller, Uller is a character that you can only play if you're really good at him. Full stop. That sounds hilarious. But when it comes down to it is, Uller is an ability-based hunter, and if you're not landing, let's say 90% of those abilities, he's just a wasted selection. Zapman was one of the first real players to come out and really rock the Uller really hard, and since then, he's really been very strong on it. It's a flashy character, it's a fun-to-watch character, but most importantly for Eager and their fans, it's an effective character.
It's not just the Zuler here, it's the Arlong Shen that's probably going to be onto Aurora. He's been playing some warrior supports every now and then. With his rotations, he's been setting up mid lane quite heavily. So we could see a lot of aggression coming out of the dual lane if that's going to be for Aurora.
Here's my question though, with the pin getting changed as Jingwei selected across the way, interestingly enough, Arlong Shen doesn't have a cripple on the pin anymore. Is it still extremely valuable?
Now, he doesn't have the cripple, but he's still going to have the root, which is very important. You can always wait for those defensive cooldowns anyway. With how aggressive Zap could be, he could force the cooldowns, and then Arlong Shen on Aurora could capitalize. But look at this. Fenrir yet again. Between Divios, these three gods, I don't necessarily... Well, obviously, Terra's not going to be played for DJ Pernicus.
Says you.
More than likely... DJ Pernicus would not play Terra here.
You say that? Meanwhile, the first game Eager plays at Worlds, Chang'e goes into the jungle.
That's a different story here and there. But those 3 frontliners, that could be played by Divios any which way you look at it.
That is not a different story.
That's a little bit. I was just looking at the frontliners and thinking, like, what's going to happen in the solo lane for Divios?
Different chapter, same story, I think, is the way to go. A wheel is selected as well next to the Thanatos. So you're going to have an assassin over there in the solo lane. Which one will it be? Well, we'll not play the guessing game. We got like 5 seconds before we get into game. So one of those characters is going to be over there in solo. I would rather see a wheelish solo, but we've seen a lot of success out of Thanatos in the solo lane, and that's what it'll be. Benji over there in the solo lane. Give a round of applause. This is one of the name changes I actually like this season. Benji used to have a 1. Now he has an I. You have heard me, whether it be on broadcast, on first period, or otherwise, lament and get very angry at name changes. This one's all right. Benji, hats off to you, buddy.
You got to own up to your name, and that's exactly what Benji has done. You know, formerly known as Salt Machine back in Season 2 of Enemy Days when he and the rest of his team made it to 2nd place in Worlds, where they did eventually end up losing to Epsilon back then. Satman, not a stranger for damage in the early game, doing a lot of poke. Vedium, oh, that poke.
That's what I was immediately. So, granted, Jingwei is going to get back to lane. If this is any other character, that's a giant win.
Yes.
The game is all about pushing up these lanes, but Jingweezy is just going to be able to come on back, no problem.
But it's still a good factor because Jingwei at this point, a lot of damage in mid lane that they're trying to do onto each other. They're going to miss out the jump, though, instead of electing to clear the archers. But Jingwei on the left-hand side for Vedium, he could have been looking for poke during the waves connecting to each other. Instead, not going to be able to get any sort of hits off. He's going to lose all that gold under his tower, and he's going to lose a red buff. Meanwhile, blue buff is going to get stripped away from Team Eagle, which is really fine if you're looking at it on the side of Divios. He's expecting that because he went for the Chalice of Mana.
Ah, okay, there you go. That's why it's fine, because I was going to say, Terra's not a character like Chalk or Bakasura, I guess, in the solo lane, that can go without that blue buff. Aurora over here, looking for the big purple guys. That man zoning out. DJ Pernicus just making it back in the lane, whereas Benji and Homie FA will play the assassin lane over here. Vedium just getting abused. The pin, the stun. One more basic will do it. Zapman finds it. Bluestone, thank you.
Zapman with first blood. This is looking really good for Eager to already start off into a good snowball advantage, because now Aurora can start rotating and start helping out the best in DJ Pernicus, whereas Zap can just continue to look for the 1v1s against Vedium. The experience and gold is going to start to skyrocket now, especially with Zap rotating down towards getting the red and the purple.
That's the start to the season that you want to see if you're an Eager fan. Zapman going off, getting early poke, chasing a player back, getting the early first blood. I mean, this is the identity of the team, very much so, is Zapman getting kills. In reality, I think it's much more of a team-based strategy and result than that, but Zapman's certainly the focal point. Vedium finds a way out as Aurora comes from behind. Good communication. Captain Jigs warns his new Hunter player that's going to be the case.
Forced into rotating now into the dual lane is Jigs, which is going to make it a little bit more trickier in the mid lane, not having that support there. This is something that Eager would much rather have. They want to have the 2v2 in that dual lane. Aurora and Zapman have been playing together for so long, and with this first blood advantage, DJ Pernicus making the rotation. Jigs could even be in trouble here.
Aurora pops out, and the stun off DJ is going to be off the mark.
They both missed their stuns, unfortunately.
Yeah, everybody just kind of misses. Jig's able to roll out. Not a care in the world.
But the thing is, when you're rolling around as Geb along a wall, you can actually use that wall to your advantage by slowing down your speed, which forces Eager to miss those two easy abilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to make sure. I think we kind of glossed over that. That was Jigs pulling a very nice juke to stop the jump out of DJ Pernicus. Jigs is very powerful mechanical player. Divios gets knocked up, pulled down to the ground. Damage on the Benji, still not enough, however. Mark of the Vanguard doing work. Underneath the tower comes the assistance, but he's not under the execute threshold. Divios still juking. Gonna get hit. Nice stun to follow up against Benji. Feather Step isn't strong enough. Knockup will be, but the tower still not enough to finish off Benji. Homie F and Benji do not efficiently take out the solo lane Terra. but they eventually take care of him and don't die themselves.
That was the perfect defense that Divios could have possibly done at that point. He anticipated the stun, already placed his own stun in anticipation for it, but unfortunately, the tower just did not clean up Benji in time. Had Benji died there, definitely a great trade for Eager. Either way, though, having to sacrifice so much of his health, we're going to see Benji still having to back, so he's not going to be able to take advantage of it by pushing the wave under tower. So now Divios rotating. He's going to grab his own blue buff, get back to the lane, no problem. Still 4 minutes into the game. Soar struggling a little bit, down about 500 gold.
Anister here, playing on the Ra. We'll take a look at him for the first time, really all game. He'll be in the mid lane, and he's building into that defensive build that we see a lot of players go last year. This was one of, I would say, MLC's favorite builds that we saw. Everybody really built this. Was the helmet. It's going to protect you against the physical damage from the jungler pretty hard.
It's very cost effective. Of such a low cost, it's going to give you a lot of protections, the penetration, the magic power, all 3 stats you really want in the early game, especially whenever you're encountering that enemy physical jungler. You want to make sure that you survive against that, the initial burst, to be able to top yourself off later on.
I like where Best has gone here. Best is going with one of the other strategies that we've seen some of the mid lane mages do, is that he's actually going to start the Bumba's Mask. So Bumba's Mask, of course, is less expensive. It's 500 gold, and when you sell it, you get 300 something back. So realistically, you're not spending that much. But the idea behind this totally is the fact that Best is going to be clearing camps by himself more often than not.
And we see a little bit of action around the Gulf here. Homie FA was thinking about trying to look for some damage here. DJ Pernicus is going to jump right in place, but the Cataclysm, it sets up Anister for a nice and easy snipe. 2 members from Eager wiped off of the double ult combination between Jigs and Andy.
Yeah, Jigs 100% just good situational awareness. And on the other side from Team Eager, abysmal situational awareness. You cannot line up near the Ra. I mean, that's the combo that you just can't do.
I like the play by Zap. He used beats and jumped away. He's like, no, I got to get under the safety of my tower, but I don't want to get pulled mid-air, stopping me in my tracks. Great use of the beats. And now he's going to be safely there just waiting to see what Soar's next move is.
Yeah, that's going to... It's fun that Soar have to commit 3 players to this lane just to catch Vedium up to Zapman. Zapman's still up about half a level after getting his purple buff taken away from him. Divios here, working on the solo lane Terra. This is a Divios only pick, I feel like. Why does Eager work so well with the solo lane Terra? Why does it fit into their thought process?
The thing about Eager that makes them so scary is you never really know where their picks are going to go. Like we saw before between the Terra, Erlang Shen, and Fenrir. The Terra, all 3 of those gods could have went to Divios either way.
Yep.
DJ Pernicus more than likely wasn't going to play the Terra, so the fact that you can run this Guardian in the solo lane, have that global pressure with the making sure you get the cooldowns reduced, having extra movement speed, makes it very easy for Eager to force these team fights around, or at least defend their own buffs in the jungle side.
Homie pops the ultimate early. I think he was anticipating the brutalize out of TJ Pernicus, not going to get the grab. In fact, just a wasted ultimate in all honesty. Jumps away from the stun out of Divios. So Team Eager able to chase Soar out of their own jungle, but there's nothing to be taken there, so Soar doesn't really mind leaving the premises.
Sadman even made the rotation very aggressively, so he's going to have to go all the way back to the left-hand side of the map, and he's going to miss a bit amount of gold and experience as that wave will hit the tower.
Yeah, I think that was supposed to be a big hard commit, looking for the entire right side of the jungle. But as you can see, the timers just a little bit too early. Eager wanted to make that play instead of at 7:20. Eager wanted to make that at about 8 minutes.
Benji, 2 levels ahead of Divios, missing the def side, doing a lot of damage with those in-hands. Currently Divios without any physical protection, so those will definitely hurt, especially on the 3rd hit of Thanatos, having extra damage as well as that AoE in-hand will allow him to also clear the way very effectively, proccing multiple hits of that death toll.
Yeah, you can see the Mark of the Vanguard, the only defensive option that Terra has at the moment. The best of DJ here in the mid lane, trying to get something going here for Team Eager. Able to find the first blood very early on, but that was Zapman pretty much by himself. Decent little combination of players, but Soar, 3 kills to 1.
Off of the back of that ultimate combination from Jigs and Anister. Now, a battle over these oracles in gold here, whereas Aurora is buying enough time for Homie FA He's going to get taunted back into the mid lane, doing a lot of damage. And it's going to basically just zone away Homie Efe, so the rest of Eager can continue pressuring middle. And we even see on the right-hand side forced into the beads. The snipe is not on the mark this time.
DJ Perning is going to get in trouble right there. Avoids the ultimate out of the mid lane, but takes a bunch of damage from the jungle assassin. Up in the sky is the Thanatos, looking for DJ, not going to find it. Gets double stunned under the tower, but it's just not enough.
It's going to be a lot of damage onto Best, making sure that he uses his beads as well. Overall, I would say Soar got the better end of that, except for Divios finding the kill onto Homie Efe, trying to find those Fire Giant Elementals, and Divios catching him off guard.
So that's a little bit just underestimating the amount of damage that Divios is going to be able to provide. He does have the purple boots online. The early penetration is going to be strong. Benji narrowly avoids the stun. Smart choice right there. A lot of times you'll see Thanatos' I mean, we've seen a lot of missed. Ooh, not a missed opportunity here. Goldsphere going to go down. Aurora playing defense. And that will be that 25,000 gold right here. It's going to amount to about 1,000 gold in the lead. More importantly, it takes away Soar's lead. So if you're rooting for Eager, things certainly looking good.
It's something that Eager's always been doing a great job about. After taking out that pick onto Homie Efe, they just make sure that they always group up, taking anything that they can on the map. If the buff was available, they would have went for that instead, surely, but making sure that Aurora was zoning was good enough for the Best to get off his damage, especially he had his ultimate available.
What I love about that Homie Efe play, I want to rewind just a little bit. Aurora even uses the ultimate, the taunt, right? He's just harassing the Homie Efe, but without a character to meet up with like Ra. Andy wasn't in that conversation, he was on the other side of the map. Without somebody like Ra or somebody to sustain, that damage winds up being permanent. So that's why you see Divios get the kill. The support, why is he messing with you? You'll never get the kill, but who's the follow-up player? Who's going to get him 20 seconds later? That's the question.
You got to be holding hand in hand and Smite in the jungle side with your mid laner and vice versa. You don't want to be really left alone, as such a warrior support will certainly take advantage of you. We saw Source flirting with the idea of the portal demon, but instead now Eager are starting to group up and they want to be able to pick off Jigs.
Oh, not going to happen this time. Jigs lined it up for the ultimate out of Andy the first time around. This time it's going to be Homie Efe that capitalizes. Ultimate out of the support player will get 2 stuns, but nobody gets hit by Basket. Not as much damage as he might have anticipated. So instead, it's DJ that falls again for the second time this game. Soar doubling the kills of Eager. It's 4-2.
It's very difficult to pick off Jigs with his build at this point. He has to reinforce Greaves into the mark of the Vanguard. So if you really want to commit onto him, you're going to have almost all 5 members with all their abilities just to be able to take him out. Whereas on the side of Soar, if they catch you out of position, they're going to just take you out completely. We saw DJ Pernicus go in just to take Jigs off the table, but the ultimate from Homie Efe was still available. Pulling him back in while the beads was not available for DJ allowed for a very clean kill.
And Homie just beat him up. Man, the underrepresented portion of the Awelish ultimate is just how much power and attack speed it gives you. I mean, right away, you're amplified by, I think, 40 or 50, like, off the bat from the first level of the ultimate, and the attack speed gets something silly as well. It's not just all about that grab. It's about the after the fact. In fact, you actually see sometimes Awelishes, when they're split pushing, will pop the ultimate under the tower, and it just makes it so, it just melts it like butter.
Especially once you have those mid to late game items to give you that little bit of penetration to be able to effectively take out those objectives even quicker. Even though Soar was fighting into that Zeus ultimate when they picked off DJ Pernicus, it's only level 11 Zeus at this point. It's not the strongest thing in the world. You still have enough timing to be able to get your pick and get out, especially when you're relying on the sustain coming out of Annenster.
Vedium able to catch up here, going the Devo Gloves build. He's going to even up the experience lead that Zapman had initially, thanks to some good, solid team play. Everything all even here, basically, in our 12th minute of gameplay. 2,700 experience, Toli. Paint me a picture. How big is that of a lead for Soar?
Heading into the 13-minute mark, it's not that bad. Benji having a 1-level lead over Divios, especially with it being a Guardian, is to almost be expected of. Guardians struggle a little bit against Assassins and Warriors, so they're going to be a little bit behind. They're going to have their blue buff taken away, but on the flip side, it was also Vedium that struggled because his buffs were getting stripped away. So I would much rather see Eager be this little behind at this point because their team fights does have a little bit more control with Divios on this Terra.
Fire Demon guy, Portal Boss Man over here going to be attacked. This is Soar drops out some health, and he gets the kill on DJ through the wall. Down from the sky comes Benji, but the portal is Eagers all over the place. Trouble for Aurora. He's going to be contacted by the rest of the squad. Benji, not accurate with those death scythes.
It just seems DJ Pernicus has always been the sacrificial lamb for Eager, just constantly getting picked off. Benji, though, nicely get shield by Jigs, making sure he wasn't going to get rooted onto that tier 1 tower, and zooming away from the action after hitting that death side with the shield of regrowth is Benji going back into the right-hand side, making sure he maximizes his farm.
Big play coming out from Team Eager. Soar respond exactly the way they should, though. That is what's fun here watching these two teams, is that the Soar just know exactly. That is a sneak play against most other teams in the league. I mean, how do you know that play is going on outside of the vision that you have right there?
So much confidence out of Zab, man. Just walking casually into Soar's red buff, stripping it away, recognizing he has a very small timing window to be able to execute that play. Still having both of his relics in case he did get in trouble is what makes Zap still, even at this point in his SMITE career, such a strong player.
Yeah, I mean, that has to also help out the team. You played with Zapman for a number of years. That infectious attitude. Now, we're not talking about when things get bad, but when things are going good, Zap's very, very confident. How important is that to the rest of the team?
It just, you basically can feed off of his confidence. They're not going to be able to get that.
Oh, he stole it with the axe.
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't see the little glowing effect right in front of the
No, they wind up splitting it.
Okay, I thought he got the first one. I thought Zap got the first one, and then the second one was stripped away by Soar. But either way, 1 for 1. Neither team getting the vision in front of that Gold Fury. Both teams, though, electing to try to figure out a way to start up this next objective. After clearing mid-wave, Soar's going to position themselves aggressively, trying to control the vision around the mid-harpies. This is what you have to do whenever you have a wave advantage. If you're not going to start up the Gold Fury, position yourselves to get the wards out.
Gold Fury started. Leash started again. Leashed started a second time. There is going to be a little bit of focus on the players from around the backside. Aurora is going to get controlled, but that's everything. They blow 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates, 3 ultimates on the support. Here comes the counterattack from Eager. DJ is going to get executed, jumps away. Benji can't find it. Zapman by himself being chased by the assassin and the support. Zapman finds the stun. Looking for the basics after the fact. Won't be able to find it. Neither will he find the hail of arrows, but Soar. 3, 5 ultimates down. Still a Zeus ultimate available. This is not a good look for Soar. Here comes the change. Gold Fury goes the way of Team
No, it went to Soar. Now with the Zeus ultimate trying to hold on with his Aegis for a little bit longer. Vedium doing a lot of damage, and with the beam from Anderson, gonna find the best in the process. The heal gonna keep everybody topped off. Eager, unfortunately, not able to secure the gold for losing 2 members in the process as well. So Soar gonna be able to not only tie the game up, but get a slight lead despite being behind in the beginning stages of the game after Zap found that first blood.
Great stuff out of Soar. Homie FA just gonna make it even better. Nice Aegis out of Zapman to save the life. Gonna dodge the stun as Homie FA. Here comes the response from Team Eager. Jigs is in trouble, gets hit by the hail of arrows. Can't find the crowd control. Stun is good. That's the rollout. Jigs is in trouble. And there it is. Zapman cleaning it up. 2-0-0 for the New York Hunter. But Soar right there, they make they make an interesting play by investing everything into Aurora right there. 3 ultimates just for the support.
Overzealous was definitely the word, I would say, from Soar, trying to really find that pick. The fact that it was Aurora that got off his ultimate to engage right off the bat definitely helped him in his survivability aspects, having the Sovereignty and the Gauntlet of Thebes, giving him so much health, so much protections, able to top himself off with that ultimate, with the turtle, giving himself a little bit of a shield, bought enough time necessarily for all the abilities to still be on cooldown for Soar, so they don't found more than just that one initial pick.
Exactly. You see Soar, they blow 3 of their ultimates into that, and it looked like you said overzealous, almost a mistake. But that's what is a sign of a fantastic team, when you're able to make the mistake but fight into it anyway. They drop the 3 ults into Aurora, which is overzealous, but Benji chases out DJ Pernicus, doesn't get the kill, but it's effectively a kill because he's out of the team fight. And then the rest of Soar are able to just topple Eager and the rest of the team fight by splitting the team up, by having the numbers advantage. You send 2 after Zapman, 2 after another target, and then they are able to correctly deal their DPS into the Gold Fury. Just a fantastically executed sequence coming out from Soar. Very impressive.
You could tell just how overzealous Soar is, though, because even after that goal fear, they wanted more. They wanted to try to find the initial pick again onto Zapman. A great Aegis use by him, but because the fact that Jigs made the rotation with Homie Efe, he tried to make sure he was in a position to shield him in case he got stunned out. That forced Jigs in a position where he couldn't really retaliate from there.
There's going to be the blink from Jigs, double stun out of the ultimate. On the backside comes Divios, trying to find somebody, but just can't find control. Benji lands down on the Guardian, not really that big of a deal. Ultimate out of the mid lane, Rod not going to hit much as well. Divios finds the kill on the right side of Homie Efe. Jumping up and down is going to be DJ Pernicus. Can't find the stun, but Best does one better and takes 2 out. Down goes the horn, 19 on the clock, and Team Eager shift into the lead, 7-7.
It's going to be a deicide, deicide for Eager, just like that. The Portal Demon was taken by Soar, but without any members here, this Fire Giant is going to be essentially free. The sustain from Divios is what helped win that team fight. Best kept himself alive with a Terrace Blessing for a little bit.
Where's the shell?
Using the Monolith as well for even further sustain, continuing to throw out the chain lightnings and the detonations for the Best. Great teamwork from Eager, making sure everybody stayed alive.
MVP Team Eager, shell. Right there. You had a great setup. Well, all right, arguable setup coming out from Jigs. He comes and gets the initial initiation off of the backside, which nobody's really involved in. So I think it could have been better, but it wasn't terrible. Then that fight when everybody centralizes around the Fire Giant, Totally, you see the ultimate out of Ra come down, and it just doesn't do the damage that it did before. You see the damage come out from Homie Efe, and it's just not doing the damage that it did before. I couldn't even tell you where Vedium was. Eager just absolutely, they used that. The shell is what won that team fight by itself.
And now, as a result, 20 minutes into the game, Eager with about a 4,500 gold lead with Fire Giant. So this is going to just skyrocket once they strip away these last 3 towers. It's going to be an additional 4,500 gold, so that'll be 9,000 if they're able to successfully siege it down. And with Terra now sitting at level 18, highest in the game, tied with Zapman, this is going to be a great opportunity for Eager to start sieging as a 5-man unit, relying very heavily on the sustain, especially with Divios picking up that Rod of Asclepius.
So Zapman's build, the Transcendence and the Chin Sai. How do you feel about that? I feel like those are 2 items that don't really get along together.
It's very true that, you know, Transcendence is more about ability-based hunters, Chin Sai is more about the in-hand hunters, but you could do a little bit of both with Uller, which is what his whole kit is about. You know, when you pop your second ability, your steroid, on the bow stance, you're going to have, ooh, hold that thought though, like again, Best just gets eliminated. Jigs and Anister showing why this combination is just so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, that's just... Best was in the wrong spot. I mean, completely. You
also didn't have the relics.
At 21 minutes, relicless, can't be by yourself by the Gold's Fury. You're going to get punished. Zapman might get punished here. Sanctuary saves him for the moment. Nice Feather Step will deal damage just to Aurora. Here comes Benji. He tries to take care of DJ, but Jigs is the one to fall. Now on the backside, Benji gets a good silence. Triple stun! Big man, dog man, DJ Pernicus barking down the opposition. Zapman gets credit for the kill, but all hats off to the K9. DJ with the triple stun.
They found the initial pick, but it didn't matter. Without the Raw Ultimate, without the Cataclysm, there was no peel for the rest of the team fight. Eager took full advantage of it. Yet again, the sustain from Divios, as well as the Fire Giant buff, helping them win that team fight, and that triple stun out of DJ Pernicus. That was hot fire.
I mean, that's one of those plays that you don't care where your team is, you have to make that play. Homie Efe finds a knock-up in the jungle, has the ultimate available, but realizes it's the Guardian, and or rather Aurora, the support, and just says, nah, you can stay.
he had other intentions. You know, he tried to maybe catch that man around that corner. That would have been the ideal target. Sometimes, you know, you hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst kind of deal. So 2 towers being stripped away. Still a last one remaining on the right-hand side.
If you keep quoting Linkin Park during our games, I'm gonna trade you.
Linkin who?
I'm gonna make you go.
I don't even know who those.
I'm gonna make you go stand on the stage. I'm gonna be.
Wait, there's a park near here named Lincoln.
10 to 8, read the kills here, folks. 22-42 on the clock. Team Eager leading this one by a big chunk, despite the fact that I think you can safely say that Soar was doing a lot of the work during the early mid game. Early game, sure, Zapman did a whole bunch of stuff. But then as the game started to get underway, it looked like it was going to be Soar that was really putting their stamp on this one. But Team Eager, Was it the single play by the Fire Giant that turned the tables?
Oh, absolutely. Making sure that it was keeping Best alive for so long with just getting the DSI. You didn't lose anybody in the process, so everybody's getting farm, everybody's getting the experience that they need to separate the gap away from Soar. That was just so crucial. They just blew too many cooldowns on the Best without finding the kill, and all those abilities from the Best being thrown out made it too difficult for Soar to stay alive.
I think it's arguable if Team Eager is the best team out here. In fact, I think it's easy to say that they're probably not with the likes of LG and even the Soar team in memory of Gabe, but I think they're one of the more exciting teams to watch. You get to see those big deicide plays. They're always looking for the giant plays is really what you're going to see out of Team Eager this season.
Especially with DJ Pernicus, he's not going to hesitate to go in, despite time and time again in the beginning of the game, he kept getting shut down when he went in. Obviously, Homie Efe was waiting for those jumps so he could pull him back in. But that doesn't deter DJ from still attempting to make the plays. He trusts in the rest of his team to be able to capitalize off of any abilities that he absorbs in turn.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I got to sit down with Team Eager during Super Regionals, and we had a very long, let's say, half-hour plus interview between the guys, and I asked them like what the identity of Team Eager was. The identity of Roar might be lost here in the right side lane, but here comes Divios, and the Best is going to respond as well. DJ is backing nowhere near in this fight, so it's a 4-on-5. Team Eager playing it safe and will look for the distance. Blinking forward as Jigs going to match up with Andy. Not going to find a target this time around. There's a target. Jigs gets stunned. He gets knocked up. Still a lot of damage, and Zapman able to find his 4th kill of the game.
DJ in the back forcing the ultimate out of Benji, so it's a one-pick. Benji's out of the team fight completely. Everyone from Soar has to concede this tier 2 tower, and this could also give enough of a window for Eager to transition straight into the Fire Giant here. Everyone from Soar had to go back to base, and it's going to be a Roar even overextending a little bit further so he can continue to zone. He's not even worried.
Did DJ use Rallying Ritual to get up here this fast? Because he has 2 wards in his inventory. I think he used it and then bought the wards.
If he did, I definitely didn't catch it, but it's going to be Eager with DJ and Aurora zoning everyone from Soar. Their second Fire Giant of the game, basically free. Nobody from Soar really wanting to contest this. They're down 13,500 gold.
So going back to what I was mentioning, a little rave belt over there. The purple buff doesn't seem to agree with the Fire Giant belt. I like what's coming out for DJ. These guys said that, Team Eager has a lot of different identities. They're experimental, they're creative, but when it comes down to it, they're really into understanding their own team and trusting their own team. That when a player goes in, you absolutely have to follow up. And there was actually a hype video put out by the Eager guys recently for their team. And, you hear Zapman saying, like, look, I used to make roster changes left and right, but DJ is the one on this squad that really instills the whole, like, team mentality. That's all about the unit. And I think that really helps Eager both last year and coming into this new season.
Coming from a lot of competitive experience in other games as well, DJ Pernicus has that leadership ability within him to be able to really light a fire beneath everybody from Team Eager, making sure everyone's on the same page mentally. And despite, like we mentioned before, time and time again, DJ getting shut down earlier on in the game, it doesn't matter because everybody is looking at the bigger picture. Eager's always about the objectives, managing to sneak some here and there, managing to win the team fights because they have trust in each other. If relics are down, they're not going to take the team fight. If somebody's out of position, Divios is going to make sure that he bails him out.
The idea on Soar is very similar as well. They've had some roster changes, so I imagine the culture is something that's going through some changes. Triple stun from the support.
Look at the
heals.
heals.
Get hit with the damage at the mid lane, but Best picks up 1. Jigs is gonna fall. Zapman on the back line, but Best picks up 2. Best picks up 3. Zapman picks up the 4th. Best rolling trips all across the board. DJ grabs a 5th. Ladies and gentlemen, 16 kills on the board. I think the 17th is going to be the Titan.
That's going to be probably it. Team Eager is going to be able to grab this 1 Phoenix, exposing Source Titan, going to be able to grab the first game of this 2-game set. And they're looking very strong here after that first blood from Zapman, it looked like they were going to get into a really good spot to be able to snowball the game. Soar fought back pretty well with Jigs and Anister, but it was all Eager after that Fire Giant fight.
Best. It was all best. Zeus just making it rain all day. Absolutely fantastic stuff coming out from the mid lane. Sure, you might point to the guys that set him up, but I really got to give it up to the fantastic mid lane. With everybody coming in, it was actually really funny. With everybody changing position over there in the mid lane, you got Andy and Baskin. I remember Best just sitting there like, so everybody's just going to join my lane now. Okay. And that's how he's going to treat the new guys. Got to tip your hat to Anderson. I think during that initial mid-game push that Soar had, Andy really was a big part of it.
Absolutely, and playing a very safe god on the rod too.
Yes.
You could tell like he doesn't want to feel too out of position here. He didn't want to go for the Giannis pick, which was open. Toth was open as well. A lot of mid players will like to go for that. Instead, going for a safe god, relying on other players to kind of set him up for those easy plays.
And game number 2, we'll see if the changes are going to be in the mid lane choice or not. Raw certainly a safe pick. We'll see if that's where they decide to deviate to Soar Gaming, that is.
I'm always surprised that Igor elects to take away the Circuit, considering DJ Pernicus loves this god. So this leads me to believe they're always setting themselves up for a potential sustained composition.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not necessarily that they're going to go for it, but it's that page is open for them.
It's also the fact that Circuit is just infuriating to play against, especially with Flickering Ritual being as obtainable as it is. Having a no cooldown combat blink on a character like Circuit is out of the question if you really want to control a situation. The ISIS ban is rather interesting. That's a homework ban right there. You kind of know what Anister's god pool is. He's newer to the situation, and also you want to make sure that you're able to maintain control of the objectives.
Not necessarily the safest god in the world is ISIS, but definitely a good mechanical god, and Anister is known for his mechanical abilities. Either way, Igor electing to first pick the Ratatasker here. I like what Soar had in mind here to take away the Zeus and the Sylvanas. It's not necessarily required to have both in a team composition. We saw what Best was able to do with just Zeus, even without Sylvanas.
Team Igor right here, kind of playing chicken. All right, new guy, welcome to the mid lane. We'll leave you, Thoth. Can you do it? Thoth is going to be selected by Soar Gaming. We'll see if he can be played. Thoth is, I feel like, one of the best mages in the game, but one of the hardest mages to play. Just the interaction with the window and everything is what I've heard. The feeling is that he's difficult to play. So Eager, kind of daring, sort of go ahead and pick up Thoth for their new mid laner. It'll be the choice. Rat, Arlong Shen, Poseidon for Team Eager, Geb, Thoth, and Thanatos one more time. I don't think Benji did too well on it, but it might have just been one game.
He didn't have the snowball. Normally, assassins will tend to try to look for the early picks and then look for, more rotations, especially having a god such as Thanatos with the global pressure. Ganking the mid lane can surprise Eager potentially. We even saw it earlier on today when I think it was Walrus playing the Ratatasker in the solo lane. He was making the plays on that global god. So we could still see Benji making those plays. He needs to be set up for them.
Much happier about the Medusa pick here for Vedium. I think Vedium is a very strong hunter, and we did not get to see that whatsoever last game. The Jingwei was just lost from before minute 1, got completely controlled. Medusa, on the other hand, this is one of those gods that Vedium wants to play but is never viable in the meta. He's very good at this god. It's finally his shot.
Xing Chen and Apollo for Eager to wrap things up. Still more than likely going to be Erlang Shen for Aurora. Xing Chen going to be locked in for Divios. Ratatasker for DJ Pernicus here. So yet again, another Guardian to deal with the potential Thanatos pick in the solo lane for Benji. Hercules getting locked in as well. So that warrior is definitely going into the solo lane. Thanatos is going to be played for Homie FA.
Without a doubt, Benji is going to be on this Hercules. It's one of his better gods again. So finally, Medusa and Hercules for the new guys on Soar. They get their gods this time. This one's going to be a lot more exciting. Let's get into the game right away. Team Eager versus Soar Gaming. Game number 2. I'm expecting more out of Soar this time around.
Absolutely, and I like the pick that Eager had in terms of getting this Poseidon for the best. The cripple is going to make it more difficult for Anister to use that dash offensively to find the stun. Also on top of this, they could easily find a lot of picks onto Jigs with that Whirlpool Kraken combination, especially with Aurora constantly rotating around on this Erlang Shen. Just taunt, root, knock up, and then Whirlpool Kraken.
The classics for Team Eager. Zapman on his Apollo. This has been one of Zap's original characters since you were playing with him. Divios on the Xing Chen. Divios was one of the first guys to really bring Xing Chen not just into the solo lane, but into competitive Smite at all. Aurora, This is the new classic for Aurora. I think you got to think about Fenrir support when you think about classic Aurora. But the new age Aurora is this Arlong Shen support, the best on this Poseidon. Everybody on Team Eager are on their sort of like old school classic.
And I don't necessarily think that it's necessarily an Aurora thing to do this Arlong Shen. It's just more of an Eager thing to do this Arlong Shen for support, with a combination, obviously, that it is Aurora.
Exactly. And you know, even across the way at Soar, Benji, Vedium, Mahome Efe, all on some of their classic characters here. This is going to be a really good match, Totally.
We see Eager, Zadman starting up the purple, grabbing the 2 little minions and grabbing the wave, recognizing the fact that Soar was going to invade the red and the purple because the fact that Aurora is rotating on the right-hand side. Eager stripped away both the speed and the blue away from Soar. Only losing red currently is Zadman.
And that right there is no problem because Team Eager devised this composition very intelligently. Basically, what you're looking at is Zadman on the Apollo has fantastic clear and can hold his own underneath the tower. So you're going to be able to do that. Ching Chen on the other side, on the solo lane, specifically against the Hercules, not so much.
And on top of this, Zadman's getting solo experience farm. So he's going to be able to hit level 5 before Vedium, as long as he does get some buffs. You can't lose your buffs and not get anything in return. If Zadman can get himself the Oracles and maybe left side mid Harpies, he'll catch up in the experience that Vedium is able to take away from the red and the purple buff.
But that's the reason why you see so many different starts here, folks, which is so exciting because I don't think that there will be a cookie cutter start. What it comes down to is how does it complement your composition?
Yes.
Team Eager has the power on the left side, so you put the support on the right because they have a low clear Guardian over there.
The problem is, though, if you're leaving Zap alone for too long, Source is going to rotate, grab the Oracles on every single rotation, and if you don't have vision around the Gold Fury side, it could be Soar that are going to be the ones to get the early Gold Fury. Normally, you're used to seeing Eager be the ones to do so, but if all their attention's on that solo lane to strip away the speed in the blue, that's a timing window for Soar to take advantage of.
I mean, Soar definitely had the composition to go for an early Gold Fury, right? With a big burst damage mage like Thoth. Certainly a choice to think about, but you also have Best across the way with the Poseidon ultimate, so I don't know. It's possible.
Something we didn't talk about was the fact that Xing Chen's second ability, his knock up into the root, actually has a larger AoE circle now, making it a lot easier to connect onto multiple targets, having even more control in a team fight than already. And on top of this, having a Guardian in the soul lane against a Warrior, it's going to force Benji into magical defense. It's going to allow DJ Parnicus to make those rotations, be more effective with his combinations.
We'll see. We'll keep an eye on Benji's build on this Hercules. One of the few North American players, I think, that'll bring out the Hercules this season. If Andy was still in the jungle, I would definitely expect the Hercules jungle coming out from Andister. But now since it's Homie Efe, I don't know so much about that. Europe, on the other hand, every solo laner has a Hercules.
They definitely do. They don't hesitate to be able to pull out that god with the boulder, the pull push combination. There's a lot of control. You just have to be very confident in landing that ability.
Yep. And the heal is changed now, very strong ability. So Hercules definitely a nice go-to character to have. The Europeans definitely respect him here. It's Benji. I think we'll see Divios play him at some point this season. I know Divios loves Hercules. And like I said, if Andy ever winds up playing in the jungle throughout the course of the season, we might see the Herc.
Left-hand side, Vedium doing a good job bullying Zapman currently. He's level 6 versus Zap's 5, using the So Beautiful, going into the sky because DJ Parnicus is in the sky as well, waiting for the first dash, gonna bait out the ultimate. The beads are used. Finally, Zapman just needs to connect one more in-hand. First blood for DJ.
Just a fantastic performance there coming out from the jungle and the Hunter. Everything was the way it was supposed to be, honestly. I really couldn't find an issue with that gank. First blood going to Team Eager.
Just perfectly executed too. Yeah. DJ waited for the dash at the very last second. Having to take so much damage from Zapman is not something that Vedium wanted to do originally, so he was forced to use that dash. Now, I like the fact that he used his ultimate too to prevent the knock-up instead of the purification, thinking that if I do survive, at least I'll still have my bees for later on.
Aurora trying to defend the jungle camp against Homie Efe, who has to take to the sky. Divios and Aurora try to do a lot of damage to the Thanatos. It's just not enough. He's able to go ahead and clean up back at home. And those gremlins, or the fire giant minions, will go the way of Team Eager.
This time around, compared to the last time when Eagers took away the speed and the blue from Soar, and Soar took away the red and the purple from Eager, there's going to be no invades. It's just going to be a passive game for now after that first blood onto Vedium. They did force out the ultimate from Homie Efe, but that's just not enough really, based on where they were on the map, to really overextend to that speed and blue, because you always have to worry about Annenster's damage on this top.
Almost 1,000 gold in the lead for Team Eager. Worth noting because we're so early here in the game. You can see 1,100 gold specifically, and 500 of that sure belongs to the first blood. But the rest of that is just superior farming in the jungle. And you're going to see this a lot more than I think we have in the past, is teams able to get small leads early on because they're just better at the map.
It's also really scary for that first blood to be on DJ Pernicus, because we've known him to be behind most of the time than his opposition, but whenever he gets a lead, he's just going to keep on pressing forward, and that's going to make things a lot more smoother for Eager to find the clean kills and get out.
Well, DJ also knows his role, which is he's not always the one that needs to get the kills, and he's okay with that. When you're looking at players like DJ and Weekend remind me of each other, even though neither of them want to hear that. When it comes down to it, the decision making and just the selflessness, the ability to play for the team is very similar. Is a very similar mindset between those two.
It's also a very unique mindset to have coming out of the jungle. Most junglers are very selfish, but look at this. DJ Pernic is going to be ganking into that Soleil, knocking up Benji. Boulder coming up in a very nice location, but it's just not enough damage to find a return kill. Devios credited with that kill onto Benji.
Again, just that is the exact gank that you want to happen. The Guardian is just up too far up too far. If that even happens in the lane, driving strike might even save him. Thoth is in trouble. Big taunt coming out of Aurora. Here comes the follow from Divios. Beautiful silence from Homie Efe. That might save him, but Zapman from the left takes care of Andy. Homie Efe trying to find a target, lands right down into the Kraken. The best obliterates him. Oh, Homie Efe.
Shakes is in trouble now as well. The rotation from Vedium. A nice push from Benji, finding two under the tower. They find a return kill onto Aurora, but it was a 3-for-1. Great way to start things off for Eager. They found Annenster during his dash right around the corner. Aurora doesn't hesitate just to ult to you around the corner.
Oh yeah, I mean, Aurora was waiting behind the corner, able to go ahead and capitalize off of the fact that Andy was a little bit out of position. Bam, he takes care of that. Welcome to mid lane, Annenster. Benji, on the other hand, just by himself stops a deicide. That is Team Eager's team fight. Team Eager is going to kill 5 people, pick up a fire giant, and continue on like we saw last game. But Benji comes out of nowhere and hits the excellent driving strike, controlling 3 separate players under the tower, 2 separate players under the tower. Still, just great stuff out of Benji. This is the player that I really enjoyed watching. And I don't know where he went last season, Toli, but this is the guy that I liked watching on Enemy, back when he was called Salt Machine. And I don't know what happened last year, but this is the player. He's already back.
Sometimes players get more motivated as they keep winning, whereas others will get motivated as they keep losing. Flashpoint didn't make they didn't make it past Super Regionals into Worlds, and Benji was a part of that squad. Yeah. And he's definitely a Worlds caliber player, obviously, with Enemy during Season 2. He made a huge turnaround from Super Regionals in Season 2 to Worlds, where nobody was expecting him to do anything during those 2 events at Season 2, but then he turned things around, he proved everybody wrong, and now, yet again, he's still doing wonders, playing this Hercules. Now, he is 2 levels behind off of the back of that last gank from DJ Pernicus, but he's also constantly looking for the plays, and he's always in position to make them.
That's really the key there. He's obviously not winning his lane right now. He's not doing big picture, not number 1 in this game specifically. But for me, you got to look at the positioning. You got to look at the situational stuff. And in that team fight, he was exactly where he needed to be. He could have made that rotation from the right side. That gets him caught up in all the nonsense that Homie Efe got caught up in. Understands that he has to loop around. Just nice map vision, nice court vision coming out from Benji right there. Eager, despite Soar's best attempts, are still in the lead. They're up 4 kills, 5-1 specifically, and 2,800 gold is where Eager is currently leading at the moment. Soar They want to take this one home because Eager were able to win the last game in pretty dominating fashion once the game got underway.
A 3,000 goal lead pre-10 minute mark without a Gold Fury for Eager is pretty impressive, I would say. So once these teamfights start happening around, once Divios is going to hit level 12 before Benji, that could be a timing window where the Soul Laner is going to rotate to the left-hand side off of the pressure here from DJ Pernicus, always into the sky, looking for even more rotations. Look at the jungle control here from DJ Pernicus Best and Aurora, constantly shifting around, going for this Portal Demon while Zap baiting Sword going to the gold.
Yeah, I like that play. It's just, it's the bamboozle play.
What a calculated play out of Eager. Zapman baiting Sword into the left, grabbing the Portal Demon on the right. Very slow and calculated play.
And Divios shows up as soon as the portal is spawned. Team Eager are really meticulous. That's the word I'm gonna use to describe this squad. They're extremely meticulous. They come down to the second when it comes to timing. Metatasker's in the sky. He's gonna land down in the mid lane, beats down the knockup is gonna be Thoth. Finds an ultimate out of Jigs. It's gonna be trouble for Aurora, who's half HP. There's the washing machine. Toshes 2 players back right in the clutches of DJ, but Benji's the first one to get onto the board in this team fight. Tosses out the ultimate as well. Can't find the second one, but Divios finds the kill onto support. There's support from the mid lane. Zapman picks up 1. Zapman picks up 2. And Zapman not willing to go for the third underneath the tower. Andy will just safely walk back there. Again, Benji with a fantastic play, just not enough for his team to answer.
Not enough. A 3-for-1 as Aurora does respawn, and Divios has the teleport. Gold Fury going to get started by Eager around the 11.5 minute mark. It's only Vedim around the corner, but he doesn't have his ultimate. And with the zoning from Divios, it's a free Gold Fury for Eager.
Objective, 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 objective. Team Eager never fights on the road. They're always fighting on the flag. They just understand that it's about the stuff after the stuff. Soar get it too. It's not the fact that Soar missed playing. Eager is just there first.
And it's going to be Anister forced to go north, closer to Zapman, but it was closer to Jigs as well, so he can rely on that shield to bail him out of trouble. He couldn't dash backwards because we saw the best drop that whirlpool behind him. Had Anister dashed backwards, it would have stopped him mid in his tracks, and he would have been stuck in a very awkward position as the rest of Eager would have easily capitalized. 6,000 gold in the lead is Eager after that gold.
Thoth has been a non-factor. Why?
The cripple.
He's just getting crippled?
The cripple was it's like a great tactic. As soon as Toph was picked in the picks and bans, immediately Poseidon without any hesitation from Eager. And on top of this, it's also the rotations from Aurora. Catching Anister off guard in the early game, forced him into using the beads very early from when he didn't want to, picking him off as well under that tier 1 tower. And with the 1 death, he just hasn't been able to keep up the pace with the best. Still sitting at 11, whereas the best is 12.
It's actually interesting. You know, I think the Poseidon pick is actually better against the Thanatos than the Thoth, pretty much for exactly what we saw out of Homie FA early on, in the fact that, yeah, the cripple is going to stop Thoth in his tracks, but Homie FA can't ult Poseidon because the Kraken comes right underneath the feet. We saw that not 1 team fight ago, but 2 team fights ago, right up there by the Soar orange buff. That's where we saw Homie FA comes down and lands into a Kraken. That's going to happen every single time you try to ult the best. So the Poseidon pick into this composition, I absolutely love it. I think it is the correct choice.
As long as Homie FA can find that execute target, then that would be a good timing for him. But it's going to be Jinx getting caught in an awkward position under the whirlpool. First to use the Cataclysm, and now Homie FA finds the execute onto the best.
Dies with the ultimate, so maybe not every single time. Homie FA finding the follow-up kill. It will be delayed thanks to a good meditation. TJ's gonna get the knock-up. Zapman responding from the left side. And he's in trouble. Barely surviving, has a Gem Shield, but he'll fall down to the hand of Zapman. Here's the ultimate out of Divios. One more time, Divios picks it up. 4-0-4 for the solo laner. Zapman gets his 5th. It's 5-0-5 for the Hunter player. Divios still looking. Pancake flip is strong. Divios picks up his 5th kill of the game. Fantastic stuff out of the Young Guns. And Vedium trying to deal with DJ Pernicus, but Eager will shade to the right side of the map after clearing everybody out of the mid lane.
Eager is just so clean. They got surprised, obviously, by Homie Efe executing the best. Even without the Kraken, they won that team fight 4-for-1. All the offensive abilities were used to find that pick, so it was very easy to take out Homie Efe after that team fight continued with Eager rotating. We saw DJ Pernicus come from the sky. Zatman came from the sky, collapsing onto the battleground, making it that much easier to clean up and avenge for their fallen comrade.
I'm just not seeing an impact out of some of these players. How is Eager able to corral players like Andy and Vedium or characters like Thoth and Medusa?
The fact that Anister also used his dash aggressively to continue the team fight after picking off the best made it easier for DJ once he landed in to continue picking people off. Soar doesn't have to keep overextending after the one initial pick. When you're behind this much gold, you have to reset after a certain fight, depending on how many cooldowns you use for that one pick.
So right now, not proving enough. Soar coming up a little short, to say the least. 12-3. That is a large margin here. At 15 minutes, the 8,300 gold lead. Keep in mind, this was a 3,000 gold lead in about 8 minutes. Just relatively speaking, this gold lead is tremendous.
Absolutely. It's about 500 gold per minute played that Eager's been able to establish, even going higher than that with the Portal Demon being secured by Eager. Even tier 1 tower for Divios. The rotation here from Sword. They're looking for somebody that's out of position. Anister getting off a little bit of poke on Aurora, but Aurora, he's going to use that to his advantage.
And there's the taunt onto Anister. Follow-up Kraken is completely off the money. Best can't make that one count, but Andy, he gets controlled by DJ. Finds a dash right into Zatman. The doubloon for the Hunter. Still continuing on. Vedium's in trouble. The Best picks him up with the Whirlpool. That's going to be 3 down on the side of Soar. Big enough window for Eager to attack the Fire Giant.
No possible way for Sword to contest this one. Benji's ultimate is on cooldown. The boulder will not be coming today. Best utilizing that portal just to be able to help out the Fire Giant a little further. Very quick Fire Giant from Team Eager after that 3-for-0.
Soar is a much better team than they seem right now, and they're not even making these egregious mistakes. I think you can really dissect these team fights and find a misplay here or there, but for me, it's just control from Eager.
Eager have just been on point, playing as a team and a cohesive unit every single time. They're getting the better end of Soar, capitalizing on an objective here, capitalizing on an objective there, and this is why they have themselves about a 13,000 goal lead, and they're not done yet. They're going straight for this tier 1 and probably 2 off the back of their Fire Giant on the left-hand side.
I think this Soar roster is going to noticeably turn up in the middle of the split. Right, like after week number 2, after week number 3, I think they're just going to suddenly get it. Because that's the thing, you're basically combining 2.5 different teams here. Vedium and Benji are a team on themselves, right? You've got Andy and Jigs, which is a team of themselves, and then Homie Efe, come join us. This is almost 3 separate teams. It's a lot different than when you look at what Enemy did, they just added a solo laner. You look at what other teams did, they just added 1 or 2 players. So we're combining 3 separate teams. It's gonna take a while, because that's what I think the issue is, Totally. I wanna hear your thoughts on this. I think the team fights just look disjointed for Soar.
It's not necessarily the team fights could be improved upon for sure by Soar, but more importantly than the team fights, I think it's the draft coming out of Soar. They need to figure out ways to not only necessarily play around their own strengths, but play around the strengths of the enemy. They banned away Zeus and the Sylvanas in game number 2 right off the bat, but look, Eager is just not going to be deterred by those options at all. They're still going to be playing these Guardians in the solo lane, and because of Eager catering towards Divios by constantly invading the speed and the blue, right, this is why we see him in such a good position now, able to out-control team fights compared to Benji.
Ooh, Homie Efe makes the wrong loop around. You need to take it down to about half HP. DJ Pernicus not going to chase it for now, because Divio's going to take care of the mid lane. DJ does chase Homie, but he's able to blink away. Either way, Tier 2 tower goes down, 1,500 in the pocket for Team Eager, leading this one by well over 10,000 gold. Dibios looking for the back line. Half HP on the Phoenix. That one's going to go down quick and clean. Best gets holded by Medusa, but no follow-up. Benji from the backside, not enough damage.
It didn't really balance at all. Jigs having to retreat under the fountain, finding the middle. Phoenix is eager with their Fire Giant, and now they're going to be looking towards that tier 2 on the left-hand side. It's not even the 20-minute mark, Tom, and they're over 16,000 gold in the lead.
Worth noting, the quickest game of SPL history does belong to Team Eager. They found a victory in about 14 minutes and change, so this is not quite a 14-minute win, but this is certainly a very quick game here in the opening day for our North Americans here in Season 4.
Still putting pressure onto this left-hand side. They have a lot of gold in hand after these towers and the Phoenix. I'm sure they can go ahead and spend it as we look on the left-hand side. Over 1,500 is 4 members from Eager.
DJ Pernicus playing Lurker, waiting on the backside. Nice knock-up coming out from Aurora, really just to open up space onto the Phoenix. DJ gonna show up as well, just in case Thor get a little excited. Right side tower still exists, and we'll see Team Eager go backwards to clean it.
Still putting pressure on every single side of the map. Going from left, not even continuing the pressure onto the Titan Room. With their about 6,000 to 7,000 gold that they had collectively in hand, they want to make sure that they spend it now. DJ Pernick is trying to find a pick onto Benji, gonna knock him up, but it's gonna be countered by the ultimate, not gonna get knocked up, but Sadman's waiting to land down. He's waiting for the driving strike before he comes down.
And Benji here just wasting time, which is kind of like, I mean,
that's just silly.
That's Benji.
I mean that Kraken was just
Kraken?
silly. That was a little unnecessary. I'm pretty sure that nobody from SOAR was gonna help out Benji. A little overkill from Best.
That's unnecessary. Well, Best finds a kill. It's his first kill of the game.
I guess he didn't want to go negative.
That's the thing. Best wanted a kill, man.
He didn't want to go negative.
You got to help out your mid laner.
I agree.
Best picks up the kill right there. He's going to help out and clean up this tower as well. Blackjack on the clock, 17 on the Eager, and 3 on the SOAR.
And with this kind of a lead coming out of Eager, Best is feeling very comfortable to not only make the play, but into his build as well. Going for the Gem of Isolation into the Fatalis. Normally you don't see this kind of build in professional play.
You say that, but Shadow Nightmare built it yesterday. I mean, this is the Fatalis has turned around. It's gone from one of those casual have fun items into a professional item just with 10 pen.
It's a build that can work if you're on the offensive and the enemy team can't really stop you. You just want to continue pressing your W key without stopping, and that's exactly what the Best is going to do with that build.
I think that you're underselling the Fatalis for the mid-mage Poseidon, especially combined with the passive that he has, the Trident ability, upgrading his basic attacks, and the fact that it has 10 penetration. That 10 penetration is taking it from I don't want to say troll, a casual item into a nice acceptable item.
It's a fun item.
Now put it this way, it's gone to an effective item on the mid lane. How do I feel about it on the Hercules? That's a different conversation.
Yeah, Benji, I guess he wants to match the speed of Best. That's what it is.
Benji, I mean, frankly, he's throwing in the towel. He's like, I mean, clearly we've lost this one, which, I mean, I'm not going to rash him for. They're down 22,000 gold. Literally. That sounds like a number I pulled out to be exaggeratory.
Well, it's 21,725.
All right, Toli. Can I get aggro back, please? Can I get aggro back?
I think he's too busy boiling some fat eggs right now.
Well, here's the fight of the right-hand side.
Vedium, Zapman taking a lot of damage. Boulder coming out. It's going to rip. Not fortunately. Not connecting to Zap.
Zapman in trouble on the back end. Going to get help from the Best. Fatalis came in play right there for the Poseidon. 1 kill for Zap, 1 kill for DJ. 2 dead on the side of SOAR. Looks like Andy's not going to make it to the fountain. Divios gets the kill on Benji. Trouble for the other 2 as the Titan quickly becomes the target. DJ Pernigus playing Shepherd, forcing players into the fountain. A lot of damage coming out, but not enough on the Titan here, Anatoly.
Phoenix are being respawned, so it's having to be taken by Eager before they really close out the game. They found the mid and the right, exposing the Titan to its weakest form, and the rest of Eager are going to collapse here. We see Aurora wanting some more kills, but not going to find it. 20-3 for Team Eager. Very well performed. 23.5 minutes in.
Yeah, almost a 30,000 gold lead for Team Eager right there. That's going to be a big statement game for Team Eager. They said, look, we didn't quite make it to the finals at Worlds. We came up a little bit short, but this season's going to be a little bit different. Looking at that lineup, what's your take on SOAR?
I think Sora still has to make some adjustments in their draft composition, not necessarily for themselves, just around who they're playing against. And like if they're going to give up a Guardian to Davios, for example, camp that lane. Don't allow a Guardian to snowball.
For Sora, I think it's just going to be some more hours in the gym. I want to see this team come together. I think they've got a good unit to start with, but it's all about how they finish. To further break it down, we've got our very own Taco standing by.
Thank you so much, as always, F-Dot. And indeed, Eager did make a great first impression for the first weekend of the Spring Split. Now, I think what really utilized more so than anything is the fact that Eager is a very flexible team. They're one of those teams where if they pick, the Erlong, the Ratataskor, all these different variety of gods, you just never really know where exactly they're going to flex it between the solo, support, or the jungle. And overall, in game number 1, we just saw Eager come together despite being down from the start of the game to Soar. Soar actually had a pretty great lead as far as experience was concerned. They were actually doing incredibly well at the start of that game. It wasn't up until the Fire Giant fight off of that Portal Demon that we really saw the downfall of Soar start to take place, and that Eager went ahead, capitalized on the Soar's mishaps, and it was just overall a really excellent gameplay from Team Eager. And particularly coming out on the side of Eager, we noticed a lot of standout plays alone. We saw Zapman making a lasting first impression on the Vedium with the First Blood, Bluestone token to that. Always such a great item to have. But the best in particular, going ahead, staying alive due to the Divios Terra ult, dropping the Zeus ultimate, picking up not just 1, not 2, but 3 kills for himself, and really helping Eager secure this team fight. And this, indeed, was definitely the turning point in game number 1 for Team Eager. And it was absolutely vital for Eager to go ahead and pick that up, because following that deicide came the Fire Giant for Eager, which they then used to further siege onto Soar's side of the map. They were going ahead, securing objectives, securing kills, and Best just once again popping off on this Zeus. That's a character that we definitely don't want to permit Best to keep playing, but there's not much you can do once you get it rolling, because Zeus overall just has a lot of map control, a lot of lane control, and he did an excellent job in ensuring that Eager could go ahead and pick up their first victory in their set today. Following into the second game, we saw that Eager once again came through, but this time it seemed as though a little bit of a tilt factor started to take place on the side of Soar Gaming. Eager had a much more dominant standout from the very get-go, and in which they were making sure that they had a lot of map control, a lot of jungle control, and a lot of jungle presence in particular between this Ratataskor on DJ Pernicus. I think that he utilized the Rat ultimate very effectively in that he was applying pressure non-stop onto the side of Soar, and so they were never really sure when exactly they were meant to engage onto Team Eager because of the fact that they were just able to come back. And we saw Eager, in fact, going with the aerial squad theme. Zapman Apollo, just non-stop ulting in, riding his chariot, cruising along. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm going to pick up a kill here. And you know what? It's going to end up leading into not 1, but 2 kills non-stop, That's just casual Zapman play for you, really. He loves this character, Apollo, because of the fact that he's able to go ahead, ride his chariot into the kills, and pick up the kills that are necessary for his team to win every single fight possible. Eager was just non-stop wiping Soar, or at least ensuring that maybe 1-2 members alive at the most, which is devastating to a team that's trying to make a comeback. And there you can see Anister with a pretty unfortunate thought dash into the Zapman ultimate, but hey, if it makes Zap look good, I'm sure that he's not complaining. And again, Eager just wiping. And a personal favorite, DJ Pernicus just had to get in the cheeky little rat laugh onto Benji in this solo lane. He probably thought that he, had a chance or something, but this is, again, really important because that's mind games right there coming out on the side of DJ Pernicus. He really knows how to get inside of a team's head, and if anything, although Eager aren't necessarily, looking to... They're not necessarily looking to break somebody down mentally, but at the same time, it's always really important to go ahead and strive for. And speaking of Pernicus, we actually have him here on the line right now. How's it going, DJ?
What's up, young Taco?
I am doing quite well today. How are you feeling after those games?
I'm doing good. I know that I won't play ranked with you that often, but I guess the bright side is I'll at least do interviews.
All right, well,
It's a happy medium.
It's one way for the love story to continue. I'll take that much. But on a more important note, how are you feeling after seeing this first game and against a pretty strong lineup to say the least?
It's good. I mean, obviously, when you're playing with the same roster for a while, you kind of expect to be in a better spot than some of the other teams who are coming out with new players. So, not like unexpected, but it's definitely a good way to start a new season. For me personally, I picked the Fenrir, go 0-3. It's like the standard start to the season. I like it. But yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, well, if there's one thing that I noticed, and I can remember particularly something that Zapman used to always say at LANs was remember to play with discipline. And I think it was really shining through for you guys, and especially in that first game where you were actually in the downfall. What was going through your minds when you saw Soar on that Fire Giant in the Portal Demon area in particular?
I think, like I said, we've been together for a long time, so we keep our composure pretty well. And you hear a lot of other teams and people communicate in different ways, but for us, it's always a good sign when we're communicating but doing so calmly. So no duress there, just doing the same thing we always do.
Well, I mean, definitely congratulations to you guys. You did a really excellent job, especially in that second game with the clean performance overall. Are there any shout-outs in particular that you want to go ahead and give?
Yeah, I don't get to do these interviews very often, so I'm going to take the time to shout out to everyone from my stream with the Pern Spits in chat. It's pretty sweet. And then shout out to my boy Epi for prepping me for these games by playing H1Z1 and getting headshotted within the first 5 seconds of every game. That's it.
All right. Well, once again, congratulations, DJ, and the rest of Team Eager. For those of you who aren't aware, that was DJ Pernicus, the jungler for Team Eager. And I mean, overall, pretty awesome day for North America. We saw a lot of clean 2-0s coming out. Pretty much every single team that we see on top here, we see Eager, Enemy, Luminosity, and In Memory of Gabe all picking up 3 points for themselves in their first opening weekend. And overall, excellent gameplay. Congratulations to those teams. But of course, we still have more to come and weekends to follow, and I'm sure that the other teams are going to be able to find their pathing. And it'll be really interesting, to say the least, to watch as these newer rosters really develop and progress together as a team. But of course, that's not all the SMITE that we have coming up. Tomorrow, same time, you'll be able to tune in for the SMITE Console League here on Hi-Res TV, in case you didn't get enough SMITE from this past weekend. And that's always a fun time. Console can always be pretty entertaining, to say the least, and watching those guys perform to the best of their ability. On top of that, on Thursday, we'll also have Thursday Night SMITE, in which we'll be displaying some more SPL games coming out from EU and NA. So you guys definitely want to make sure that you're there for that as well. And as always, we really appreciate everybody who tuned in for today. The games were awesome. You guys are awesome. So hope to see you guys tomorrow and for the weeks to come for everything else that we have to follow here on Hi-Res TV. Have a good night.